The Zendavesta, Paradise Sacred Books of the East, full translated by James Darmester. Introduction Chapter I. The Discovery of the Zendavesta. The Zendavesta is the sacred book of the Parsis, that is to say, of the few remaining followers of that religion which came over Persia at the time when the second successor of Muhammad overthrew the Sasanian dynasty, and which has been called dualism, or Mazdaism, or Magism, or Zoroastrianism, or fire worship, according as its main tenet, or its supreme god, or its priests, or its supposed founder, or its apparent object of worship has been most kept in view. In less than a century after their defeat, nearly all the conquered people were brought over to the faith of their new rulers, either by force, or policy, or the attractive power of a simpler form of creed. But many of those who clung to the faith of their fathers went and sought abroad for a new home, where they might really worship their old gods, say their old prayers, and perform their old rites. That home they found at last among the tolerant Hindus, on the western coast of India and in the peninsula of Gujarat. There they throve and there they live still, while the ranks of their co-religionists in Persia are daily thinning and dwindling away. As the Parsis are the ruins of a people, so are their sacred books the ruins of a religion. There has been no other great belief in the world that ever left such poor and meager monuments of its past splendor. Yet great is the value which that small book, the Avesta, and the belief of that scanty people, the Parsis, have in the eyes of the historian and theologist, as they present to us the last reflex of the ideas which prevailed in Iran during the 5 centuries which preceded and the 7 which followed the birth of Christ, a period which gave to the world the Gospels, the Talmud, and the Qur'an. Persia, it is known, had much influence on each of the movements which produced, or proceeded from, those 3 books. She lent much to the first heresiarchs, much to the rabbis, much to Muhammad. By help of the Parsi religion and the Avesta, we are enabled to go back to the very heart of that most momentous period in the history of religious thought, which saw the blending of the Aryan mind with the Semitic, and thus opened the second stage of Aryan thought. Inquiries into the religion of ancient Persia began long ago, and it was the old foe of Persia, the Greek, who first studied it. Aristotle, Hermippus, and many others wrote of it in books of which, unfortunately, nothing more than a few fragments or merely the titles have come down to us. We find much valuable information about it, scattered in the accounts of historians and travelers, extending over 10 centuries, from Herodotus down to Agathias and Procopius. It was never more eagerly studied than in the first centuries of the Christian era. But that study had no longer anything of the disinterested and almost scientific character it had in earlier times. Religious and philosophic sects, in search of new dogmas, eagerly received whatever came to them bearing the name of Zoroaster. As Xanthus the Lydian, who was said to have lived before Herodotus, had mentioned Zoroastrian. There came to light, in those later times, scores of oracles, styled A.T. St. or Oracula Chalda of Civ Magica, the work of Neoplatonists who were but very remote disciples of the medium sage. As his name had become the very emblem of wisdom, they would cover with it the latest inventions of their ever-deepening theosophy. Zoroaster and Plato were treated as if they had been philosophers of the same school, and hierarchals expounded their doctrines in the same book. Proclus collected 70 tetrads of Zoroaster and wrote commentaries on them. But we need hardly say that Zoroaster commented on by Proclus was nothing more or less than Proclus commented on by Proclus. Proclus the Gnostic had secret books of Zoroaster. And upon the whole it may be said that in the first centuries of Christianity, the religion of Persia was more studied and less understood than it had ever been before. The real object aimed at, in studying the old religion, was to form a new one. Throughout the Middle Ages nothing was known of Mazdaism but the name of its founder, who from a magus was converted into a magician and master of the hidden sciences. It was not until the Renaissance that real inquiry was resumed. The first step was to collect all the information that could be gathered from Greek and Roman writers. That task was undertaken and successfully completed by Barnard Brisson. A near approach to the original source was made in the following century by Italian, English, and French travelers in Asia. Pietro della Valle, Henry Lord, Mandelslow, Ovington, Chardin, Gabriel du Kynan, and Tavernier found Zoroaster's last followers in Persia and India, and made known their resistance, their manners, and the main features of their belief to Europe. Gabriel du Kynan saw their books and recognized that they were not all written in the same language, their original Holy Writ being no longer understood except by means of translations and commentaries in another tongue. In the year, a professor at Oxford, Thomas Hyde, the greatest Orientalist of his time in Europe, made the first systematic attempt to restore the history of the old Persian religion by combining the accounts of the Mohammedan writers with the true and genuine monuments of ancient Persia. Unfortunately, the so-called genuine monuments of ancient Persia were nothing more than recent compilations referring to the last stage of Pars Desem. But notwithstanding this defect, which could hardly be avoided then, and notwithstanding its still worse fault, a strange want of critical acumen, the Book of Thomas Hyde was the first complete and true picture of modern Pars Desem, and it made inquiry into its history the order of the day. A warm appeal made by him to the zeal of travelers, to seek for and procure at any price the sacred books of the Parsis, did not remain ineffectual, and from that time scholars bethought themselves of studying Pars Desem in its own home. 18 years later, a countryman of Hyde, George Boucher, received from the Parsis in Surat a copy of the Ben Esra, which was brought to England in by Richard Cogg. But the old manuscript was a sealed book, and the most that could then be made of it was to hang it by an iron chain to the wall of the Bodleian Library, as a curiosity to be shown to foreigners. A few years later, a Scotch man, named Fraser, went to Surat, with a view of obtaining from the Parsis, not only their books, but also a knowledge of their contents. He was not very successful in the first undertaking, and utterly failed in the second. In a young man, 20 years old, Anctil du Purin, a scholar of the École des Langues Orientales in Paris, happened to see a facsimile of 4 leaves of the paragraph continues Oxford and which had been sent from England, a few years before, to a informant, the Orientalist. He determined at once to give to France both the books and the first European translation of them. Impatient to set off, without waiting for a mission from the government which had been promised to him, he enlisted as a private soldier in the service of the French East India Company. He embarked at Lorient on the 10th of February, and after 3 years of endless adventures and dangers through the whole breadth of Hindustan, at the very time when war was raging between France and England, he arrived at last in Surat, where he stayed among the Parsis for 3 years more. Here began another struggle, not less hard, but more decisive, against that mistrust and ill will of the Parsis which had disheartened Fraser. But he came out of it victorious, and succeeded at last in winning from the Parsis both their books and their knowledge. He came back to Paris on the 10th of March, and deposited on the following day at the Bibliothèque Royale the whole of the Zendavesta and copies of most of the traditional books. He spent 10 years in studying the material he had collected, and published in the first European translation of the Zendavesta. violent dispute broke out at once, as half the learned world denied the authenticity of the Avesta, which it pronounced a forgery. It was the future founder of the Royal Asiatic Society, William Jones, a young Oxonian then, who opened the war. He had been wounded to the quick by the scornful tone adopted by Anquetil towards Hyde and a few other English scholars. The Zend-Avesta suffered for the fault of its introducer, Zoroaster for Anquetil. In a pamphlet written in French, with a verb and in a style which showed him to be a good disciple of Voltaire, W. Jones pointed out, and dwelt upon, the oddities and absurdities with which the so-called sacred books of Zoroaster teemed. It is true that Anquetil had given full scope to satire by the style he had adopted. He cared very little for literary elegance, and did not mind writing Zend and Persian in French. So the new and strange ideas he had to express looked stranger still in the outlandish garb he gave them. Yet it was less the style than the ideas that shocked the contemporary of Voltaire. His main argument was that books, full of such silly tales, of laws and rules so absurd, of descriptions of gods and demons so grotesque, could not be the work of a sage like Zoroaster, nor the code of a religion so much celebrated for its simplicity, wisdom, and purity. His conclusion was that the Avesta was a rhapsody of some modern Gipper. In fact, the only thing in which Jones succeeded was to prove in a decisive manner that the ancient Persians were not equal to the Lumiese of the 18th century, and that the authors of the Avesta had not read the encyclopedia. Jones's censure was echoed in England by Sir John Chardin and Richardson, in Germany by Meiners. Richardson tried to give a scientific character to the attacks of Jones by founding them on philological grounds. That the Avesta was a fabrication of modern times was shown, he argued, by the number of Arabic words he fancied he found both in the Zend and Pahlavi dialects, as no Arabic element was introduced into the Persian idioms earlier than the 7th century. Also by the harsh texture of the Zend, contrasted with the rare euphony of the Persian. And, lastly, by the radical difference between the Zend and Persian, both in words and grammar. To these objections, drawn from the form, he added another derived from the uncommon stupidity of the matter. In Germany, Meiners, to the charges brought against the newfound books, added another of a new and unexpected kind, namely, that they spoke of ideas unheard of before, and made no new things. Pray, who would dare ascribe to Zoroaster books in which are found numberless names of trees, animals, men, and demons unknown to the ancient Persians, in which are invoked an incredible number of pure animals and other things, which, as appears in the silence of ancient writers, were never known, or at least never worshipped, in Persia. What Greek ever spoke of Ham, of Jemesh, and of such other personages as the fabricators of that rhapsody exalt with every kind of praise, as divine heroes? Yet, in the midst of his Ciceronian nonsense, Meiners inadvertently made a remark which, if correctly interpreted, might have led to important discoveries. He noticed that many points of resemblance are to be found between the ideas of the Parsis and those of the Brahmins and Musulmans. He saw in this a proof that Parsesem is a medley of Brahmanical and Musulman tales. Modern scholarship, starting from the same point, came to that twofold conclusion, that, on the one part, Parsesem was one of the elements out of which Muhammad formed his religion, and, on the other hand, that the old religions of India and Persia flowed from a common source. Not only does the author of that rubbish tell the same tales of numberless demons of either sex as the Indian priests do, but he also prescribes the same remedies in order to drive them away, and to balk their attempts. In these words there was something like the germ of comparative mythology. Seldom has a man approached the truth so closely and then departed from it so widely. Anquetil and the Avesta found an eager champion in the person of Klüger, professor in the University of Riga. As soon as the French version of the Avesta appeared, he published a German translation of it, and also of Anquetil's historical dissertations. Then, in a series of dissertations of his own, he vindicated the authenticity of the Zend books. Anquetil had already tried to show, in a memoir on Klüger, that the data of the Avesta fully agree with the account of the Magian religion given in the treatise on Isis and Osiris. Klüger enlarged the circle of comparison to the whole of ancient literature. He tried also to appeal to internal evidence, an attempt in which he was less successful. The strength of his defense was seldom greater than the strength of the attack. Meiners had pointed out the mythical identity of the Mount Alborg, of the Parsis with the Mount Meru of the Hindus, as a proof that the Parsis had borrowed their mythology from the Hindus. The conclusion was incorrect, but the remark itself was not so. Klüger fancied that he could remove the difficulty by stating that Mount Alborg is a real mountain, nay, a doubly real mountain, since there are two mountains of that name, the one in Persia, the other in Armenia, whereas Mount Meru is only to be found in fairyland. Seldom were worse arguments used in the service of a good cause. Meiners had said that the name of the Parsi demons was of Indian origin, as both languages knew them by the Latin name Zeus. This was an incorrect statement, and yet an important observation. The word which means a demon in Persia, means quite the contrary in India, and that radical difference is just a proof of the two systems being independent of one another. Klüger pointed out the incorrectness of the statement. But, being unable to account for the identity of the words, he flatly denied it. Klüger was more successful in the field of philology. He showed, as Anquetil had done, that Zend has no Arabic elements in it, and the Pahlavi itself, which is more modern than Zend, does not contain any Arabic, but only Semitic words of the Aramean dialect, which are easily accounted for by the close relations of Persia with Aramean lands in the time of the Sasanian kings. He showed, lastly, that Arabic words appear only in the very books which Parsi tradition itself considers modern. Another staunch upholder of the Avesta was the numismatologist Hyson, who, having begun to read the book with a prejudice against its authenticity, quitted it with a conviction to the contrary. There is nothing in it, he said, but what fits remote ages, and a man philosophizing in the infancy of the world. Such traces of a recent period as they fancy to have found in it, are either understandings, or belong to its later portions. On the whole there is a marvelous accordance between the Zend Avesta and the accounts of the ancients with regard to the doctrine and institutions of Zoroaster. Klüger agrees so well with the Zend books that I think no one will deny the close resemblance of doctrines and identity of origin. Add to all this the incontrovertible argument to be drawn from the language, the antiquity of which is established by the fact that it was necessary to translate a part of the Zend books into Pahlavi, a language which was obsolete as early as the time of the Sassanids. Lastly, it cannot be denied that Zoroaster left books, which were, through centuries, the groundwork of the magic religion, and which were preserved by the Magi, as shown by a series of documents from the time of Hermippus. Therefore I am unable to see why we should not trust the Magi of our days when they ascribed to Zoroaster those traditional books of their ancestors, in which nothing is found to indicate fraud or a modern hand. 2 years afterwards, was published in Paris a book which, without directly dealing with the Avesta, was the first step taken to make its authenticity incontrovertible. It was the masterly memoir by Sylvester de Sacy, in which the Pahlavi inscriptions of the first Sassanids were deciphered for the first time and in a decisive manner. De Sacy, in his researches, had chiefly relied on the Pahlavi lexicon published by Engdahl, whose work vindicated itself, better than by heaping up arguments, by promoting discoveries. The Pahlavi inscriptions gave the key, as is well known, to the Persian cuneiform inscriptions, which were in return to put beyond all doubt the genuineness of the Zend language. Tykson, in an appendix to his commentaries, pointed to the importance of a new discovery. This, he writes, is a proof that the Pahlavi was used during the reign of the Sassanids, for it was from them that these inscriptions emanated, as it was by them, nay, by the first of them, Ardesh Biag, that the doctrine of Zoroaster was revived. One can now understand why the Zend books were translated into Pahlavi. Here, too, everything agrees, and speaks loudly for their antiquity and genuineness. About the same time Sir William Jones, then president of the Royal Asiatic Society, which he had just founded, resumed in a discourse delivered before that society the same question he had solved in such an offhand manner 20 years before. He was no longer the man to say, Sidel Hamand and Cec la de Factor de Fables Indians. And although he had still a spite against Engdahl, he spoke of him with more reserve than in. However, his judgment on the Avesta itself was not altered on the whole, although, as he himself declared, he had not thought it necessary to study the text. But a glance at the Zend glossary published by Engdahl suggested to him a remark which makes Sir William Jones, in spite of himself, the creator of the comparative grammar of Sanskrit and Zend. When I perused the Zend glossary, he writes, I was inexpressibly surprised to find that 6 or 7 words in 10 are pure Sanskrit, and even some of their inflections formed by the rules of the Vyaren, as YUSH&M, the genitive plural of Yusnam. Now M. Engdahl most certainly and the Persian compiler most probably, had no knowledge of Sanskrit, and could not, therefore, have invented a list of Sanskrit words. It is, therefore, an authentic list of Zend words, which has been preserved in books or by tradition. It follows that the language of the Zend was at least a dialect of the Sanskrit, approaching perhaps as nearly to it as the Purut, or other popular idioms, which we know to have been spoken in India 2,000 years ago. This conclusion, that Zend is a Sanskrit dialect, was incorrect, the connection assumed being too close. But it was a great thing that the near relationship of the two languages should have been brought to light. And Father Paulo de St. Barthélemy further developed Jones's remark in an essay on the antiquity of the Zend language. He showed its affinity with the Sanskrit by a list of such Zend and Sanskrit words as were least likely to be borrowed, viz. those that designate the degrees of relationship, the limbs of the body, and the most general and essential ideas. Another list, intended to show, on a special topic, how closely connected the two languages are, contains 18 words taken from the liturgic language used in India and Persia. This list was not very happily drawn up, as out of the 18 instances there is not a single one that stands inquiry. Yet it was a happy idea, and one which has not even yet yielded all that it promised. His conclusions were that in a far remote antiquity Sanskrit was spoken in Persia and Media, that it gave birth to the Zend language, and that the Zend Avesta is authentic, were it but a recent compilation. He writes, as Jones asserts, how is it that the oldest rites of the Parsis, that the old inscriptions of the Persians, the accounts of the Zoroastrian religion in the classical writers, the liturgic prayers of the Parsis, and, lastly, even their books do not reveal the pure Sanskrit, as written in land wherein the Parsis live, but a mixed language, which is as different from the other dialects of India as French is from Italian? This amounted, in fact, to saying that the Zend is not derived from the Sanskrit, but they both are derived from another and older language. The Carmelite had a dim notion of that truth, but, as he failed to express it distinctly, it was lost for years, and had to be rediscovered. The first 25 years of this century were void of results, but the old and sterile discussions as to the authenticity of the texts continued in England. In John Leyden regarded Zend as a pocket dialect, parallel to Pali. Pali being identical with the Magadhi dialect and Zend with the paragraph continues source ending. In the eyes of Erskine, Zend was a Sanskrit dialect, imported from India by the founders of Mazdaism, but never spoken in Persia. His main argument was that Zend is not mentioned among the 7 dialects which were current in ancient Persia according to the Furhanga Jihangiri, and the Pahlavi and Persian exhibit no close relationship with Zend. In Germany, miners had found no followers. The theologians appealed to the Avesta in their polemics, and Rhodes sketched the religious history of Persia after the translation of Engdahl. Erskine's essay provoked a decisive answer from Emanuel Ras, one of the most gifted minds in the new school of philology, who had the honor of being a precursor of both Grimm and Burmuth. He showed that the list of the Jihangiri referred to an epoch later than that to which Zend must have belonged, and to parts of Persia different from those where it must have been spoken. He showed further that modern Persian is not derived from Zend, but from a dialect closely connected with it. And, lastly, he showed what was still more important, that Zend was not derived from Sanskrit. As to the system of its sounds, Zend approaches Persian rather than Sanskrit. And as to its grammatical forms, if they often remind one of Sanskrit, they also often remind one of Greek and Latin, and frequently have a special character of their own. Ras also gave the paradigm of 3 Zend nouns, belonging to different declensions, as well as the right pronunciation of the Zend letters, several of which had been incorrectly given by Engdahl. This was the first essay on Zend grammar, and it was a masterly one. The essay published by Peter von Bohlen on the origin of the Zend language threw the matter 40 years back. According to him, Zend is a Prakrит dialect, as it had been pronounced by Jones, Leyden, and Erskine. His mistake consisted in taking Engdahl's transcriptions of the words, which are often so incorrect as to make them look like corrupted forms when compared with Sanskrit. And, what was worse, he took the proper names in their modern Parsi forms, which often led him to comparisons that would have appalled age. Thus Ahriman became a Sanskrit word Ahriman, which would have meant the fiend. Yet Bohlen might have seen in Engdahl's work itself that Ahriman is the modern form of Angraminu, words which hardly remind one of the Sanskrit Ahriman. Again, the angel Vohuman or good thought was reduced, by means of the Parsi form Bahman, to the Sanskrit human, a long-armed god. At last came Burmuth. From the time when Engdahl had published his translation, that is to say, during 7 years, no real progress had been made in knowledge of the Avesta texts. The notion that Zend and Sanskrit are 2 kindred languages was the only new idea that had been acquired, but no practical advantage for the interpretation of the texts had resulted from it. Engdahl's translation was still the only guide, and as the doubts about the authenticity of the texts grew fainter, the authority of the translation became greater, the trust reposed in the Avesta being reflected onto the work of its interpreter. The Parsis had been the teachers of Engdahl. And who could ever understand the holy writ of the Parsis better than the Parsis themselves? there was no one who even tried to read the texts by the light of Enkel's translation to obtain a direct understanding of them. About Udi Burnuk was engaged in a course of researches on the geographical extent of the Aryan languages in India. After he had defined the limits which divide the races speaking Aryan languages from the native non-Brahmanical tribes in the south, he wanted to know if a similar boundary had ever existed in the northwest. And if it is outside of India that the origin of the Indian languages and civilization is to be sought for. He was thus led to study the languages of Persia, and, first of all, the oldest of them, the Zend. But as he tried to read the text by help of Enkel's translation, he was surprised to find that this was not who he had expected. He saw that two causes had misled Enkel. On the one hand, his teachers, the Parsi Dasters, either knew themselves or taught him imperfectly, not only the Zend, but even the Pahlavi intended to explain the meaning of the Zend. So that the tradition on which his work rested, being incorrect in itself, corrupted it from the very beginning. On the other hand, as Sanskrit was unknown to him and comparative grammar did not as yet exist, he could not supply the defects of tradition by their aid. Burnuk, laying aside tradition as found in Enkel's translation, consulted it as found in a much older and purer form, in a Sanskrit translation of the Yasna made in the 15th century by the Parsi Naryosindji in accordance with the old Pahlavi version. The information given by Naryosindji he tested, and either confirmed or corrected, by a comparison of parallel passages and by the help of comparative grammar, which had just been founded by Bob, and applied by him successfully to the explanation of Zend forms. Thus he succeeded in tracing the general outlines of the Zend lexicon and in fixing its grammatical forms, and founded the only correct method of interpreting the Avesta. He also gave the first notions of the comparative mythology of the Avesta and the Veda, by showing the identity of the Vedic Yama with the Avesta Yama, and of Trailithra Aona and her. Thus he made his commentary Sur la Yasna a marvelous and unparalleled model of critical insight and steady good sense, equally opposed to the narrowness of mind which clings to matters of fact without rising to their cause and connecting them with a series of associated phenomena, and to the wild and uncontrolled spirit of comparison, which, by comparing everything, confounds everything. Never sacrificing either tradition to comparison or comparison to tradition, he knew how to pass from the one to the other, and was so enabled both to discover facts and explain them. At the same time, the ancient Persian inscriptions at Persepolis and Behistun were deciphered by Burnuk in Paris, by Lasson in Bonn, and by Sir Henry Rawlinson in Persia. Thus was revealed the existence, at the time of the first Achenian kings, of a language closely connected with that of the Avesta, and the last doubts as to the authenticity of the Zend books were at length removed. It would have required more than an ordinary amount of skepticism to look still upon the Zend as an artificial language, a foreign importation, without root in the land where it was written, and in the conscience of the people for whom it was written, at the moment when a twin language, bearing a striking likeness to it in nearly every feature, was suddenly making itself heard from the mouth of Darius, and speaking from the very tomb of the first Achenian king. That unexpected voice silenced all controversies, and the last echoes of a loud discussion which had been opened and died away unheeded. Chapter 2: The interpretation of the Zend Avesta. The peace did not last long, and a year after the death of Burnuk a new controversy broke out, which still continues, the battle of the methods, that is, the dispute between those who, to interpret the Avesta, rely chiefly or exclusively on tradition, and those who rely only on comparison with the Vedas. The cause of the rupture was the rapid progress made in the knowledge of the Vedic language and literature. The deeper one penetrated into the oldest form of Indian words and thoughts, the more striking appeared its close affinity with the Avesta words and thoughts. Many a mysterious line in the paragraph continues. Avesta received an unlooked for light from the homes of the Indian riches, and the long-forgotten past and the origin of many gods and heroes, whom the Parsi worships and extols without knowing who they were and whence they came, were suddenly revealed by the Vedas. Emboldened by its bright discoveries, the comparative method took pity on its slower and less brilliant rival, which was then making its first attempts to unravel the Pahlavi traditional books. Is it worthwhile, said the Vedic scholars, to try slowly and painfully to extract the secret of the old book from that uncouth literature? Nay, is there any hope that its secret is there? Translating the Avesta in accordance with the Pahlavi is not translating the Avesta, but only translating the Pahlavi version, which, wherever it has been deciphered, is found to wander strangely from the true meaning of the original text. Tradition, as a rule, is wont to enforce the ideas of its own ages into the books of past ages, from the time when the Avesta was written to the time when it was translated. Many ideas had undergone great changes. Such ideas, tradition must needs either misunderstand or not understand at all, and tradition is always either nuisance or nonsense. The key to the Avesta is not the Pahlavi, but the Veda. The Avesta and the Veda are two echoes of one and the same voice, the reflex of one and the same thought. The Vedas, therefore, are both the best lexicon and the best commentary to the Avesta. The traditional school replied that translating Zend by means of Sanskrit and the Avesta by means of the Vedas, because Zend and the Avesta are closely related to Sanskrit and the Vedas, is forgetting that relationship is not identity, and that what interests the Zend scholar is not to know how far Zend agrees with Sanskrit, but what it is in itself. What he seeks for in the Avesta is the Avesta, not the Veda. Both the Vedic language and the Vedas are quite unable to teach us what became in Persia those elements, which are common to the two systems, a thing which tradition alone can teach us. By the comparative method, the Zend Marika, which means a bird, would assume the meaning of gazelle to accord with the Sanskrit Marika. Ratu, a part of the day, would be extended to a season out of regard for Ritu. Minu, a spirit, and Du, a province, would be degraded to anger and to a set of thieves, and the demons, the Da'as, would ascend from their dwelling in hell up to heaven, to meet their philological brothers, the Indian Devas. The traditional method, as it starts from matters of facts, moves always in the field of reality. The comparative method starts from an hypothesis, moves in a vacuum, and builds up a fanciful religion and a fanciful language. Such being the methods of the two schools, it often happened that a passage, translated by two scholars, one of each school, took so different an aspect that a layman would have been quite unable to suspect that it was one and the same passage he had read twice. Yet the divergence between the two methods is more apparent than real, and proceeds from an imperfect notion of the field in which each of them ought to work. They ought not to oppose, but assist one another, as they are not intended to instruct us about the same kind of facts, but about two kinds of facts quite different and independent. No language, no religion, that has lived long and changed much, can be understood at any moment of its development, unless we know what it became afterwards, and what it was before. The language and religion of the Avesta record but a moment in a long life of the Iranian language and thought, so that we are unable to understand them, unless we know what they became and whence they came. What they became we learn directly from tradition, since the tradition arose from the very ideas which the Avesta expresses. Whence they came we learn indirectly from the Vedas, because the Vedas come from the same source as the Avesta. Therefore, it cannot happen that the tradition and the Veda will really contradict one another, if we take care to ask from each only what it knows, from one the present, and the past from the other. Each method is equally right and equally efficacious, at its proper time and in its right place. The first place belongs to tradition, as it comes straight from the Avesta. The second inquiry, to be successful, requires infinite prudence and care. The Veda is not the past of the Avesta, as the Avesta is the past of tradition. The Avesta and Veda are not derived from one another, but from one and the same original, diversely altered in each, and, therefore, there are two stages of variation between them, whereas from the Avesta to tradition there is only one. The Veda, if first interrogated, gives no valuable evidence, as the words and gods, common to the two systems, may not have retained in both the same meaning they had in the Indo-Iranian period. They may have preserved it in one and lost it in the other, or they may have both altered it, but each in a different way. The Veda, generally speaking, cannot help in discovering matters of fact in the Avesta, but only in explaining them when discovered by tradition. If we review the discoveries made by the masters of the comparative school, it will be seen that they have in reality started, without noticing it, from facts formerly established by tradition. In fact, tradition gives the materials, and comparison puts them in order. It is not possible, either to know the Avesta without the former, or to understand it without the latter. The traditional school, and especially its indefatigable and well-deserving leader, Spiegel, made us acquainted with the nature of the old Iranian religion by gathering together all its materials. The comparative school tried to explain its growth. The traditional school published the text and the traditional translations, and produced the first Farsi grammar, the first Pahlavi grammar, and the first translation of the Avesta which had been made since April. The danger with it is that it shows itself too apt to stop at tradition, instead of going from it to comparison. When it undertakes to expound the history of the religion, it cannot but be misled by tradition. Any living people, although its existing state of mind is but the result of various and changing states through many successive ages, yet, at any particular moment of its life, keeps the remains of its former stages of thought in order, under the control of the principle that is then predominant. Thus it happens that their ideas are connected together in a way which seldom agrees with their historical sequence. Chronological order is lost to sight and replaced by logical order, and the past is read into the present. Comparison alone can enable us to put things in their proper place, to trace their birth, their growth, their changes, their former relations, and lead us from the logical order, which is a shadow, to the historical order, which is the substance. The comparative school developed Indo-Iranian mythology. Roth showed after Burnouf how the epical history of Iran was derived from the same source as the myths of Vedic India, and pointed out the primitive identity of Ahura Mazda, the supreme god of Iran, with Varna, the supreme god of the Vedic age. In the same direction Windishman, in his Zoroastrian essays and in his studies on Mithra and Ida, displayed singular sagacity. But the dangers of the method came to light in the works of Hogg, who, giving a definite form to a system still fluctuating, converted Mazdaism into a religious revolution against Vedic polytheism, found historical allusions to that schism both in the Avesta and in the Veda, pointed out curses against Zoroaster in the Vedas, and, in short, transformed, as it were, the two books into historical pamphlets. In the contest about the authenticity of the Avesta, one party must necessarily have been right and the other wrong. But in the present struggle the issue is not so clear, as both parties are partly right and partly wrong. Both of them, by following their principles, have rendered such services to science as seem to give each a right to cling to its own method more family than ever. Yet it is to be hoped that they will see at last that they must be allies, not enemies, and that their common work must be begun by the one and completed by the other. Chapter 3: The formation of the Zend Avesta. The collection of Zend fragments, known as the Zend Avesta, is divided, in its usual form, into two parts. The first part, or the Avesta properly so called, contains the Vend of Vist-Ad, and the Yasna. The Vend is a compilation of religious laws and of mythical tales. The Vist-Ad is a collection of litanies for the sacrifice. And the Yasna is composed of litanies of the same kind and of 5 hymns Orji has written in a special dialect, older than the general language of the Avesta. These 3 books are found in manuscripts in 2 different forms, either each by itself, in which case they are generally accompanied by a Pahlavi translation, or the 3 mingled together according to the requirements of the liturgy, as they are not each recited separately in their entirety, but the chapters of the different books are intermingled. And in this case the collection is called the Vend Sa or Vend Pure, as it exhibits the original text alone, without a translation. The second part, generally known as the Kord Avesta or Small Avesta, is composed of short prayers which are recited not only by the priests, but by all the faithful, at certain moments of the day, month, or year, and in presence of the different elements. These prayers are the 5G, the 30 formulas of the Yesa, the 3 Rig, and the 6 Nayas. But it is also usual to include in the Kord Avesta, although forming no real part of it, the Yasks or hymns of praise and glorification to the several. Paragraph continues as its, and a number of fragments, the most important of which is the Head Ht Nask. That the extent of the sacred literature of Mazdaism was formerly much greater than it is now, appears not only from internal evidence, that is, from the fragmentary character of the book, but is also proved by historical evidence. In the first place, the Arab conquest proved fatal to the religious literature of Sasanian ages, a great part of which was either destroyed by the fanaticism of the conquerors and the new converts, or lost during the long exodus of the Parsis. Thus the Pahlavi translation of the Vend, which was not finished before the latter end of the Sasanian dynasty, contains not a few Zend quotations from books which are no longer in existence. Other quotations, as remarkable in their importance as in their contents, are to be found in Pahlavi and Parsi tracts, like the Ananas and the Eogenate. The Bundahis contains much matter which is not spoken of in the existing Avesta, but which is very likely to have been taken from Zend books which were still in the hands of its compiler. It is a tradition with the Parsis, that the Yasks were originally 30 in number, there having been one for each of the 30 Issues who preside over the 30 days of the month. Yet there are only 18 still extant. The cause that preserved the Avesta is obvious. Taken as a whole, it does not profess to be a religious encyclopedia, but only a liturgical collection, and it bears more likeness to a prayer book than to the Bible. It can be readily conceived that the Vend Sa, which had to be recited every day, would be more carefully preserved than the Yasks, which are generally recited once a month. And these again more carefully than other books, which, however sacred they might be, were not used in the performance of worship. Many texts, no doubt, were lost in consequence of the Arab conquest, but mostly such as would have more importance in the eyes of the theologian than in those of the priest. We have a fair specimen of what these lost texts may have been in the few non-liturgical fragments which we still possess, such as the Viski Yasna, P. XXXII. The blessing of Zoroaster upon King Viski, which belonged to the old epic cycle of Iran, and the Head Ht Nask, which treats of the fate of the soul after death. But if we have lost much of the Sasanian sacred literature, Sasanian Persia herself, if we may trust Parsi tradition, had lost still more of the original books. The primitive Avesta, as revealed by Ormusd Zoroaster and by Zoroaster Tabisky, king of Bactria, was supposed to have been composed of 21 Gnostic scroll books, the greater part of which was burnt by Iskander the Alexander the Great. After his death, the priests of the Zoroastrian religion met together, and by collecting the various fragments that had escaped the ravages of the war and others that they knew by heart, they formed the present collection, which is a very small part of the original book, as out of the 21 Gnostics there was only one that was preserved in its entirety, the Vend. This tradition is very old, and may be traced back from the present period even to Sasanian times. It involves the assumption that the Avesta is the remnant of the sacred literature of Persia under the last Achaemenid kings. To ascertain whether this inference is correct, and to what extent it may be so, we must first try to define, as accurately as we can, the exact time at which the collection, now in existence, was formed. The Rabti quoted above states that it was formed after the death of Iskander, which expression is rather vague, and may as well mean centuries after his death as immediately after his death. It is, in fact, hardly to be doubted that the latter was really what the writer meant. Yet, as the date of that Rabti is very recent, we had better look for older and more precise traditions. We find such a one in the Descartes, a Pahlavi book which enjoys great authority with the Parsis of our days, and which, although it contains many things of late origin, also comprises many old and valuable traditions. According to a proclamation, ascribed to Khosrow Harv, the collection of the Avesta fragments was begun in the reign of the last Arsacides, and was finished under Shap II. King Valkosh Vologases, it is said, first ordered all the fragments of the Avesta which might have escaped the ravages of Iskander, or been preserved by oral tradition, to be searched for and collected together. The first Sasanian king, Ardesh Biag, made the Avesta the sacred book of Iran, and Mazdaism the state religion. At last, Arb under Shap II, purified the Avesta and fixed the number of the Nasks, and Shap proclaimed to the heterodox, now that we have recognized the law of the world here below, they shall not allow the infidelity of anyone whatever, as I shall strive that it may be so. The authenticity of this record has been called in question, chiefly, I think, on account of the part that it ascribes to an Arsacide prince, which seems hardly to agree with the ideas generally entertained about the character of the Sasanian revolution. Most Parsi and Muhammadan writers agree that it was the Sasanian dynasty which raised the Zoroastrian religion from the state of humiliation into which the Greek invasion had made it sink, and, while it gave the signal for a revival of the old national spirit, made Mazdaism one of the cornerstones of the new establishment. Therefore it seems strange to hear that the first step taken to make Mazdaism a state religion was taken by one of those very Phil-Hellenic Parthian princes, who were so imbued with Greek ideas and manners. Yet this is the XXXIV. Very reason why we ought to feel some hesitation in rejecting this document, and its being at variance with the general Parsi view speaks rather for its authenticity. For as it was the general post-Sasanian tradition that the restoration of Mazdaism was the work of the first Sasanian kings, no Parsi would ever have thought of making them share what was in his eyes their first and best title of honor with any of the despised princes of the Parthian dynasty. It is difficult, of course, to prove directly the authenticity of this record, the more so as we do not even know who was the king alluded to. There were, in fact, 4 kings at least who bore the name of Valkash. The most celebrated and best known of the 4 was Vologases, the contemporary of Nero. Now that Zoroastrianism prevailed with him, or at least with members of his family, we see from the conduct of his brother Tiridates, who was a Magian Magus. And by this term we must not understand a magician, but a priest, and one of the Zoroastrian religion. That he was a priest appears from Tacitus' testimony. That he was a Zoroastrian is shown by his scruples about the worship of the elements. When he came from Asia to Rome to receive the crown of Armenia at the hands of Nero, he wanted not to come by sea, but rode along the coasts, because the Magi were forbidden to defile the sea. This is quite in the spirit of later Zoroastrianism, and salvers much of Mazdaism. That Vologases himself shared the religious scruples of his brother appears from his answer to Nero, who insisted upon his coming to Rome also. Come yourself, it is easier for you to cross such immensity of sea. Thus we hear on one hand from the Parsis that the first collection of the Avesta was made by an Arsacide named Vologases. And we hear, on the other hand, from a quite independent source, that an Arsacide named Vologases behaved himself as a follower of the Avesta might have done. In all this there is no evidence that it is Vologases who is mentioned in the Descartes, much less that he was really the first editor of the Avesta. But it shows at all events that the first attempt to recover the sacred literature of Iran might very well have been made by an Arsacide, and that we may trust, in this matter, to a document which has been written perhaps by a Sasanian king, but, at any rate, in a Sasanian spirit. In fact, in the struggle between Ardavan and Ardesh, there was no religious interest at stake, but only a political one. And we are expressly told by Hamzan that between Ardesh and his adversaries there was perfect accordance in religious matters. It can, therefore, be fairly admitted that even in the time and at the court of the Phil-Hellenic Parthians a Zoroastrian movement may have originated, and that there came a time when they perceived that a national religion is a part of national life. It was the merit of the Sassanides that they saw the drift of this idea which they had the good fortune to carry out. And this would not be the only instance, in the history of the world, of an idea being sown by one party and its advantages reaped by their adversaries. Another presumptive evidence of the groundwork of the Avesta being anterior to the age of the Sasanians is given by the language in which it is written. That language not only was not, but had never been, the national language of Persia. It is indeed closely connected with the ancient Persian, as found in the cuneiform inscriptions of the Achaemenid kings, from which modern Persian is derived. But the relations between ancient Persian and Zend are of such a kind that neither language can be conceived as being derived from the other. They are not one and the same language in 2 different stages of its development, but 2 independent dialects in nearly the same stage, which is a proof that they did not belong to the same country, and, therefore, that Zend was not the language of Persia. Now the language used in Persia after the death of Alexander, under the Arsacides and Sassanides, that is, during the period in which the Avesta must have been edited, was Pahlavi, which is not derived from Zend, but from ancient Persian, being the middle dialect between ancient and modern Persian. Therefore, if the Sasanian kings had conceived the project of having religious books of their own written and composed, it is not likely that they would have had them written in an old foreign dialect, but in the old national language, the more so, because, owing both to their origin and their policy, they were bound to be the representatives of the genuine old Persian tradition. Therefore, if they adopted Zend as the language of religion, it must have been because it was already so when they appeared, that is to say, because the only remnants of sacred literature then extant were written in Zend, and the editors of the Avesta had Zend writings before them. This does not, of course, prove that all we find in the Avesta is pre-Sasanian, and that the editors did not compose new Zend texts. Although Zend was not only a dead language, but also a foreign one, it was not an unknown language, that it was well understood by the learned class, the priests, appears from the Pahlavi translation, which was made by them, and which, the deeper one enters into the meaning of the text, has the fuller justice done to its merits. The earliest date that can be ascribed to that translation, in its present form, is the last century of the Sasanian dynasty, as it contains an allusion to the death of the Harasiarch Mazdak, the son of Viti, who was put to death in the beginning of the reign of Khosrow Harbabout. Now the ability to translate a dead language is a good test of the ability to write in it, and in the question of the age of the Zend texts, the possibility of new ones having been composed by the editors cannot be excluded a priori. Nay, we shall see further on that there are passages in these texts which look very modern, and may have been written at the time when the book took its last and definitive form. But whatever may be the proportion of the new texts to the old ones, which I believe to be very small, it is quite certain that the bulk of the Avesta is pre-Sasanian. The date assigned by the Descartes to the final edition of the Avesta and to its promulgation as the sacred law of the nation agrees with what we know of the religious state of Iran in the times of Shah II. Mazdaism had just been threatened with destruction by a new religion sprung from itself, the religion of M, which for a while numbered a king amongst its followers, Shah I. Mazdaism was shaken for a long time, and when M was put to death, his work did not perish with him. In the Qissa I sang, Zoroaster is introduced prophesying that the holy religion will be overthrown 3 times and restored 3 times. Overthrown the first time by Iskander, it will be restored by Ardesh. Overthrown again, it will be restored by Shah II and Armaristan. And, lastly, it will be overthrown by the Arabs and restored at the end of time by Sosios. The Parsi traditions about Arb, although they are mixed with much fable, allow some historical truth to show itself. He was a holy man under Shah II, who, as there were many religions and heresies in Iran and the true religion was falling into oblivion, restored it through a miracle, as he gave a sign of its truth by allowing melted brass to be poured on his breast, without his being injured. Setting aside the miracle, which is most probably borrowed from the legend of Zoroaster, this account receives its true interpretation from the passages in the Qissa I sang and the Descartes, which imply that Arb restored Mazdaism, which had been shaken by the Manichaean heresy, and that in order to settle it upon a solid and lasting base, he gave a definitive form to the religious book of Iran and closed the Holy Writ. And even nowadays the Parsi, while reciting the Padit, acknowledges Arb as the third founder of the Avesta. The first being Zoroaster, who received it from Ormuzd. The second GP, who received it from Zoroaster. And the third Arb, who taught it and restored it to its purity. Therefore, so far as we can trust to inferences that rest upon such scanty and vague testimonies, it seems likely that the Avesta took its definitive form from the hands of Armaristan, under King Shaf II, in consequence of the dangers with which M's heresy had threatened the national religion. As the death of M and the first persecution of his followers took place some 30 years before Shaf's accession to the throne, it may be presumed that the last revision of the Avesta was made in the first years of the new reign, when the agitation aroused by M's doctrines and imperfectly allayed by the persecution of his disciples had not yet subsided, and the old religion was still shaking on its base. It follows hence that the Zend texts may have been composed even as late as the 4th century AD. This is, of course, a mere theoretical possibility, for although the liturgical parts of the Yasna, the Vispad, the Espa, and the Port Avesta must be ascribed to a later time than the Jihaz, the Vend and the Yasts, and may belong to some period of revision, they certainly do not belong to the period of this last revision or was only the last editor of the Avesta, and it is likely, nay, it is beyond all question, that the doctors of the law, before his time, had tried to put the fragments in order, to connect them, and to fill up the gaps as far as the practical purposes of liturgy required it. Therefore, instead of saying that there are parts of the Avesta that may belong to so late a period as the 4th century, it is more correct to say that no part of it can belong to a later date. There are 2 passages in the Vend which seem to contain internal evidence of their date, and in both cases it points to Sasanian times, nay, the second of them points to the age of Manichaeism. The first is found in the 18th Fargrid of Hora Mazda, while cursing those who teach a wrong law, explains. And he who would set that man at liberty, when bound in prison, does no better deed than if he should flay a man alive and cut off his head. This anathema indicates a time when Mazdaism was a state religion and to fight against heresy. It must, therefore, belong to Sasanian times. These lines are fully illustrated by a Parsi book of the same period, the Mani Ikar. Good government is that which maintains and orders the true law and custom of the city people and poor untroubled, and thrusts out improper law and custom, and keeps in progress the worship of God, and duties, and good works, and will resign the body, and that also which is its own life, for the sake of the good religion of the Mazdow Yassians. And if there be anyone who shall stay away from the way of God, then it orders him to return thereto, and makes him a prisoner, and brings him back to the way of God, and will bestow, from the wealth that is his, the share of God, and the worthy, and good works, and the poor, and will deliver up the body on account of the soul. A good king who is of that sort, is called by the Azads and the Ameshkes. What doctrines are alluded to by the Vend is not explained. It appears from the context that it can do such sects as release the faithful from the yoke of religious practices, as it anathematizes, at the same time, those who have continued for 3 years without bearing the sacred burden. We know too little of the Manichaean liturgy to guess if the Manichaeans are here alluded to. That M should have rejected many Zoroastrian practices is not unlikely, as his aim was to found a universal religion. While he pushed to extreme several of the Zoroastrian tenets, especially those which had taken, or might receive, a moral or metaphysical meaning, he must have been very regardless of practices which could not be ennobled into moral symbolism. However it may be with regard to the foregoing passage, it is difficult not to see a direct allusion to Manichaeism in lines like the following IV, Sec. Verily I say it unto thee, O Spatama Zarathustra. The man who has a wife is far above him who begets no sons. He who keeps a house is far above him who has none. He who has children is far above the childless man, he who has riches is far above him who has none. And of 2 men, he who fills himself with meat is filled with a good spirit much more than he who does not so. The latter is all but dead. The former is above him by the worth of an asperina, by the worth of a sheep, by the worth of an ox, by the worth of a man. It is this man that can strive against the onsets of Asatru, that can strive against the self-moving arrow, that can strive against the winter fiend, with thinnest garment one, that can strive against the wicked tyrant and smite him on the head. It is this man that can strive against the ungodly Ashemegla who does not eat. That this is a bit of religious polemics, and that it refers to definite doctrines and tenets which were held at the time when it was written, can hardly be doubted. It may remind one of the Christian doctrines. And, in fact, it was nearly in the same tone, and with the same expressions, that in the 5th century King Yazgur branded the Christians in Armenia. But however eager the Christian propaganda may have been for a time in Persia, they never endangered the state religion. The real enemy was the heresy sprung from Mazdaism itself. And Christianity, coming from abroad, was more of a political than a religious foe. And, in point of fact, the description in the above passage agrees better with the Manichaean doctrines than with the Christian. Like them, Christian teachers held the single life holier than the state of matrimony, yet they had not forbidden marriage, which undid. They put poor Lazarus above dies, but they never forbade trade and husbandry, which undid. And, lastly, they never prohibited the eating of flesh, which was one of the chief precepts of them. We find, therefore, in this passage, an illustration, from the Avesta itself, of the celebrated doctrine of the 3 seals with which M had sealed the bosom, a hand, and the mouth of his disciple Signicum Sinus, Manus, Horus. We must now go a step farther back, and try to solve the question whence came the original texts out of which the editors of the Avesta formed their collection. Setting aside the Descartes, we have no Oriental document to help us in tracing them through the age of the Arsacides, a complete historical desert, and we are driven for information to the classical writers who are, on this point, neither very clear nor always credible. The mention of books ascribed to Zoroaster occurs not seldom during that period, but very often it applies to Alexandrian and Gnostic Apocrypha. Yet there are a few passages which make it pretty certain that there was a Mazdaean literature in existence in those times. Pausanias, traveling through Lydia in the 2nd century of our era, saw and heard Mazdaean priests singing hymns from a book. Whether these hymns were the same as the jihaz, still extant, we cannot ascertain, but this shows that there were jihaz. The existence of a Zoroastrian literature might be traced back as far as the 3rd century before Christ, if Pliny could be credited when he says that Hermippus had given an analysis of the books of Zoroaster, which are said to have amounted to lines. For want of external evidence for ascertaining whether the original texts were already in existence in the later years of the Achaemenid dynasty, we must seek for internal evidence. A comparison between the ideas expressed in our texts and what we know of the ideas of Achaemenid Persia may perhaps lead to safer inferences. That all the Avesta ideas were already fully developed in the time, or, at least, at the end of the paragraph continues Achaemenid dynasty, appears from the perfect accordance of the account of Mazdaism in Theopompos with the data of the Zend books. All the main features of Mazdaean belief, namely, the existence of 2 principles, a good and an evil one, Ormuzd and Ahriman, the antithetical creations of the 2 supreme powers, the division of all the beings in nature into 2 corresponding classes, the limited duration of the world, the end of the struggle between Ormuzd and Ahriman by the defeat and destruction of the evil principle, the resurrection of the dead, and the everlasting life, all these tenets of the Avesta had already been established at the time of Philip and Aristotle. Therefore we must admit that the religious literature then in existence, if there were any, must have differed but little, so far as its contents were concerned, from the Avesta. Its extent was greater, of course, and we have a proof of this in this very account of Theopompos, which gives us details nowhere to be found in the present texts, and yet the authenticity of which is made quite certain by comparative mythology. Therefore there is nothing that forbids us to believe, with the Parsis, that the fragments of which the Avesta is composed were already in existence before the Greek invasion. But it does not follow hence that the Achaemenid Avesta was the sacred book of the Achaemenians and of Persia, and it must not be forgotten that the account in Plutarch is not about the religion of Persia, but about the belief of the Magi and the folklore of Zoroaster. Now if we consider that the 2 characteristic features of Avestia Magism are, so far as belief goes, the admission of 2 principles, and so far as practice is concerned, the prohibition of burying the dead, we find that there is no evidence that Achaemenid Persia admitted the former, and there is evidence that she did not admit the latter. But, at the same time, it appears that both the belief and the practice were already in existence, though peculiar to one class, the sacerdotal class, the Magi. The question whether the Achaemenid kings believed in dualism and knew of Ahriman is not yet settled. Much stress has often been laid on the absence of the name of Ahriman in the religious formulae engraved by Darius and Xerxes on the rocks at Persepolis and Aqsi Rustum. But it is never safe to draw wide conclusions from negative facts. Darius and Xerxes speak of Ozdaqite quite in the style of the Avesta, and their not speaking of Ahriman is no sufficient proof of their not knowing him. They did not intend to publish a complete creed, nor had they to inscribe articles of faith. The account of the Persian religion in Herodotus also leaves, or seems to leave, Ahriman unnoticed. But it must be borne in mind that he does not expound the religious conceptions of the Persians, but only their religious customs. He describes their worship more than their dogmas, and not a single tenet is mentioned. He seems even not to know anything of Ormuzd, who was, however, most certainly the most supreme god of Persia in his days. Yet, in fact, he clearly alludes to Ormuzd when he states that the Persians worship Zeus on the summits of mountains, and call by the name of Zeus the whole circle of the heavens, which exactly agrees with the character of Ormuzd. In the same way the existence of Ahriman is indirectly pointed to by the duty enforced upon the faithful to persecute and kill noxious animals, as it was only on account of their being creatures of the evil principle and incarnations of it, that this custom was enjoined as a religious duty. It appears, it is true, from the words of Herodotus, that it was only a custom peculiar to the Magi. But it shows, at least, that the belief in Ahriman was already then in existence, and that dualism was constituted, at least, as a Magian article of faith. If we pass now from dogma to practice, we find that the most important practice of the Avesta law was either disregarded by the Achaemenid kings, or unknown to them. According to the Avesta, burying corpses in the earth is one of the most heinous sins that can be committed. We know that under the Sasanians a prime minister, Soses, paid with his life for an infraction of that law. Corpses were to be laid down on the summits of mountains, there to be devoured by birds and dogs. The exposure of corpses was the most striking practice of Mazdaean profession, and its adoption was the sign of conversion. Now under the Achaemenid rule, not only the burial of the dead was not forbidden, but it was the general practice. Persians, says Herodotus, bury their dead in the earth, after having coated them with wax. But Herodotus, immediately after stating that the Persians inter their dead, adds that the Magi do not follow the general practice, but lay the corpses down on the ground, to be devoured by birds. So what became a law for all people, whether laymen or priests, under the rule of the Sasanians, was only the custom of the Achaemenians. The obvious conclusion is that the ideas and customs which are found in the Avesta were already in existence under the Achaemenid kings. But that taken as a whole, they were not the general ideas and customs of the whole of Persia, but only of the sacerdotal caste. There were, therefore, practically, two religions in Iran, the one for laymen and the other for priests. The Avesta was originally the sacred book only of the Magi, and the progress of the religious evolution was to extend to laymen what was the custom of the priests. We are now able to understand how it was that the sacred book of Persia was written in a non-Persian dialect. It had been written in the language of its composers, the Magi, who were not Persians. Between the priests and the people there was not only a difference of calling, but also a difference of race, as the sacerdotal caste came from a non-Persian province. What the province was we know both from Greek historians and from Parsi traditions. All classical writers, from Herodotus down to Ammianus, agree in pointing to Media as the seat and native place of the Magi. In Media, says Marcellinus XXIII, are the fertile fields of the Magi. Having been taught in the magic science by King Hystaspes, they handed it down to their posterity, and thus from Hystaspes to the present age an immense family was developed, hereditarily devoted to the worship of the gods. In former times their number was very scanty, but they grew up by and by into the number and name of a nation, and inhabiting towns without walls they were allowed to live according to their own laws, protected by religious awe. Putting aside the legendary account of their origin, one sees from this passage that in the time of Marcellinus' fourth descent, AD there was in Media a tribe, called Magi, which had the hereditary privilege of providing Iran with priests. Strabo, writing 3 centuries before Marcellinus, considered the Magi as a sacerdotal tribe spread over the land. Lastly, we see in Herodotus II that the usurpation of the Magian Smartus was interpreted by Cambyses as an attempt of the Medes to recover the hegemony they had lost, and when we learn from Herodotus I that the Medes were divided into several tribes. Bisil, Ariadne, Strauchus, Arizanti, Pidi, and Magi. Without his making any remark on the last name, we can hardly have any doubt that the priests known as Magi belonged to the tribe of the Magi, that they were named after their origin, and that the account of Marcellinus may be correct even for so early a period as that of Herodotus. Parsi traditions agree with Greek testimonies that the priesthood is hereditary. We see from the statement in the Bundahis that all the Mawids are descendants from King Menoshir, and even nowadays the priesthood cannot extend beyond the priestly families. The son of a Dastur is not obliged to be a Dastur, but no one that is not the son of a Dastur can become one. That they came from Media, we see from the traditions about the native place of Zoroaster, their chief and the founder of their religion. Although epic legends place the cradle of Mazdian power in Bactria, at the court of King Biski, Bactria was only the first conquest of Zoroaster. It was neither his native place, nor the cradle of his religion. Although there are two different traditions on this point, both agree in pointing to Media. According to the one, he was born in Rai, that is in Media, properly so called. According to the other, he was born in Sh, that is in Media Atropatene. The former tradition seems to be the older. It is expressed directly in the Pahlavi commentary to Vandai. And there is in the Avesta itself Yasna XIX, a passage that either alludes to it or shows how it originated. How many masters are there? There are the master of the house, the lord of the borough, the lord of the town, the lord of the province, and the Zarathustra the high priest as the fifth. So is it in all lands, except in the Zarathustrian realm. For there are only 4 masters, in Raga, the Zarathustrian city. Who are they? They are the master of the house, the lord of the borough, the lord of the town, and Zarathustra is the 4th. This amounts to saying that the high priest, the Maud, held in Rai the position of the Davyuma, or lord of the land, and was the chief magistrate. It may be suspected that this was the independent sacerdotal state which is spoken of in Marcellinus, and this suspicion is raised to a certain degree of probability by the following lines in Yak. Us and a celebrated fortress in the district of Dangoan, in the province of Rai. It is very old, and was strongly fortified. It is said to have been in existence more than years, and to have been the stronghold of the Masno of Lam during the times of paganism. This word, which designates the high priest of Zoroastrian religion, is composed of Maz, great, and Mog, which means Magian. Kale besieged it, and the power blasted them. According to another tradition, Zarathustra was born in Atropatene. The very same commentary which describes Raga as being identical with Rai, and the native place of Zartust, also informs us that Raga was Ra by others to be Atropatene. Traditions, of which unfortunately we have only late records, make him a native of Sh, the capital of Atropatene. In Sh is the fire temple of Azir-Resh, the most celebrated of the Puraya of the Magi. In the days of the fire worship, the kings always came on foot, upon pilgrimage. The temple of Azir-Resh is ascribed to Zarathustra, the founder of the Magian religion, who went, it is said, from Sh to the mountain of Seband, after remaining there some time in retirement, returned with the Zend Avesta, which, although written in the Old Persian language, could not be understood without a commentary. After this he declared himself to be a prophet. Now we read in the Bundahis that Zartust founded his religion by offering a sacrifice in Irbi and Ba. Although this detail referred originally to the mythical character of Zoroaster, and Irbi was primitively no real country, yet as it was afterwards identified with the basin of the Ars Bunguvd Tayah, this identification is a proof that the cradle of the new religion was looked for on the banks of the Ars. In the Avesta itself we read that Zoroaster was born and received the law from Ormuzd on a mountain, by the river Darega, a name which strikingly reminds one of the modern Dara River, which falls from the Seb mountain to the Ars. To decide which of the two places, Rai or Atropatene, had the better claim to be called the native place of Zoroaster is of course impossible. The conflict of the two traditions must be interpreted as an indication that both places were important seats of the Magian worship. That both traditions may rely on the Avesta is perhaps a sign that the Avesta contains 2 series of documents, the one emanating from the Magi of Raga, and the other from the paragraph continues Magi of Atropatene. Which of the two places had the older claim is also a question hardly to be settled in the present state of our knowledge. Whether Magism came from Raga to Atropatene, or from Atropatene to Raga, in either case it had its origin in Media. That Persia should have submitted in religious matters to a foreign tribe will surprise no one who thinks of the influence of the Etruscan augurs in Rome. The Magi might be hated as Medes, but they were respected and feared as priests. When political revolutions gave vent to national hate, the Persian might willingly indulge it, and revel in the blood of the foreign priest. Yet whenever he had to invoke the favor of the gods, he was obliged to acknowledge that he could not do without the detested tribe, and that they alone knew how to make themselves feared by heaven. When and how the religious hegemony of Media arose we cannot say, it is but natural that Media, having risen sooner to a high degree of civilization, should have given to religion and worship a more systematic and elaborate form, and in religion, as in politics, the best organized power must sooner or later get the upper hand. It is likely that it began with the conquest of Media by Cyrus, Media Captifer and Victor Emskit. Cyrus is said to have introduced the Magian priesthood into Persia's Xenophon, Cyril. Which agrees with the legend mentioned by Nicolaus that it was on the occasion of the miraculous escape of Cyrus that the Persians remembered the old of Zoroaster forbidding the dead to be burnt. The Medic origin of the Magi accounts for a fact which perplexes at first sight, namely, the absence of the name of the Magi from the book written by themselves. Which is natural enough if the word Magi was not the name of the priest as a priest, but as a member of the tribe of the Magi. The proper word for a priest in the Avesta is Phrygian, literally, fireman, and that this was his name with the Persians too appears from the statement in Strabo XV, that the Magi are also called It is easy to conceive that the Persians, especially in ordinary parlance, would rather designate their priests after their origin than after their functions. But the Magi themselves had no reason to follow the Persian custom, which was not always free from an implication of spite or scorn. The only passage into which the word found its way is just one that betrays the existence of this feeling. The enemy of the priests is not called, as would be expected, and Anthropoktis, the hater of the Travansi of the Indian drama dish, but Amaghutkis, a hater of the Magi. The name, it is true, became current in Pahlavi and modern Persian, but it was at a time when the old national quarrels between Media and Persia were quenched, and the word could no longer carry any offensive idea with it. The results of the foregoing research may be summed up as follows. The original texts of the Avesta were not written by Persians, as they are in a language which was not used in Persia. They prescribed certain customs which were unknown to Persia, and proscribed others which were current in Persia. They were written in Media, by the priests of Raga and Atropatene, in the language of Media, and they exhibit the ideas of the sacerdotal class under the Achaemenid dynasty. It does not necessarily follow from this, that the original fragments were already written at the time of Herodotus. Paragraph continues, but as the Magi of that time sang songs of their gods during sacrifice, it is very likely that there was already a sacred literature in existence. The very fact that no sacrifice could be performed without the assistance of the Magi makes it highly probable that they were in possession of rites, prayers, and hymns very well composed and arranged, and not unlike those of the Brahmins. Their authority can only be accounted for by the power of a strongly defined ritual and liturgy. There must, therefore, have been a collection of formulae and hymns, and it is quite possible that Herodotus may have heard the Magi sing, in the 5th century BC, the very same jihas which are sung nowadays by the Mabades in Bombay. A part of the Avesta, the liturgical part, would therefore have been, in fact, a sacred book for the Persians. It had not been written by them, but it was sung for their benefit. That Zend hymns should have been sung before a Persian-speaking people is not stranger than Latin words being sung by Frenchmen, Germans, and Italians. The only difference being that, owing to the close affinity of Zend to Persian, the Persians may have been able to understand the prayers of their priests. It may, therefore, be fairly admitted that, on the whole, the present texts are derived from texts already existing under the Achaemenid kings. Some parts of the collection are undoubtedly older than others. Thus, the jihas are certainly older than the rest of the Avesta, as they are often quoted and praised in the Yasna and the Vend. But it is scarcely possible to go farther than a logical chronology. One might feel inclined, at first sight, to assign to a very recent date, perhaps to the last revision of the Avesta, those long enumerations of gods so symmetrically elaborated in the Yasna, Bist Ad, and Vend. But the account of Mazdaism given by Plutarch shows that the work of coordination was already terminated at the end of the Achaemenid period, and there is no part of the Avesta which, so far as the matter is concerned, may not have been written in those times. Nay, the Greek accounts of the period present us, in some measure, with a later stage of thought, and are pervaded with a stronger sense of symmetry than the Avesta itself. Such passages as the latter end of the Zany Yas and Venten, Sec. Prove that, when they were composed, the 7 arched DS were not yet pointedly contrasted with the 7 anxious bands, and therefore those passages might have been written long before the time of Philip. The theory of time and space as first principles of the world, of which only the germs are found in the Avesta, was fully developed in the time of Eudemos, a disciple of Aristotle. To what extent the Magian dogmatical conceptions were admitted by the whole of the Iranian population, or how and by what process they spread among it, we cannot ascertain for want of documentary evidence. As regards their observances we are better instructed, and can form an idea of how far and in what particulars they differed from the other Iranians. The new principle they introduced, or, rather, developed into new consequences, was that of the purity of the elements. Fire, earth, and water had always been considered sacred things, and had received worship. The Magi drew from that principle the conclusion that burying the dead or burning the dead was defiling a god. As early as Herodotus they had already succeeded in preserving fire from that pollution, and cremation was a capital crime. The earth still continued to be defiled, notwithstanding the example they set. And it was only under the Sasanians, when Mazdaism became the religion of the state, that they won this point also. The religious difference between the Persians and their Medic priests was therefore chiefly in observances. Out of the principles upon which the popular religion rested, the sacerdotal class drew by dint of logic, in a Puritan spirit, the necessity of strict observances, the yoke of which was not willingly endured by the mass of the people. Many acts, insignificant in the eyes of the people, became repugnant to their consciences and their more refined logic. The people resisted, and for a time Magian observances were observed only by the Magi. The slow triumph of Magism can be dimly traced through the Achaemenid period. Introduced by Cyrus, it reigned supreme for a time with the Pseudo-Smyrtus, and was checked by Darius. It seems to have resumed its progress under Xerxes. At least, it was reported that it was to carry out Magian principles that he destroyed the Greek temples, and that the first who rode on the Zoroastrian lore was a Magian, named Osthenes, who had accompanied him to Greece. New progress marked the reign of Artaxerxes Longimanus. The epic history of Iran, as preserved in the Shah and Ak, passes suddenly from the field of mythology to that of history with the reign of the king, which makes it likely that it was in his time that the legends of Media became national in Persia, and that his reign was an epoch in the political history of Magism. But the real victory was not won till 6 centuries later, when national interest required a national religion. Then, as happens in every revolution, the Ultra Party, that had pushed to the extreme the principles common to all, took the lead. The Magi ascended the throne with Ardesh, one of their pupils, and the Magian. Observances became the law of all Iran. But their triumph was not to be a long one. Their principles required an effort too continuous and too severe to be ever made by any but priests, who might concentrate all their faculties in watching whether they had not dropped a hair upon the ground. A working people could not be imprisoned in such a religion, though it might be pure and high in its ethics. The triumph of Islam was a deliverance for the consciences of many, and Nujism, by enforcing its observances upon the nation, brought about the ruin of its dogmas, which were swept away at the same time. Its triumph was the cause and signal of its fall. Footnotes XXX, a very improper designation, as sent means a commentary or explanation, and was applied only to explanatory texts, to the translations of the Avesta. Avesta from the Old Persian as the law. Theopert, Journal Asiatique, Mars is the proper name of the original texts. What it is customary to call the Zend language ought to be named the Avesto language. The Zend being no language at all. And, if the word be used as the designation of one, it can be rightly applied only to the Pahlavi. The expression Avesta and Zend is often used in the Pahlavi commentary to designate the law with its traditional and revealed explanation. L. This would be a principle of classification which unfortunately applies only to a small part of the Avesta. L. Still, if we follow the direction of the Zoroastrian legend, Majism must have spread from west to east, from Atropatene to Raga, from Raga to Bactria. And Atropatene must thus have been the first cradle of Mazdaism. Its very name points to its sacred character. Oriental writers, starting from the modern form of the name, Adarb interpreted as the seat of fire, with an allusion to the numerous fire springs to be found there. Modern scholars have generally followed the historical etymology given by Strabo, who states that, after the death of Alexander, the satrap Atropates made himself an independent sovereign in his satrapy, which was named after him Atropatene. This looks like a Greek etymology scarcely more to be trusted than the etymology of from, and it is hardly to be believed that the land should have lost its former name to take a new one from its king. It was not a newfangled geographical division, like Lotharingia, and had lived a life of its own for a long time before. Its name Arpatic seems to mean land of the descent of fire, as it was there that fire came down from heaven cf-LC. L. The Pahlavi names of the cardinal points show that Media was the center of orientation in Magian geography. Karens, Journal Asiatique, 2nd. L. Magophonia Hyark. III. L. T. Estio. Lair. Krum. CF Herrick. I. Amion. L. An echo of the old political history of Media seems to linger in Yazd, which shows Ozzy the Iranian Babylon Baruch. As Ozzy, in his legendary character, represents the foreign invader, this passage can hardly be anything but a far remote echo of the struggles between Media and the Mesopotamian empires. The legend of Ozzy is local only in Medikuli lands. He addresses his prayers to Ahriman by the banks of the Sipar Bundahas, his adversary for his born in Gil. He is bound to Mount Demon nearby. Lee, in their own language, the Zend, of which the modern representatives, if there be any left, should therefore be looked for in Atropatene or on the banks of the Caspian Sea. Their research is complicated by the growing intrusion of Persian words into the modern dialects, but as far as I can see from a very inadequate study of the matter, the dialect which exhibits most Zend features is the Talis dialect, on the southern bank of the Ars. Lee, the Pahlavi has one who hates the Mughal men. In the passage Lii, Magas is not a Magian, and it is translated by Magi, holiness, godliness, related to the Vedic Maga. Afterwards the two words were confounded, whence came the Greek statement that means at the same time a priest and a god Apollon. Tiam. XVII. Like, a further echo of the anti-Magian feelings may be heard in Yasna 9. Hema overthrew Kerzai, who rose up to seize royalty, and he said, no longer shall henceforth the Spartans go through the lands and teach at their will. This is a curious instance of how easily legendary history may turn myths to its advantage. The struggle of Hema against Kerzai is an old Indo-European myth, Kerzai being the same as the Vedic Krisu, who wants to keep away Soma from the hands of men. His name becomes in the Avesta the name of an anti-Magian king, it may be Darius, the usurper? And 10 centuries later it was turned into an appellation of the Christian Kaisers of Arcalisi equal? Yes? Tars A. Like, if the interpretation of the end of the Histon inscription preserved only in the Scythian version as given by Professor Oppert be correct, Darius must have made a collection of religious texts known as Avesta, whence it would follow, with great probability, that the present Avesta proceeded from Darius. The translation of the celebrated scholar is as follows: Jufeidun collection D texts declimas ailers and longarian quiotripoi next state pa and Jufeidun text D al roido Avesta. Hatakutumedan commentaire D al loi, and labiation la prai, bazend less traductions. La putla long des ms, pp. The authority of Oppert is so great, and at the same time the passage is so obscure, that I hardly know if there be more temerity in rejecting his interpretation or in adopting it. Yet I beg to observe that the words of Primus is the usual Scythian transliteration of the Persian dp, and inscription, and there is no apparent reason for departing from that meaning in this passage. If the word translated Daloi, Uku really represents here a Persian word Avesta, it need not denote the Avesta, the religious book, p. Li, as in that case the word would most certainly not have been translated in the Scythian version, but only transliterated. The ideogram for Beation, Pai, may refer to religious inscriptions like Persepolis I. The import of the whole passage would therefore be that Darius caused other inscriptions to be engraved, and wrote other edicts and religious formulae. The word, traduction, is only a guess. Lib. CFB. LB. Darius rebuilt the temples which the Magus Mada had destroyed with his Histanai. The Magi, it is said, wanted the gods not to be imprisoned within four walls. Sigda Legib II. Xerxes behaved himself as their disciple, at least in Greece. Still the Magi seem to have at last given way on that point to the Perso-Assyrian customs, and there were temples even under the Sasanians. LB. Linne. Hist. Nat. XXX. I. LB. C.F. Westergaard. Preface to the Zend Avesta. P. This agrees with what we know of the fondness of Artaxerxes for religious novelties. It was he who blended the worship of the Assyrian and Anti-Lida with that of the Iranian, and the ascription of that innovation to Artaxerxes Memnon by Clemens Alexandrinus Stromata I, must rest on a clear error, as in the time of Herodotus, who wrote under Longinus, the worship of Myla had already been introduced into Persia I. LV. Agrius II. LVI. De Gobineau. Histoire des Perses. II. Sec. LVI. We ought to discuss here the Scythian theory of Magism. But thus far we have been unable to find anywhere a clear and consistent account of its thesis and of its arguments. Nothing is known of any Scythian religion, and what is ascribed to a so-called Scythian influence, the worship of the elements, is one of the oldest and most essential features of the Aryan religions. Chapter 4: The origin of the Avesta religion. What was the religion of the Magi which we find reflected in the Avesta? And whence did it arise? Magism, in its general form, may be summed up as follows. The world, such as it is now, is twofold, being the work of two hostile beings, Ahura Mazda, the good principle, and Angra Mainyu, the evil principle. All that is good in the world comes from the former, all that is bad in it comes from the latter. The history of the world is the history of their conflict, how Angra Mainyu invaded the world of Ahura Mazda and marred it, and how he shall be expelled from it at last. Man is active in the conflict, his duty in it being laid before him in the law revealed by Ahura Mazda to Zarathustra. When the appointed time is come, a son of the lawgiver, still unborn, named Seshiant, will appear, Angra Mainyu and hell will be destroyed, men will rise from the dead, and everlasting happiness will reign over the world. We have tried in another book to show that the religion of the Magi is derived from the same source as that of the Indian rishis, that is, from the religion followed by the common forefathers of the Iranians and Indians, the Indo-Iranian religion. The Mazdian belief is, therefore, composed of two different strata. One comprises all the gods, myths, and ideas which were already in existence during the Indo-Iranian period, whatever changes they may have undergone during the actual Iranian period. The other comprises the gods, myths, and ideas which were only developed after the separation of the two religions. There were two general ideas at the bottom of the Indo-Iranian religion. First, that there is a law in nature, and, secondly, that there is a war in nature. There is a law in nature, because everything goes on in a serene and mighty order. Days after days, seasons after seasons, years after years come and come again. There is a marvelous friendship between the sun and the moon, the dawn has never missed its appointed time and place, and the stars that shine in the night know where to go when the day is breaking. There is a God who fixed but never failing law, and on whom it rests forever. There is a war in nature, because it contains powers that work for good and powers that work for evil. There are such beings as benefit man, and such beings as injure him. There are gods and fiends. They struggle on, never and nowhere more apparent than in the storm, in which, under our very eyes, the fiend that carries off the light and streams of heaven fights with the God that gives them back to man in the thirsty earth. There were, therefore, in the Indo-Iranian religion a latent monotheism and an unconscious dualism, both of which, in the further development of Indian thought, slowly disappeared. But Mazdaism lost neither of these two notions, nor did it add a new one, and its original action was to cling strongly and equally to both ideas and push them to an extreme. The God that has established the laws in nature is the heaven God. He is the greatest of gods, since there is nothing above him nor outside of him. He has made everything, since everything is produced or takes place in him. He is the wisest of all gods, since with his eyes, the sun, moon, and stars, he sees everything. This God was named either after his bodily nature Varana, the all-embracing sky, or after his spiritual attributes Ashura, the Lord, Ashura is the Devas, the all-knowing Lord, Ashura Mazdh, the Lord of high knowledge. The supreme Ashura of the Indo-Iranian religion, the heaven God, is called in the Avesta Ahura Mazda, the all-knowing Lord. His concrete name Varana, which became his usual name in India Varna, was lost in Iran, and remained only as the name of the material heaven, and then of a mythical region, the Varana, which was the seat of the mythical fight between a storm god and a storm fiend. The spiritual attributes of the heaven god were daily more and more strongly defined, and his material attributes were thrown farther into the background. Yet many features, though ever dimmer and dimmer, betray his former bodily or, rather, his sky nature. He is white, right, seen afar, and his body is the greatest and fairest of all bodies. He has the sun for his eye, the rivers above for his spouses, the fire of lightning for his son. He wears the heaven as a star-spangled garment, he puts on the hard stone of heaven, he is the hardest of all gods. He dwells in the infinite luminous space, and the infinite luminous space is his place. His body. In the time of Herodotus, Persians, while invoking Ahura-Mazda, the creator of earth and heaven, still knew who he was, and called the whole vault of the sky Zeus, that is to say, called it the supreme god. In the Indo-Iranian religion, the supreme Ashura, although he was the supreme god, was not the only god. There were near him and within him many mighty beings, the sun, wind, lightning, thunder, rain, prayer, sacrifice, which as soon as they struck the eye or the fancy of man, were at once turned into gods. If the heaven Ashura, greater in time and space, eternal and universal, everlasting and ever-present, was without effort raised to the supreme rank by his twofold infinitude, there were other gods, of shorter but mightier life, who maintained against him their right to independence. The progress of religious thought might as well have gone on to transfer power from him to any of these gods, as to make his authority unrevolved. The former was the case in India, in the middle of the Vedic period. Indra, the dazzling god of storm, rose to supremacy in the Indian pantheon, and outshines Varuna with the roar and splendor of his feats. But soon to give way to a new and mystic king, prayer or Brahman. Not so did Mazdaism, which struggled on towards unity. The Lord slowly brought everything under his unquestioned supremacy, and the other gods became not only his subjects, but his creatures. This movement was completed as early as the 4th century BC. Nowhere can it be more clearly traced than in the Amesha Spentus and Mithra. The Indo-Iranian Ashura was often conceived as sevenfold, by the play of certain mythical formulae and the strength of certain mythical numbers. The ancestors of the Indo-Iranians had been led to speak of 7 worlds, and the supreme god was often made sevenfold, as well as the worlds over which he ruled. The names and the several attributes of the 7 gods had not been as yet defined, nor could they be then. After the separation of the 2 religions, these gods, named Ditya, the infinite ones, in India, were by and by identified there with the sun, and their number was afterwards raised to 12, to correspond to the 12 successive aspects of the sun. In Persia, the 7 gods are known as Amesha Spentus, the undying and well-doing ones. They by and by, according to the new spirit that breathed into religion, received the names of the deified abstractions, Vohu man good thought, Asha Vahista excellent holiness, Sathra very perfect salvarenty, Spentamati divine piety, Puradat and a merit health and immortality. The first of them all was and remained Ahura Mazda. But whereas formerly he had been only the first of them, he was now their father. I invoke the glory of the Amesha Spentus, who all 7 have one and the same thinking, one and the same speaking, one and the same doing, one and the same Father and Lord, Ahura Mazda. In the Indo-Iranian religion, the Ashura of heaven was often invoked in company with Mitra, the god of the heavenly light, and he let him share with himself the universal salvarenty. In the Veda, they are invoked as a pair Mitra Varun, which enjoys the same power and right as Varuna alone, as there is nothing more in Mitra Varun than in Varuna alone, Mitra being the light of heaven, that is, the light of Varuna. But Ahura Mazda could no longer bear an equal, and Mithra became one of his creatures. This Mithra, the lord of wide pastures, I have created as worthy of sacrifice, as worthy of glorification, as I, Ahura Mazda, am myself. But old formulae, no longer understood, in which Mithra and Ahura, or, rather, Mithra Ahura, are invoked in an indivisible unity, dimly remind one that the creator was formerly a brother to his creature. Thus came a time when Ahura was not only the maker of the world, the creator of the earth, water, trees, mountains, roads, wind, sleep, and light, was not only he who gives to man life, shape, and food, but was also the father of Tisriya, the rain-bestowing god, of Virthrana, the fiend-smitting god, and of Hema, the tree of eternal life, the father of the six Alisha Stentis, the father of all gods. Yet, with all his might, he still needs the help of some god, of such as free the oppressed heavens from the grasp of the fiend. When storm rages in the atmosphere, he offers up a sacrifice to Vayu, the bright storm god, who moves in the wind. He entreats him, grant me the favor, thou Vayu whose action is most high, that I may smite the world of anger mine you, and that he may not smite mine. Vayu, whose action is most high, granted the asked for favor to the creator Ahura Mazda. And when Zoroaster is born, Ahura entreats Aodvsa and Ida that the newborn hero may stand by him in the fight scene. Whereas in India the fiends were daily driven farther and farther into the background, and by the prevalence of the metaphysical spirit gods and fiends came to be nothing more than changing and fleeting creatures of the everlasting, indifferent being, Persia took her demons in real earnest. She feared them, she hated them, and the vague and unconscious dualism that lay at the bottom of the Indo-Iranian religion has its unsteady outlines sharply defined, and became the very form and frame of man's deism. The conflict was no more seen and heard in the passing storm only, but it raged through all the avenues of space and time. The evil became a power of itself, engaged in an open and never-ceasing warfare with the good. The good was centered in the supreme God, in Ahura Mazda, the bright God of heaven, the all-knowing Lord, the Maker, who, as the author of every good thing, was the good spirit, spent in Minyu. In front of him and opposed to him slowly rose the evil spirit, anger Minyu. We will briefly explain what became, in man's deism, of the several elements of the Indo-Iranian dualism, and then we will show how the whole system took a regular form. The war in nature was waged in the storm. The Vedas describe it as a battle fought by a god, Indra, armed with the lightning and thunder, against a serpent, Ahi, who has carried off the dawns or the rivers, described as goddesses or as milch cows, and who keeps them captive in the folds of the cloud. This myth appears in a still simpler form in the Avesta. It is a fight for the possession of the light of Hvare in between Ar and Azida. Ar means fire. He is both a thing and a person. He is sometimes described as the weapon of Ahura, but usually as his son, as the fire that springs from heaven can be conceived either as flung by it, or as born of it. Azida, the fiendish snake, is a three-headed dragon, who strives to seize and put out the Hvare and he takes hold of it, but Ar frightens him away and recovers the light. The scene of the fight is the sea Virukasha, a sea from which all the waters on the earth fall down with the winds and the clouds. In other words, they fight in the sea above, in the atmospheric field of battle. The same myth in the Vedas was described as a Trita Trautan or Trita Taiha, Trita, the son of waters, who killed the three-headed, six-eyed fiend, and let loose the cows. The son of waters is both in the Vedas and in the Avesta a name of the fire god, as born from the cloud, in the lightning. The same tale is told in the same terms in the Avesta, Vairamakuya killed Azida the fiendish snake, the three-mouthed, three-headed, six-eyed. The most dreadful drug created by Angramanyu. The scene of the battle is the four-cornered Varana, which afterwards became a country on the earth, when Praeona himself and Azi became earthly kings, but which was formerly nothing less than the four-pointed Varana, that is, the four-sided. The heavens. The fight for the waters was described in the myth of later growth, a sort of representamento, the myth of Tisriya and Akasha. Akasha keeps away the rain, Tisriya, worsted at first, then strengthened by a sacrifice which has been offered to him by Mazda, Nox, clown Akasha with his club, the fire Vista, and the waters stream freely down the seven Karsh there, led by the winds, by the son of the waters, and by the light that dwells in the waters. The god that conquers light is chiefly praised in the Vedas under the name of Indra Vritrahan, Indra the fiend's Imshur. His Iranian brother is named Virthrana, which became bind by the genius of Victory Bear. Yet although he assumed a more abstract character than Indra, he retained the mythical features of the storm god, and his original nature was so little forgotten that he was worshipped on earth as a fire, the bear fire, which was believed to be an emanation from the fire above, and the most powerful protector of the land against foes and fiends. In the Indo-Iranian mythology, Vayu was the word for both the atmosphere and the bright god who fights and conquers in it. As a god, Vayu became in man's deism Vayu, a god conqueror of light, a Zimshur of the fiends, all made of light, who moves in a golden car, with sonorous rings. Ahura Mazda invokes him for help against Angramanyu. Another name of Vayu is Rahvitra. This word meant originally the god of the resting place with good pastures, the clouds in the atmosphere being often viewed as a herd of cows, and the Indian Vayu as a good shepherd. Hence came the connection of Rahvitra with Mithra, the lord of the wide pastures. In later times, chiefly owing to a mistake in language Hvitra being thought to be related to the root Hvarez, to taste, Rahvitra became the god who gives a good flavor to elements. Considered as a thing, as the atmosphere, Vayu is the place where the god and the fiend meet. There is therefore a part of it which belongs to the good and another part which belongs to the evil. Hence came the later notion that between Ormuzd and Ahriman there is a void space, V, in which their meeting takes place. Hence came also the distinction of two Vi, the good one and the bad one, which, probably by the natural connection of Vayu, the atmosphere, with the heavens whose movement is destiny, became at last the good fate and the bad fate, or destiny bringing good and evil, life and death. Azi is not always vanquished. He may also conquer. And it is just because the serpent has seized upon the sky and darkened the light, that the battle breaks out. Azi has carried off the sovereign light, the Hvaren from Yima Khshha, the shining Yima. In the course of time Praeona, Yima, and Azida became historical. It was told how King Jemsh Yima Khsh Ta had been overthrown and killed by the usurper Zodala, a man with two snakes' heads upon his shoulders, and how Zo himself had been overthrown by Prince of the Royal Blood, Praeona. Yet Zo, though vanquished, could not be killed. He was bound to Mount Dam and, there to lie in bonds till the end of the world, when he shall be let loose, and then killed by Hare's paw. The fiend is as long-lived as the world, since as often as he is vanquished he appears again, as dark and fearful as ever. While the serpent passed thus from mythology into legend, he still continued under another name, or, more correctly, under another form of his name, I, a word which the Parsis converted into a pallid and lifeless abstraction by identifying it with a similar word from the same root, meaning want. But that he was the very same being as Ozzy, the snake, appears from his adversaries. Like Ozzy, he fights against Ar, the fire, and strives to extinguish it, and together with the Perkus, he wants to carry off the rain floods, like the Indian Ahi. Nazdaism, as might be expected from its name. Principle, is very rich in demons. There are whole classes of them which belong to the Indo-Iranian mythology. The Vedic Vyas are found unaltered in the Avesta. The Vayu in the Vedas is the demon taking any form he pleases, the fiend as a wizard, so he is in the Avesta also, where the name is likewise extended to the Vayu man, the sorcerer. With the Vyas are often associated the Perkus the Paris. The Perika corresponds in her origin and perhaps as to her name to the Indian Apsaras. The light for which the storm god struggled was often compared, as is well known, to a fair maid or bride carried off by the fiend. There was a class of myths, in which, instead of being carried off, she was supposed to have given herself up, of her own free will, to the demon, and to have betrayed the god, her lover. In another form of myth, still more distant from the naturalistic origin, the Perikas were nymphs of a fair, but erring line, who seduced the heroes to lead them to their ruin. Afterwards the Pari became at length the seduction of idolatry. In their oldest Avesta form they are still demoniac nymphs, who rob the gods and men of the heavenly waters. They hover between heaven and earth, in the midst of the sea Urukasha, to keep off the rain floods, and they work together with Aya and Apesha. Then we see the Perika, under the name of Kay and Haiti, cleave to Kair's paw. Kair's paw, like Raeona, is the great center of demons, who kill the snake Srva, the twin brother of Ozzy Da A. It was related in later tales that he was born immortal, but that having despised the holy religion he was killed, during his sleep, by a Turk, which, being translated into old myth, would mean that he gave himself up to the Perika Kh and Haiti, who delivered him asleep to the fiend. Yet he must rise from his sleep, at the end of time, to kill Ozzy, and Kh and Haiti will be killed at the same time by Seshayant, the son of Zarathustra, which shows her to be a genuine sister of Ozzy. Then come the host of storm fiends, the Druids, the Dwarfs, the Dragons, all names meaning the running ones, and referring to the headlong course of the fiends in storm, the onsets of the wounding crew. One of the foremost amongst the Druids, their leader in their onsets, is Aima, the Raven, a fiend with a wounding spear. Originally a mere epithet of the storm fiend, Aima was afterwards converted into an abstract, the demon of rage and anger, and became an expression for all moral wickedness, a mere name of Armun. A class of demons particularly interesting are the Varanya Da'as. The phrase, an old one belonging to the Indo-European mythology, meant originally the gods in heaven. When the Da'as were converted into demons, they became the fiends in the heavens, the fiends who assail the sky. And later on, as the meaning of the word Varena was lost, the fiends of the Varena land. And finally, nowadays, as their relation to Varena is lost to sight, they are turned by popular etymology, now into demons of lust, and now into demons of doubt. To the Perika is closely related the high top the yellow, the long-handed. She lulls back to sleep the world as soon as awaked, and makes the faithful forget in slumber the hour of prayer. But as at the same time she is said to have fallen upon Kair's paw, one sees that she belonged before to a more concrete sort of mythology, and was a sister to Kh and Haiti and to the Perkus. A member of the same family as Gahi, who was originally the god's bride giving herself up to the demon, and became then, by the progress of abstraction, the demon of unlawful love and unchastity. The courtesan is her incarnation, as the sorcerer is that of the Vayu. Death gave rise to several personations. Sorrow, which in our texts is only the proper name of a demon, was probably identical in meaning, as he is in name, with the Vedic Saro, the arrow, a personification of the arrow of death as a godlike being. The same idea seems to be conveyed by Ishu's HVHAKHT, the self-moving arrow, a designation to be accounted for by the fact that Saro, in India, before becoming the arrow of death, was the arrow of lightning with which the god killed his foe. A more abstract personification is Ipi Marshem, the unseen death, death which creeps unawares. Asvias, the bone divider, who, like the Yama of the Sanskrit epic, holds a noose around the neck of all living creatures. In the conflict between gods and fiends man is active, he takes a part in it through the sacrifice. The sacrifice is more than an act of worship, it is an act of assistance to the gods. Gods, like men, need drink and food to be strong. Like men, they need praise and encouragement to be a good cheer. When not strengthened by the sacrifice, they fly helpless before their foes. Tistria, worshipped by Apesha, cries to Ahura, O Ahura Mazda. Men do not worship me with sacrifice and praise. Should they worship me with sacrifice and praise, they would bring me the strength of 10 horses, 10 bulls, 10 mountains, 10 rivers. Ahura offers him a sacrifice. He brings him there by the strength of 10 horses, 10 bulls, 10 mountains, 10 rivers. Tistria runs back to the battlefield and Apesha flies before him. The sacrifice is composed of 2 elements, offerings and spells. The offerings are libations of holy waters Ahura, holy meat Mayazda, and Hema. The last offering is the most sacred and powerful of all. Hema, the Indian soma, is an intoxicating plant, the juice of which is drunk by the faithful for their own benefit and for the benefit of their gods. It comprises in it the powers of life of all the vegetable kingdom. There are 2 hemas, one is the yellow or golden hema, which is the earthly hema, and which, when prepared for the sacrifice, is the king of healing plants. The other is the white hema or Gaogarena, which grows up in the middle of the sea Urukasha, surrounded by the 10,000 healing plants. It is by the drinking of Gaogarena that men, on the day of the resurrection, will become immortal. Spell or prayer is not less powerful than the offerings. In the beginning of the world, it was by reciting the Honora Huna Varya that foremost confounded Armin. Man, too, sends his prayer between the earth and the heavens, there to smite the fiends, the Kavirdas and the Kaverdis, the Kantas and the Kandis, the Zandas and the Vyas. A number of divinities sprang from the hearth of the altar, most of which were already in existence during the Indo-Iranian period. Piety, which every day brings offerings and prayers to the fire of the altar, was worshipped in the Vedas as Aramati, the goddess who every day, morning and evening, streaming with the sacred butter, goes and gives up herself to Amy. She was praised in the Avesta in a more sober manner as the abstract genius of piety. Yet a few practices preserved evident traces of old myths on her union with Ar, the fire god. Amy, as a messenger between gods and men, was known to the Vedas as Narsansa. Hence came the Avesta messenger of Ahura, Nari Sangha. The riches that go up from earth to heaven and the offerings of man and come down from heaven to earth and the gifts of the gods were deified as Ra, the gift, Ashi, the felicity, and more vividly in Pindi, the keeper of treasures, who comes on the sounding chariot, a sister to the Vedic Puranti. The order of the world, the Vedic Rita, the Zendasha, was deified as Asha Vahista, the excellent Asha. Stresha is the priest god. He first tied the bear's mind into bundles, and offered up sacrifice to Ahura. B first sang the holy hymns. His weapons are the Ahuna Virya and the Yasna, and thrice in each day, in each night, he descends upon this harsh bear to smite Angra Mainyu and his crew of demons. It is he who, with his club uplifted, protects the living world from the terrors of the night, when the fiends rush upon the earth. It is he who protects the dead from the terrors of death, from the assaults of Angra Mainyu and Venus. It is through a sacrifice performed by Ormus, as a Zi, and Stresha, as a Rask, that at the end of time Ahriman will be forever vanquished and brought to naught. Thus far, the single elements of Mazdaism do not essentially differ from those of the Vedic and Indo-European mythologies generally. Yet Mazdaism, as a whole, took an aspect of its own by grouping these elements in a new order, since by referring everything either to Ahura Mazda or Angra Mainyu as its source, it came to divide the world into two symmetrical halves, in both of which a strong unity prevailed. The change was summed up in the rising of Angra Mainyu, a being of mixed nature, who was produced by abstract speculation from the old Indo-European storm fiend, and who borrowed his form from the supreme god himself on the one hand. As the world battle is only an enlarged form of the mythical storm fight, Angra Mainyu, the fiend of fiends and the leader of the evil powers, is partly an abstract embodiment of their energies and feats. On the other hand, as the antagonist of Ahura, he is modeled after him, and partly, as it were, a negative projection of Ahura. Ahura is all light, truth, goodness, and knowledge. Angra Mainyu is all darkness, falsehood, wickedness, and ignorance. Ahura dwells in the infinite light. Angra Mainyu dwells in the infinite night. Whatever the good spirit makes, the evil spirit mars. When the world was created, Angra Mainyu broke into it, opposed every creation of Ahura's with a plague of his own, killed the firstborn bull that had been the first offspring and source of life on earth. He mixed poison with plants, smoke with fire, sin with man, and death with life. Under Ahura were ranged the six Amisha Spentus. They were at first mere personifications of virtues and moral or liturgical powers. But as their lord and father ruled over the whole of the world, they took by and by each a part of the world under their care. The choice was not altogether artificial, but partly natural and spontaneous. The empire of waters and trees was vested in Purvat and Merit, health and immortality, through the influence of old Indo-Iranian formulae, in which waters and trees were invoked as the springs of health and life. More complex trains of ideas and partly the influence of analogy fixed the field of action of the others. Sathra Virya, the perfect Salvranti, had molten grass for its emblem, as the god in the storm established his empire by means of that molten grass, the fire of lightning. He thus became the king of metals in general. Asha Vahista, the holy order of the world, as maintained chiefly by the sacrificial fire, became the genius of fire. Medes seems to have become a goddess of the earth as early as the Indo-Iranian period, and Boguman had the living creation left to his superintendence. The Amisha Spentus projected, as it were, out of themselves, as many Da'as or demons, who, either in their being or functions, were, most of them, hardly more than dim inverted images of the very gods they were to oppose, and whom they followed through all their successive evolutions. Purvat and Merit, health and life, were opposed by Toru and Zairi, sickness and decay, who changed into rulers of thirst and hunger when Purvat and Merit had become the anxious bands of waters and trees. Boguman or good thought, was reflected in Atman evil thought. Sorrow, the arrow of death, Indra, a name or epithet of fire as destructive, and Hathia, an old Indo-Iranian divinity, whose meaning was forgotten in Iran and misinterpreted by popular etymology, were opposed, respectively, to Xanthra Virya, Asha Vahista, and Spentamadi, and became the demons of tyranny, corruption, and impiety. Then came the symmetrical armies of the numberless gods and kings, Azadas and Turmans. Everything in the world was engaged in the conflict. Whatever works, or is fancied to work, for the good of man or for his harm, for the wider spread of life or against it, comes from, and strives for, either Ahura or Angra Mainyu. Animals are enlisted under the standards of either the one spirit or the other. In the eyes of the Parsis, they belong either to Ormus or Ahriman according as they are useful or hurtful to man. But, in fact, they belonged originally to either the one or the other, according as they had been incarnations of the god or of the fiend, that is, as they chanced to have lent their forms to either in the storm tales. In a few cases, of course, the habits of the animal had not been without influence upon its mythic destiny, but the determinative cause was different. The fiend was not described as a serpent because the serpent is a subtle and crafty reptile, but because the storm fiend envelopes the goddess of light, or the milked cows of the raining heavens, with the coils of the cloud as with a snake's folds. It was not animal psychology that disguised gods and fiends as dogs, otters, hedgehogs, and cocks, or as snakes, tortoises, frogs, and ants, but the accidents of physical qualities and the caprice of popular fancy, as both the god and the fiend might be compared with, and transformed into, any object, the idea of which was suggested by the uproar of the storm, the blazing of the lightning, the screaming of the water, or the hue and shape of the clouds. Killing the Armenian creatures, the crabstras, is killing Arman himself, and sin may be atoned for by this means. Killing an Armazdian animal is an abomination, it is killing God himself. Persia was on the brink of zoology, and escaped it only by misunderstanding the principles she followed. The fulgurating conqueror of Persia, Tistriga, was described in mythic tales sometimes as a boar with golden horns, sometimes as a horse with yellow cars, sometimes as a beautiful youth. But as he had been compared to a shining star on account of the gleaming of lightning, the stars joined in the fray, where they stood with Tistriga on Ahura's side. And partly for the sake of symmetry, partly owing to Chaldean influences, the planets passed into the army of Armin. Man, according to his deeds, belongs to Ormus or to Armin. He belongs to Ormus. He is a man of Asha, the Holy One, if he offers sacrifice to Ormus and the gods, if he helps them by good thoughts, words, and deeds, if he enlarges the world of Ormus by spreading life over the world, and if he makes the realm of Armin narrow by destroying his creatures. A man of Asha is that fervent priest who drives away fiends and diseases by spells, the Rapata warrior who with his club crushes the head of the infamous, the Vitri husbandman who makes good and plentiful harvests grow up out of the earth. He who does the contrary is a Drvant, demon, and an Ashadin, foe of Asha, and Ashamedha, confounder of Asha. The man of Ashra who has lived for Ahura Mazda will have a seat near him in heaven, in the same way as in India the man of Rita, the faithful one, goes to the palace of Varuna, there to live with the forefathers, the Pitras, a life of everlasting happiness. Thence he will go out, at the end of time, when the dead shall rise, and live a new and all-happy life on the earth free from evil and death. This brings us to speak of a series of myths which have done much towards obscuring the close connection between the Avesta and the Vedic mythologies. I mean the myths about the heavenly life of Yama. In the Veda, Yama, the son of Vigasthat, is the first man and, therefore, the first of the dead, the king of the dead. As such he is the center of gathering for the departed, and he presides over them in heaven, in the Yamas and as king of men, near Varuna the king of gods. His Avesta twin brother, Yama, the son of Vyanghat, is no longer the first man, as this character had been transferred to another hero, of later growth, Gay Meridan. Yet he has kept nearly all the attributes which were derived from his former character. On the one hand he is the first king, and the founder of civilization. On the other hand, the best mortals gather around him in a marvelous palace, in Arianava which appears to be identical with the Yamas and from Yama meeting there with Ahura and the gods, and making his people live there a blessed life. But, by and by, as it was forgotten that Yama was the first man and the first of the dead, it was also forgotten that his people were nothing else than the dead joined to their common ancestor above and to the king of heaven. The people in the Vara were no longer recognized as the human race, but became a race of a supernatural character, different from those who continued going, day by day, from earth to heaven to join Ahura Mazda. But the life of the world is limited, the struggle is not to last forever, and Ahriman will be defeated at last. The world was imagined as lasting a long year of 12 millenniums. There had been an old myth, connected with that notion, which made the world end in a frightful winter, to be succeeded by an eternal spring, when the blessed would come down from the Vara of Yama to repeople the earth. But as storm was the ordinary and more dramatic form of the strife, there was another version, according to which the world ended in a storm, and this version became the definitive one. The serpent, Azidala, let loose, takes hold of the world again. As the temporary disappearance of the light was often mythically described either as the sleeping of the god, or as his absence, or death, its reappearance was indicative of the awakening of the hero, or his return, or the arrival of a son born to him. Hence came the tales about Karspa awakening from his sleep to kill the snake finally. The tales about Keshanu, Agrayat, India, and others living in remote countries till the day of the last fight is come. And, lastly, the tales about Seshyant, the son who is to be born to Zarathustra at the end of time, and to bring eternal light and life to mankind, as his father brought them the law and the truth. This brings us to the question whether any historical reality underlies the legend of Zarathustra or Zoroaster. Mazdaism has often been called Zoroaster's religion, in the same sense as Islam is called Muhammad's religion, that is, as being the work of a man named Zoroaster, a view which was favored, not only by the Parsi and Greek accounts, but by the strong unity and symmetry of the whole system. Moreover, as the moral and abstract spirit which pervades Mazdaism is different from the Vedic spirit, and as the word Deva, which means a god in Sanskrit, means a demon in the Avesta, it was thought that Zoroaster's work had been a work of reaction against Indian polytheism, in fact, a religious schism. When he lived no one knows, and everyone agrees that all that the Parsis and the Greeks tell of him is mere legend, through which no solid historical facts can be arrived at. The question is whether Zoroaster was a man converted into a god, or a god converted into a man. No one who reads, with a mind free from the yoke of classical recollections, I do not say the Book of Zoroaster which may be charged with being a modern romance of recent invention, but the Avesta itself, will have any doubt that Zoroaster is no less an essential part of the Muslim mythology than the son expected to be born to him, at the end of time, to destroy Ahriman. Zoroaster is not described as one who brings new truth and drives away error, but as one who overthrows the demons. He is a center of fiends, like Virdrana, Abna, Tisriya, Venu, or Karspa, and he is stronger and more valiant than Karspa himself. The difference between him and them is that, whereas they smite the fiend with material weapons, he smites them chiefly with a spiritual one, the word or prayer. We say chiefly because the holy word is not his only weapon. He repels the assaults of Arjun with stones as big as a house which Ahura has given to him, and which were furnished, no doubt, from the same quarry as the stones which are cast at their enemies by Indra, by Ani, by the merits, or by power, and which are the flame, wherewith, as with a stone, the storm god aims at the fiend. Therefore his birth, like the birth of every storm god, is longed for and hailed with joy as the signal of its deliverance by the whole living creation, because it is the end of the dark and arid reign of the demon. In his birth, in his growth did the floods and trees rejoice in his birth, in his growth the floods and trees did grow up in his birth, in his birth the floods and trees exclaimed with joy. Ahura himself longs for him and fears lest the hero about to be born may not stand by him. He offered up a sacrifice to Ardvsa and Ida, he, the maker, Ahura Mazda. He offered up the Hema, the Mayasda, the Bearsma, the holy words. He besought her, saying, Vouchsafe me the boon, O high, mighty, undefiled goddess, that I may bring about the son of Pureshasva, the holy Zarathustra. To think according to the law, to speak according to the law, to work according to the law. Ardvsa and Ida granted the boon to him who was offering up libations, sacrificing and beseeching. Zarathustra stands by Ahura. The fiends come rushing along from hell to kill him, and fly away terrified by his HVARE and Angomanu himself is driven away by the stones he hurls at him. But the great weapon of Zarathustra is neither the thunderstones he hurls, nor the glory with which he is surrounded, it is the word. In the voice of thunder the Greeks recognize the warning of a god which the wise understand, and they worshipped it as Sa, E, the word, messenger of Zeus. The Romans worshipped it as a goddess, Fama. India adores it as the voice in the cloud, the Triune which issues from the waters, from the forehead of the father, and hurls the deadly arrow against the foe of Brahman. So the word from above is either a weapon that kills, or a revelation that teaches. In the mouth of Zarathustra it is both. Now he smites down Angomanu with the Ahuna Varya Honora as he would do with stones as big as a house, and he burns him up with the ashen Bogu as with melted brass. Now he converses with Ahura, on the mountain of the holy questions, in the forest of the holy questions. Any storm god, whose voice descends from above to the earth, may become a godlike messenger, a lawgiver, a Zarathustra. Nor is Zarathustra the only lawgiver, the only prophet, of whom the Avesta knows, Gay Meridan, Yama, the word Karsiptan, each of whom, under different names, forms, and functions, are one and the same being with Zarathustra, that is to say, the godlike champion in the struggle for light, knew the law as well as Zarathustra. But as mythology, like language and life, likes to reduce every organ to one function, Zarathustra became the titulary lawgiver. As he overwhelmed Angomanu during his lifetime by his spell, he is to overwhelm him at the end of time by the hands of his son yet unborn. 3 times he came near unto his wife Hrvi, and 3 times the seed fell upon the ground. The eyes Nereus took what was bright and strong in it and entrusted it to the eyes and Ida. At the appointed time, it will be united again with a maternal womb. From ashes of the faithful watch over it, lest the fiends destroy it. A maid bathing in the lake Ava will conceive by it and bring forth the victorious Seshines as high who will come from the region of the dawn to free the world from death and decay, from corruption and rottenness, ever living and ever thriving, when the dead shall rise and immortality commence. All the features in Zarathustra point to a god, that the god may have grown up from a man, that pre-existent mythic elements may have gathered around the name of a man, born on earth, and by surrounded the human face with the aureole of a god, may of course be maintained, but only on condition that one may distinctly express what was the real work of Zoroaster. That he raised a new religion against the Vedic religion, and cast down into hell the gods of older days can no longer be maintained, since the gods, the ideas, and the worship of Mazdaism are shown to emanate directly from the old religion, and have nothing more of a reaction against it than Zen has against Sanskrit. The only evidence in favor of the old hypothesis of a religious schism is reduced to the evidence of a few words which might priori be challenged, as the life of words is not the same as the life of the things they express, the nature of things does not change with the meaning of the syllables which were attached to them for a while, and the history of the world is not a chapter of grammar. And, in fact, the evidence appealed to, when more closely considered, proves to speak against the very theory it is meant to support. The word Ashura, which in the Avesta means the Lord, and is the name of the supreme god, means a demon in Brahmanical literature. But in the older religion of the Vedas it is quite as august as in the Avesta, and is applied to the highest deities, and particularly to Varuna, the Indian brother of Ahura. This shows that when the Iranians and Indians sallied forth from their common native land, the Ashura continued for a long time to be the Lord in India as well as in Persia. And the change took place, not in Iran, but in India. The descent of the word Dao from a god to a demon is a mere accident of language. There were in the Indo-Iranian language 3 words expressive of divinity: Ashura, the Lord; Yagata, the one who is worthy of sacrifice; Da, the shining one. Ashura became the name of the supreme god. Yagata was the general name of all gods. Now as there were old Indo-Iranian formulae which deprecated the wrath of both men and devas gods, or invoked the aid of some god against the hate and oppression of both men and devas, that word Da, which had become obsolete because Ashura and Yagata met all the wants of religious language, took by and by from formulae of this kind a dark and fiendish meaning. What favored the change was the want of a technical word for expressing the general notion of a fiend, a want the more felt as the dualistic idea acquired greater strength and distinctness. Etymology was unable to preserve the Da as from this degradation, as the word did, to shine, was lost in Zend, and thus the primitive meaning being forgotten, the word was ready to take any new meaning which chance or necessity should give to it. But only the word descended into hell, not the beings it denoted. Neither Varuna, nor Mitra, nor the Vedas, nor Adi, nor Soma, in fact none of the old Aryan deities fell or tottered. Though the word Indra is the name of a fiend in the Avesta, the Vedic god it denotes was as bright and as mighty in Iran as in India under the name of Virthrana, and as we do not know the etymological meaning of the name, it may have been such epithet as to be applied to a fiend as well as to a god. The same can be said of Non-Athya. Moreover, both Indra and Non-Athya are in the Avesta mere names. Neither the Avesta nor old tradition knows anything about them, which would look very strange had they been vanquished in a religious struggle, as they should have played the foremost part at the head of the fiends. As to the third comparison established between the Iranian demon Soru and the Indian god Sarva, it hails Arovi, as Soru is the Vedic Zero, a symbol of death, and both are therefore beings of the same nature. Therefore, so far as the Vedic religion and the Avesta religion are concerned, there is not the abyss of a schism between them. They are quite different, and must be so, since each of them lived its own life, and living is changing. But nowhere is the link broken that binds both to their common source. Nowhere in the Avesta is the effort of any man felt who, standing against the belief of his people, enforces upon them a new creed, by the ascendancy of his genius, and turns the stream of their thoughts from the bed wherein it had flowed for centuries. There was no religious revolution, there was only a long and slow movement which led, by insensible degrees, the vague and unconscious dualism of the Indo-Iranian religion onwards to the sharply defined dualism of the Magi. It does not follow hence, of course, that there was nothing left to individual genius in the formation of Mazdaism. The contrary is evident priori from the fact that Mazdaism expresses the ideas of the sacerdotal caste. It sprang from the long elaboration of successive generations of priests, and that elaboration is so far from having been the work of one day and of one man that the exact symmetry which is the chief characteristic of Mazdaism is still imperfect in the Avesta on certain most important points. For instance, the opposition of 6 archfiends to the 6 archgods which we find in Plutarch and in the Bundahis was still unknown when the XTH Vargard of the Vend and the 6th Yas were composed, and the stars were not yet members of the Ormazdian army when the bulk of the 8th Yas was written. The reflective spirit that had given rise to Mazdaism never rested, but continued to produce new systems. And there is hardly any religion in which slow growth and continual change is more apparent. When the Magi had accounted for the existence of evil by the existence of 2 principles, there arose the question how there could be 2 principles, and a longing for unity was felt, which found its satisfaction in the assumption that both are derived from one and the same principle. This principle was, according to divers sects, either space, or infinite light, or boundless time, or fate. Of most of these systems no direct trace is found in the Avesta, yet they existed already in the time of Aristotle. They came at last to pure monotheism. Some 40 years ago when the Reverend Dr. Wilson was engaged in his controversy with the Parsis, some of his opponents repelled the charge of dualism by denying to Orman any real existence, and making him a symbolical personification of bad instincts in man. It was not difficult for the doctor to show that they were at variance with their sacred books, and critics in Europe occasionally wondered at the progress made by the Parsis in rationalism of the school of Voltaire and Gibbon. Yet there was no European influence at the bottom. And long before the Parsis had heard of Europe and Christianity, commentators, explaining the myth of Tumurath, who rode for 30 years on Ahriman as a horse, interpreted the feat of the old legendary king as the curbing of evil passion and restraining the Ahriman in the heart of man. That idealistic interpretation was current as early as the 15th century, and is prevalent now with most of the Dasters. To what extent that alteration may have been influenced by Islamism, can hardly be decided. There are even some faint signs that it began at a time when the old religion was still flourishing. At any rate, no one can think of ascribing to one man, or to one time, that slow change from dualism to monotheism, which is, however, really deeper and wider than the movement which, in prehistoric times, brought the Magi from an imperfect form of dualism to one more perfect. Chapter 5 The Vend. According to Parsi tradition, the Vend is the only Nask, out of the 21, that was preserved in its entirety. This is a statement to which it is difficult to trust. 4. If there is anything that shows how right the Parsis are in admitting that the Avesta is only a collection of fragments, it is just the fragmentary character of the Vend. The Vend has often been described as the book of the laws of the Parsis. It may be more exactly called the Code of Purification, a description, however, which is itself only so far correct that the laws of purification are the object of the largest part of the book. The first 2 chapters deal with mythical matter, without any direct connection with the general object of the Vend and are remnants of an old epic and cosmogonic literature. The first deals with the creations and counter-creations of Ahura Mazda and Angra Mainyu. The second speaks of Yima, the founder of civilization. Although there was no particular reason for placing them in the Vend as soon as they were admitted into it, they were put at the beginning, because they referred to the first ages of the world. 3 chapters of a mythical character, about the origin of medicine, were put at the end of the book, for want of any better place, but might as well have been kept apart, as was the so-called Hadoknos fragment. There is also another mythical Fargard, the 19th, which, as it treats of the revelation of the law by Ahura to Zarathustra, would have been more suitably placed at the beginning of the Vend proper, that is, as the 3rd Fargard. The other 17 chapters deal chiefly with religious observances, although mythical fragments, or moral digressions, are met with here and there, which are more or less artificially connected with the text, and which were most probably not written along with the passages which they follow. A rough attempt at regular order appears in these 17 chapters. Nearly all the matter contained in the 8 chapters from B to XII deals chiefly with impurity from the dead and the way of dispelling it. But the subject is again treated, here and there, in other Fargards, and matter irrelevant to the subject has also found its way into these same 8 Fargards. Fargards XII and XIV are devoted to the dog, but must be completed with a part of the XVTH. Fargards XVI, XVII, and most part of XVII deal with several sorts of uncleanness, and their proper place should rather have been after the Zeth Fargard. Fargard III is devoted to the earth. Fargard IV stands by itself, as it deals with a matter which is treated only there, namely, civil and penal laws. No better order prevails within these several parts. Prescriptions on one and the same subject are scattered about through several Fargards, without any subject being treated at once in a full and exhaustive way. And this occasions needless repetitions. The main cause of this disorder was, of course, that the advantage of order is rarely felt by Orientals. But it was further promoted by the very form of exposition adopted by the first composers of the Vend. The law is revealed by Ahura in a series of answers to questions put to him by Zarathustra. And as these questions are not of a general character, but refer to details, the matter is much broken into fragments, each of which, consisting of a question with its answer, stands by itself, as an independent passage. We shall treat in the following pages, first of the laws of purification, then of the civil laws, and, lastly, of the penalties both religious and civil. A. The first object of man is purity, Yisdao. Purity is for man, next to life, the greatest good. Purity and impurity have not in the Vend the exclusively spiritual meaning which they have in our languages. They do not refer to an inward state of the person, but chiefly to a physical state of the body. Impurity or uncleanness may be described as the state of a person or thing that is possessed of a demon. And the object of purification is to expel the demon. The principal means by which uncleanness enters man is death, as death is the triumph of the demon. When a man dies, as soon as the soul has parted from the body, the drug nasu or corpse drug falls upon the dead from the regions of hell, and whoever thenceforth touches the corpse becomes unclean, and makes unclean whomsoever he touches. The drug is expelled from the dead by means of the sagdi, the look of the dog. A 4-eyed dog or a white one with yellow ears is brought near the body and is made to look at the dead. As soon as he has done so, the drug flees back to hell. The drug is expelled from the living, whom she has seized through their contact with the dead, by a process of washings with oxygen or and with water, combined with the sagdi. The real import of these ceremonies is shown by the spells which accompany their performance. Perish, O fiendish drug. Perish, O brood of the fiend. Perish, O world of the fiend. Perish away, O drug. Rush away, O drug. Perish away, O drug. Perish away to the regions of the north, never more to give unto death the living world of the Holy Spirit. Thus, in the death of a man, there is more involved than the death of one man. The power of death, called forth from hell, threatens from the corpse, as from a stronghold, the whole world of the living, ready to seize whatever may fall within his reach, and from the dead defiles the living, from the living rushes upon the living. When a man dies in a house, there is danger for 3 days lest somebody else should die in that house. The notion or feeling, out of which these ceremonies grew was far from unknown to the other Indo-European peoples. What was peculiar to Mazdaism was that it carried it to an extreme, and preserved a clearer sense of it, while elsewhere it grew dimmer and dimmer, and faded away. In fact, when the Greek, going out of a house where a dead man lay, sprinkled himself with water from the at the door, it was death that he drove away from himself. The Vedic Indian, too, although his rites were intended chiefly for the benefit of the dead, considered himself in danger and, while burning the corpse, cried aloud, "Away, go away, O death! Hinder not our sons and our men." Rig Veda S. As to the rites by means of which the drug is expelled, they are the performance of myths. There is nothing in worship but what existed before in mythology. What we call a practice is only an imitation of gods. Yes. As man fancies he can bring about the things he wants, by performing the acts which are supposed to have brought about things of the same kind when practiced by the gods. The Parsis, being at a loss to find 4-eyed dogs, interpret the name as meaning a dog with 2 spots above the eyes, but it is clear that the 2-spotted dog's services are only accepted for want of a 4-eyed one, or of a white one with yellow ears, which amounts to saying that there were myths, according to which the death fiend was driven away by dogs of that description. This reminds one at once of the 3-headed Kerberos, watching at the doors of hell, and, still more, of the 2 brown, 4-eyed dogs of Yama, who guard the ways to the realm of death. The identity of the 4-eyed dog of the Parsi with Kerberos and Yama's dogs appears, moreover, from the Parsi tradition that the yellow-eared dog watches at the head of the Kimthat bridge, which leads from this to the next world, and with his barking drives away the fiend from the souls of the holy ones, lest he should drag them to hell. Wherever the corpse passes by, death walks with it. All along the way it has gone, from the house to its last resting place, a spirit of death is breathing and threatening the living. Therefore, no man, no flock, no being whatever that belongs to the world of Ahura, is allowed to pass by that way until the deadly breath, that blows through it, has been blown away to hell. The 4-eyed dog is made to go through the way 3 times, or 6 times, or 9 times, while the priest helps the look of the dog with his spells, dreaded by the drug. The The use of G in cleansing the unclean is also derived from old mythic conceptions. The storm floods that cleansed the sky of the dark fiends were described in a class of myths as the urine of a gigantic animal in the heavens. As the floods from the bull above drive away the fiend from the god, so they do from man here below. They make him free from the death demon Ephrasu, and the death fiend flees away hellwards, pursued by the fiend smitting spell. Perish thou, O drug nevermore to give over to death the living world of the good spirit. As uncleanness is nothing else than the contagion of death, it is at its greatest intensity when life is just departing. The Nasu at that moment defiles 10 persons around the corpse. When a year is over, the corpse defiles no longer. Thus the notion of uncleanness is quite the reverse of what thought elsewhere. The corpse, when rotten, is less unclean than the body still all but warm with life. Death defiles least when it looks most hideous, and defiles most when it might look majestic. The cause is that in the latter case the death demon has just arrived in the fullness of his strength, whereas in the former case time has exhausted his power. As the focus of the contagion is in the corpse, it must be disposed of so that death may not spread abroad. On this point the old Indo-European customs have been completely changed by Mazdaism. The Indo-Europeans either burnt the corpse or buried it. Both customs are held to be sacrilegious in the Avesta. This view originated from the notion of the holiness of the elements being pushed to an extreme. The elements, fire, earth, and water are holy, and during the Indo-Iranian period they were already considered so, and in the Vedas they are worshipped as godlike beings. Yet this did not prevent the Indian from burning his dead. Death did not appear to him so decidedly a work of the demon, and the dead man was a traveler to the other world, whom the fire kindly carried to his heavenly abode on his undecaying, flying pinions, wherewith he killed the demons. The fire was in that, as in the sacrifice, the god that goes from earth to heaven, from man to God, the mediator, the god most friendly to man. In Persia it remains more distant from him. Being an earthly form of the eternal, infinite, godly light, no death, no uncleanness can be allowed to enter it, as it is here below the purest offspring of the good spirit, the purest part of its pure creation. Its only function is to repel the fiends with its bright blazing. In every place where Parsis are settled, an everlasting fire is kept, their fire, which, preserved by a more than vessel care, and ever fed with perfumes and dry well-blazing wood, whichever side its flames are brought by the wind, it goes and kills thousands and thousands of fiends, as there does in heaven. If the necessities of life oblige us to employ fire for profane uses, it must be only for a time in exile on our hearth, or in the oven of the potter, and it must go thence to the right place of the fire D-Tai-Gu, the altar of the fair fire, there to be restored to the dignity and rights of its nature. At least, let no gratuitous and wanton degradation be inflicted upon it, even blowing it with the breath of the mouth is a crime. Burning the dead is the most heinous of sins. In the times of Strabo it was a capital crime, and the Avesta expresses the same, when putting it in the number of those sins for which there is no atonement. Water was looked upon in the same light. Bringing dead matter to it is as bad as bringing it to the fire. The Magi are said to have overthrown a king for having built bathhouses, as they cared more for the cleanness of water than for their own. Not less holy was the earth, or, at least, it became so. There was a goddess who lived in her, Spentamidi. No corpse ought to defile her sacred breast. Burying the dead is, like burning the dead, a deed for which there is no atonement. It was not always so in Persia. The burning of the dead had been forbidden for years, while the burying was still general. Cambyses had roused the indignation of the Persians by burning the corpse of Amasis, yet, years later, Persians still buried their dead. But the priests already felt scruples, and feared to defile a god. Later on, with the ascendancy of the Magian religion, the sacerdotal observances became the general law. Therefore the corpse is laid on the summit of a mountain, far from man, from water, from tree, from fire, and from the earth itself, as it is separated from it by a layer of stones or bricks. Special buildings, the dakmas, were erected for this purpose. There far from the world the dead were left to lie, beholding the sun. Not every corpse defiles man, but only those of such beings as belong to the world of Ethura. They are the only ones in whose death the demon triumphs. The corpse of an Aromanian creature does not defile. As its life was incarnate death, the spring of death that was in it is dried up with its last breath. It killed while alive, it can do so no more when dead. It becomes clean by dying. None of the faithful are defiled by the corpse of an Ashimedha or of a crabstrap. Nay, killing them is a pious work, as it is killing Aryan himself. Not only real death makes one unclean, but partial death too. Everything that goes out of the body of man is dead, and becomes the property of the demon. The going breath is unclean. It is forbidden to blow the fire with it, and even to approach the fire without straining it from the contagion with the pen. Parings of nails and cuttings or shavings of hair are unclean, and become weapons in the hands of the demons unless they have been protected by certain rites and spells. Any phenomenon by which the bodily nature is altered, whether accompanied with danger to health or not, was viewed as a work of the demon, and made the person unclean in whom it took place. One of these phenomena, which is a special object of attention in the Vend, is the uncleanness of women during their menses. The menses are sent by Arman, especially when they last beyond the usual time. Therefore a woman, as long as they last, is unclean and possessed of the demon. She must be kept confined, apart from the faithful whom her touch would defile, and from the fire which her very look would injure. She is not allowed to eat as much as she wishes, as the strength she might acquire would accrue to the fiends. Her food is not given to her from hand to hand, but is passed to her from a distance, in a long leaden spoon. The origin of all these notions is in certain physical instincts, in physiological psychology, which is the reason why they are found among peoples very far removed from one another by race or religion. But they took in Persia a new meaning as they were made a logical part of the whole religious system. A woman that has been just delivered of a child is also unclean, although it would seem that she ought to be considered pure amongst the pure, since life has been increased by her in the world, and she has enlarged the realm of foremost. But the strength of old instincts overcame the drift of new principles. Only the case when the woman has been delivered of a stillborn child is examined in the Vend. She is unclean as having been in contact with a dead creature, and she must first drink G to wash over the grave in her womb. So utterly unclean is she, that she is not even allowed to drink water, unless she is in danger of death. And even then, as the sacred element has been defiled, she is liable to the penalty of a peshanu. It appears from modern customs that the treatment is the same when the child is born alive, the reason of which is that, in any case, during the first 3 days after delivery she is in danger of death. A great fire is lighted to keep away the fiends, who use then their utmost efforts to kill her and her child. She is unclean only because the death fiend is in her. Logic required that the sick man should be treated as an unclean one, that is, as one possessed. sickness, being sent by Ahriman, ought to be cured like all his other works, by washings and spells. In fact, the medicine of spells was considered the most powerful of all, and although it did not oust the medicine of the lancet and that of drugs, yet it was more highly esteemed and less mistrusted. The commentator on the Ven very sensibly observes that if it does not relieve, it will surely do no harm, which seems not to have been a matter of course with those who heal by the knife and physic. It appears from the last bargain that all or, at least, many diseases might be cured by spells and bearish washing. It appears from Herodotus and Agathocles that contagious diseases required the same treatment as uncleanness. The sick man was excluded from the community of the faithful, until cured and cleansed according to the rites. The unclean are confined in a particular place, apart from all clean persons and objects, the RMTG which may be described, therefore, as the DAKH made for the living. All the unclean, all those struck with temporary death, the man who has touched dead matter, the woman in her menses, or just delivered of child, the leper, or the man who has made himself unclean forever by carrying a corpse alone, stay there all the time of their uncleanness. Thus far for general principles. From the diversity of circumstances arises a system of casuistry, the development of which may be followed first through the glosses to the Vend in which the labors of several generations of theologians are embodied, and, later on, through the route TS. We will give a few instances of it, as found in the Vend itself. The process of the cleansing varies according to the degree of uncleanness. And, again, the degree of uncleanness depends on the state of the thing that defiles and the nature of the thing that is defiled. The uncleanness from the dead is the worst of all, and it is at its utmost when contracted before the nasu has been expelled from the corpse by the sagdi. It can be cured only by means of the most complicated system of cleansing, the 9 nights bereshin. If the nasu has already been expelled from the corpse, as the defiling power was less, a simple washing once made, the gozel, is enough. The defiling power of the nasu reaches farther, if the death has just taken place, and if the dying creature occupied a higher rank in the scale of beings. For the more recent the victory of the demon, or the higher the being he has overcome, the stronger he must have been himself. Men's women are cleansed by the gozel. As for things, they are more or less deeply defiled according to their degree of penetrability. Metal vessels can be cleansed, earthen vessels cannot. Leather is more easily cleansed than woven cloth. Dry wood than soft wood. Wet matter is a better conductor of uncleanness than dry matter, and corpses cease to defile after a year. B. In the cases heretofore reviewed, only religious purposes are concerned. There is another order of laws, in which, although religion interferes, yet it is not at the root. Namely, the laws about contracts and assaults, to which the fourth bargard is devoted, and which are the only remains extant of the civil and penal legislation of Zoroastrianism. The contracts were divided into 2 classes, according to their mode of being entered into, and according to the value of their object. As to their mode, they are word contracts or hand contracts. As to their object, they are sheep contracts, ox contracts, man contracts, or field contracts, which being estimated in money value are contracts to the amount of istes, and upwards. No contract can be made void by the will of one party alone. He who breaks a contract is obliged to pay the value of the contract next higher in value. The family and the next of kin are, it would seem, answerable for the fulfillment of the contract, a principle of the old Indo-European civil law. Assaults are of 7 degrees: erepta, aberlirista, the stroke, sore wound, bloody wound, broken bone, and manslaughter. The gravity of the guilt does not depend on the gravity of the deed only, but also on its frequency. Each of these 7 crimes amounts, by its being repeated without having been atoned for, to the crime that immediately follows in the scale, so that an erepta 7 times repeated amounts to manslaughter. C. Every crime makes the guilty man liable to 2 penalties, one here below, and another in the next world. The penalty here below consists of a certain number of stripes with the asva astra or the sresh karana. The unit for heavy penalties is 200 stripes. The crime and the criminal thus punished are called kashtanu or tanu paritha parsi, tan r. The 2 words literally mean, one who pays with his own body, and payment with one's body, and seem to have originally amounted to. Paragraph continues worthy of death, worthiness of death. And in effect the word kashtanu is often interpreted in the Pahlavi commentary by Margars, worthy of death. But, on the whole, it was attached to the technical meaning of one who has to receive 200 strokes with the horsewhip. The lowest penalty in the Vend is 5 stripes, and the degrees from 5 stripes to kashtanu are 10, 15, 30, 50, 70, 90, 200. For instance, erepta is punished with 5 stripes, aberliriso with 10, stroke with 15, sore wound with 30, bloody wound with 50, broken bone with 70, manslaughter with 90. A second manslaughter, committed without the former being atoned for, is punished with the kashtanu penalty. In the same way the 6 other crimes, repeated 8, or 7, or 6, or 5, or 4, or 3 times make the committer go through the whole series of penalties up to the kashtanu penalty. If one reviews the different crimes described in the Vend and the respective penalties prescribed for them, one cannot but wonder at first sight at the strange inequality between crime and penalty. Icariel would have felt uncomfortable while reading the Vend. It is safer to kill a man than to serve bad food to a shepherd's dog, for the manslayer gets off with 90 stripes, whereas the bad master is at once a kashtanu, and will receive 200 stripes. 200 stripes are awarded if one tills land in which a corpse has been buried within the year, if a woman just delivered of child drinks water, if one suppresses the menses of a woman, if one performs a sacrifice in a house where a man has just died, if one neglects fastening the corpse of a dead man so that birds or dogs may not take dead matter to trees and rivers. 200 stripes if one throws on the ground a bone of a man's corpse, of a dog's carcass as big as 2 ribs, 400 if one throws a bone as big as a breastbone, 600 if one throws a skull, 1000 if the whole corpse. 400 stripes if one, being in a state of uncleanness, touches water or trees, 400 if one covers with cloth a dead man's feet, 600 if one covers his legs, 800 if the whole body. 500 stripes for killing a bone, 600 for killing a stray dog, 700 for a house dog, 800 for a shepherd's dog, 1000 stripes for killing a Van Ara dog, 10,000 stripes for killing a water dog. Capital punishment is expressly pronounced only against the false cleanser and the carrier alone. Yet anyone who bethinks himself of the spirit of the old Aryan legislation will easily conceive that there may be in it eyes many crimes more heinous, and to be punished more severely, than manslaughter. Offenses against man injure only one man. Offenses against gods endanger all mankind. No one should wonder at the unqualified cleanser being put to death who raised to most finish the era. The Persians who defiled the ground by burying a corpse were not more severely punished than the Greeks were for defiling with corpses the holy ground of Delos, or than the conquerors at Archimausi. nor would the Athenians, who put to death the Tartars, have much stared at the awful revenge taken for the murder of the sacred dog. There is hardly any prescription of event, however odd and absurd it may seem, but has its counterpart or its explanation in other Aryan legislations. If we had a Latin or a Greek, then I doubt whether it would look more rational. Yet, if theoretically the very absurdity of its principles is nothing peculiar to the Mosleyan law, nay, is a proof of its authenticity, it may be doubted whether it could ever have been actually applied in the form stated in the texts. It may be doubted whether the murder of a shepherd's dog could have been actually punished with 800 stripes, much more whether the murder of a water dog could have been really punished with 10,000 stripes, unless we suppose that human endurance was different in ancient Persia from what it is elsewhere, or even in modern Persia herself. Now as we see that in modern tradition bodily punishment is estimated in money value, that is to say, converted into fines, a conversion which is alluded to in the Pahlavi translation, it may readily be admitted that as early as the time of the last edition of the Venn that conversion had already been made. In the route TS, 200 stripes, or a tanar, are estimated as equal to 300 istas or 1200 dirhams, or 1350 rupees. A stripe is therefore about equal to 6 rupees. How far that system prevailed in practice, whether the guilty might take advantage of this commutation of his own accord, or only with the assent of the judge, we cannot decide. It is very likely that the riches of the fire temples came for the most part from that source, and that the sound of the dirhams often made the stretched Quran fall from the hands of the Mabbays. That the system of financial penalties did not, however, suppress the system of bodily penalties, appears from the customs of the Parsis who apply both, and from the Pahlavi commentary which expressly distinguishes three sorts of atonement: the atonement by money khv tak, the atonement by the stretched Qur'ana, and the atonement by cleansing. This third element of atonement is strictly religious. It consists in repentance, which is manifested by a avowal of the guilt and by the recital of a formula of repentance. The padat. The performance of the padat has only a religious effect. It saves the sinner from penalties in the other world, but not from those here below. It delivers him before God, but not before man. When the sacrilegious cleanser has repented his sin, he is not the less flayed and beheaded, but his soul is saved. Yet, although it has no efficacy in causing the sin to be remitted, the absence of it has power to cause it to be aggravated. Thus far for sins that can be atoned for, there are some that are inariva, inexpiable, which means, as it seems, that they are punished with death here below, and with torments in the other world. Amongst the anariva sins are named the burning of the dead, the burying of the dead, the eating dead matter, unnatural sin, and self-pollution. Although it is not expressly declared that these sins were punished with death, yet we know it of several of them, either from Greek accounts or from Parsi tradition. There are also whole classes of sinners whose life, it would seem, can be taken by anyone who detects them in the act, such as the courtesan, the highwayman, the sodomite, and the corpse burner. Such are the most important principles of the Muslim law that can be gathered from the Vend. These details, incomplete as they are, may give us an idea, if not of the Sasanian practice, at least of the Sasanian ideal. That it was an ideal which intended to pass into practice, we know from the religious wars against Armenia, and from the fact that very often the superintendents of justice and the highest offices of the state were committed to Mabbays. We must now add a few words on the plan of the following translation. As to our method, we beg to refer to the second chapter above. It rests on the Parsi tradition, corrected or confirmed by the comparative method. The paragraph continues. Parsi tradition is found in the Pahlavi commentary, the understanding of which was facilitated to us first by the Gujarati translation and paraphrase of SMDG, and by a Persian transliteration and translation belonging to the Haag collection in Munich, for the use of which we were indebted to the obliging kindness of the director of the State Library in Munich, Professor von Thom. The Rav TS and the Satter frequently gave us valuable information as to the traditional meaning of doubtful passages. As for the works of European scholars, we are much indebted to the commentary on the Avesta by Professor Spiegel, and to the translations in the second edition of Martin Haag's essays. We have followed the text of the Avesta as given by Westergaard. The division into paragraphs is according to Westergaard, but we have given in brackets the corresponding divisions of Professor Spiegel's edition. Many passages in the Venn SA are mere quotations from the Pahlavi commentary which have crept into the SA text. We have not admitted them into the text. They are generally known to be spurious from their not being translated in the commentary, yet the absence of a Pahlavi translation is not always an unmistakable sign of such spuriousness. Sometimes the translation has been lost in our manuscripts, or omitted as having already been given in identical or nearly identical terms. When we thought that this was the case, we had admitted the untranslated passages into the text, but in brackets. We have divided the principal fargard into several sections according to the matter they contain. This division, which is meant as an attempt to resolve the Vend into its primitive fragments, has, of course, no traditional authority, the divisions into paragraphs being the only ones that rest upon the authority of the manuscripts. The translation will be found, in many passages, to differ greatly from the translations published heretofore. The nature of the series of translations did not allow us to give full justificatory notes, but we have endeavored in most cases to make the explanatory notes account to scholars for the new meanings we have adopted, and, in some cases, we hope that the original text, read anew, will by itself justify our translation. We must not conclude this introduction without tendering our warmest thanks to Mr. A.W. West, who kindly revised the MS of the translation before it went to press, and who has, we hope, succeeded in making our often imperfect English more acceptable to English readers. James Darmester. Paris, November. Then fargard I. This chapter is an enumeration of 16 lands created by Ahura Mazda, and of as many plagues created in opposition by Angra Mainyu. Many attempts have been made, not only to identify these 16 lands, but also to draw historical conclusions from their order of succession, as representing the actual order of the migrations and settlements of the old Iranian tribes. But there is nothing in the text that would authorize us to look to it even for legendary records, much less for real history. We have here nothing more than a geographical description of Iran, such as might be expected in a religious work like the Vend, that is to say, one that contains mythical lands as well as real countries. It is not easy to decide with perfect certainty, in every case, whether we have to do with the land of the former or of the latter kind, owing partly to our deficient knowledge of the geography of ancient Iran, partly to the fact that names, originally belonging to mythical lands, are often in later times attached to real ones. Of these 16 lands there are certainly 9 which have really existed, and of which we know the geographical position, as we are able to follow their names from the records of the Achaemenid kings or the works of classical writers down to the map of modern Iran. They are the following. Zen name. Old Persian. Greek. Modern name. Suda. Suguda. S. D. A. Samarkand. Emru. Margur. A. Merv. BHDHI. BHTRI. T. A. BALKH. Haru. Hareva. E. A. Haryar. BHRKA. Vark A. 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 Gorg. Hairbaby. Harrow Body. T. R. Halmand. T. D. Helmand. Raga. Raga. A. A. Ra. Hapta Hindu. Hinduvans. D. Ha. Paragraph continues. The real existence of Miss A is certain, although its position cannot be exactly determined. See the note 2. For the other lens we are confined for information to the Pahlavi commentary. KAKHRA is only transliterated, whether the name was then too much known to require any further explanation or too little to allow of any. Urba is described as being Maz, the land of Maz, or the land of the great, a name which applied, in the Sasanian ages, to the land around Isfa Firdausi, ed. V. For Arena. The four-cornered the commentary hesitates between the PADAS, HKHP Gar Mountains, the Eldors and Kurm, a hesitation easily accounted for by the fact that Arena is the seat of the struggle between Aussies Da A and Freona, between the storm serpent and the storm god, and was formerly the four-sided heaven sea and trod. IV. Modern tradition decides in favor of PADAS HKHP Gar, probably because the serpent was at last bound to Demovan, the highest peak in that chain. The claims of Kurm were probably founded on the popular etymology of its name, the land of snakes. Va Ireta, of the evil shadows, is identified with Kakal Kakal. Whether rightly or wrongly, we are unable to decide. Yet, as it is spoken of only as the seat of the adventures of Kair's Paw Sea and Trod. IV. It may be suspected that this assimilation rests merely on the fact that, in later tradition, the legend of Kair's Paw was vocal as the tableland of Peshins, in Catalyst and Bund. XXX. In the enumeration there is no apparent order whatever, and Ormus, in his creations, seems to travel all over the map, forward and backward, without the slightest regard to the cardinal points. Yet, the starting point and the final point have not been arbitrarily chosen. The first land created was the Oriana Val by the Vunguvi D Taiha, and the last was the land by the Ringha. Now, the Vunguvi and the Ringha were originally the celestial rivers that came down from heaven as two heavenly gods. G to surround the earth, the one in the east, the other in the west fund. XX. This is why the creation begins with the land by the Vunguvi and ends with the land by the Ringha. In the Sasanian ages, when the Tigris was definitively the border of Iran in the west, the Ringha was identified with it, and the 16th land is accordingly described in the commentary as being Arvast IR, or Roman Mesopotamia. But all the Avesta passages in which the Ringha is cited refer to it with its mythical nature as the river in the far off horizon, as this surrounding oceanos, and, now and then, still resembling its Vedic hominy, the Ras as the river that divides the gods from the fiends. The first land, the Oriana Val by the Vunguvi D Taiha, remained to the last a mythical region. It was originally the abode of Yima and of the righteous, that is to say, a particular form of paradise sea and trod. IV, and far. II. Later on, it was looked for in the countries north of Azerbaijan, probably in order that it should be as near as possible to the seat of the Zoroastrian religion, yet without losing its supernatural character by the counter-evidence of facts. This brought about the division of the Vunguvi D Taiha into two rivers, as the Oriana Val was vocal as in the country north of Azerbaijan, the river in it must become identified with the Araxazaras. But, at the same time, it continued to surround the world eastward under the name of Vunguvi, which was the Sasanian name of the Alsace, Indus. It seems that in the time of Herodotus, the Araxes and the Alsace were considered one and the same river, as the Alsace and the Indus were later on. This would account for his strange statement that the Araxes, which is confessedly within the Alsace or Yate source, springs from the land of the Marianians, like the Gandes, and flows eastwards IV. CFII. IV. And, at the same time, this would account both for how the Oriana Val could be local as the basin of the Araxes and how the Alsace could flow eastwards to fall into the Arabian Sea. It follows hence that no historical conclusions can be drawn from this description. It was necessary that it should begin with the Vunguvi and end with the Ringha. To look to it for an account of geographical migrations is converting cosmology into history. Of the counter-creations of Angra Mainyu there is little to be said. They are different vices and plagues, which are generally unconnected with the country to the creation of which they answer. Some of them are expressed by E. A, the meaning of which is doubtful or unknown. If we assume that only lands belonging to the Iranian world were admitted into the list, the mention of the 7 rivers would indicate that the first Fargud was not composed earlier than the time when the basin of the Indus became a part of Iran, that is, not earlier than the reign of Darius I. Ahura Mazda spake unto Gautama Zarathustra, saying, I have made every land dear to its dwellers, even though it had no charms whatever in it. Had I not made every land dear to its dwellers, even though it had no charms whatever in it, then the whole living world would have invaded the Oriana Val. The first of the good lands and countries, which I, Ahura Mazda, created, was the Oriana Val by the good river D Taiha. Thereupon came Angra Mainyu, who was all death, and he counter-created by his witchcraft the serpent in the river in winter, a work of the Da'as. There are 10 winter months there, 2 summer months. And those are cold for the waters, cold for the earth, cold for the trees. Winter falls there, with the worst of its plagues. The second of the good lands and countries which I, Ahura Mazda, created, was the plains in Suda. Thereupon came Angra Mainyu, who was all death, and he counter-created by his witchcraft the fly Scabia, which brings death to the cattle. The third of the good lands and countries which I, Ahura Mazda, created, was the strong, holy Embu. Thereupon came Angra Mainyu, who was all death, and he counter-created by his witchcraft sinful lusts. The fourth of the good lands and countries which I, Ahura Mazda, created, was the beautiful BHDHI with high-lifted banners. Thereupon came Angra Mainyu, who was all death, and he counter-created by his witchcraft the Barbara. The fifth of the good lands and countries which I, Ahura Mazda, created, was Nissa, that lies between Emgru and Bhdhi. Thereupon came Angra-Mainyu, who was all death, and he counter-created by his witchcraft the sin of unbelief. The sixth of the good lands and countries, which I, Ahura Mazda, created, was Haryu with a slave. Thereupon came Angra-Mainyu, who was all death, and he counter-created by his witchcraft the stained mosquito. The seventh of the good lands and countries which I, Ahura Mazda, created, was Ba-Ireta, of the evil shadows. Thereupon came Angra-Mainyu, who was all death, and he counter-created by his witchcraft the Parika K and Haiti, who clave unto Kair's paw. The eighth of the good lands and countries which I, Ahura Mazda, created, was Urga of the rich pastures. Thereupon came Angra-Mainyu, who was all death, and he counter-created by his witchcraft the sin of pride. The ninth of the good lands and countries which I, Ahura Mazda, created, was Pnenta and Vhrka. Thereupon came Angra-Mainyu, who was all death, and he counter-created by his witchcraft the sin for which there is no atonement, the unnatural sin. The tenth of the good lands and countries which I, Ahura Mazda, created, was the beautiful Haravati. Thereupon came Angra-Mainyu, who was all death, and he counter-created by his witchcraft the sin for which there is no atonement, the burying of the dead. The 11th of the good lands and countries which I, Ahura Mazda, created, was the bright, glorious Almant. Thereupon came Angra-Mainyu, who was all death, and he counter-created by his witchcraft the evil witchcraft of the Wayus. And this is how the Wayu's nature shows itself. It shows itself by the look. And then, whenever the wizard goes and howls forth his spells, most deadly works of witchcraft go forth. The 12th of the good lands and countries which I, Ahura Mazda, created, was Raga of the three races. Thereupon came Angra-Mainyu, who was all death, and he counter-created by his witchcraft the sin of utter unbelief. The 13th of the good lands and countries which I, Ahura Mazda, created, was the strong, holy Khra. Thereupon came Angra-Mainyu, who was all death, and he counter-created by his witchcraft the sin for which there is no atonement, the burning of corpses. The 14th of the good lands and countries which I, Ahura Mazda, created, was the four-cornered Varena, for which was born Phra-Aona, who smote Azizda-A. Thereupon came Angra-Mainyu, who was all death, and he counter-created by his witchcraft abnormal issues in women and the oppression of foreign rulers. The 15th of the good lands and countries which I, Ahura Mazda, created, was the seven rivers. Thereupon came Angra-Mainyu, who was all death, and he counter-created by his witchcraft abnormal issues in women and excessive heat. The 16th of the good lands and countries which I, Ahura Mazda, created, was the land by the floods of the Rainhawk, where people lived without a head. Thereupon came Angra-Mainyu, who was all death, and he counter-created by his witchcraft winter, a work of the Da'as. There are still other lands and countries, beautiful and deep, desirable and bright, and thriving. Footnotes: Road, Die Heilig Sage Death Zendos. Iran, Ideen Zergestit, I. Lassen, Indisch Alterthus and I. Hagen Bunsen's work, Egypt in Spelling, V. and Depart. Keepert, Monatswerk der Berliner Akademie. New light was thrown on this record by MBRL in his paper De Logigraphie die Vesta in the Amanges die Mythologie de Linguistique, Sec. The Alsace and the Indus were believed to be one and the same river bund. LC. C. Horace, Journal Asniati, 2nd, Sec. Running under the Caspian Sea, as a Riedusel runs under the Sicilian Sea and the Rhine itself under the Persian Gulf Fund. XX. C. Horace. C. Whether in the time when this Fargard was written, the Orion of Va was still believed to be in the far-off lands of the rising sun, or already on the banks of the Ars, we leave undecided. C. Introd. IV. Literally the most beneficent, an epithet of Zarathustra, which was later mistaken for a family name, the Spidomai. C. Introd. IV. Everyone fancies that the land where he's born and has been brought up is the best and fairest land that I have created. Com. See following clause. Clause belongs to the commentary. It is composed of quotations that illustrate the alternative process of the creation. First, Ahura Mazda would create a land of such kind that its dwellers might like it, and there could be nothing more delightful. Then he who is all death would bring against it a counter-creation. See the intro to the Fargard. The Gadi Taya. The DTD Taya comes from near the Ryanova. It flows through the mountains of Gorgas, Georgia, Fund. It was therefore, in the time of the Sassanides, a name of the Araxes. There are many craftsmen in the DT, as it is said, the DT full of craftsters Fund. The serpent in the river was originally the mythical serpent, Ozzy, who overthrew and killed the king of Irvi, Yema Siantrod. IV. Then it was identified, as appears from the Gundahas, with the snakes that abound on the banks of the Araxes Morir, a second journey. As Irvi is a place of refuge for mankind and all life from the winter that is to destroy the world sea far. Sec. Winter was thought, by a mythical misunderstanding, to be the counter-creation of Irvi, hence the glacial description of that strange paradise. See the following clause. Then it is known that in the ordinary course of nature there are 7 months of summer and 5 of winter. See Bund. XXV. Some say, even those 2 months of summer are cold for the waters. Com. See if Mani card XLIV, and above, N. Then. There reigns the core and heart of winter. Doubtful, possibly the name of the river the Zarach and Suhuda. Sabiana. A word unknown, possibly the cattle fly. It is a fly that hides itself among the corn and the fodder, and then stings with the venomous sting the ox that eats of it. Come and ask. Margu. Margiana. Merv. Translated according to the common ask. BHTRI. Backdrop. BALKH. The corn-carrying ants ask. See a farm. XIV. There were several towns of this name, but none between Emgru and Bhdhi. But the sentence may be translated also. So, Nissa between which and Bhdhi Emgru lies, which would point to Sa. A. The capital of Parthia. A. Sa is it. Of Chirax. See a Pliny. One must believe in the law, and have no doubt whatever about it in the heart, and firmly believe that the good and right law that foremost sent to the world is the same law that was brought to us by Zardust Saturn. Pareva. Oria. The basin of the Hari River, or Harat. Doubtful. Doubtful. Kapilcom. See the intro to the Fargard. Siantrod. IV. According to Estes in prison. More probably the land around Isfahan. Siantrod to the Fargard. Or better, tyranny, the greater proud thereupon. Vart A. Hyrcania. Knentez a river in Vhrkacom. Consequently the river Gorg. C. Farg. VIII. Arrow body. T. R. C. Farg. III. Sec. The basin of the T. D. Or Erymanthus. Now Conan. C. Farg. XIX. The wizards. Siantrod. IV. The evil eye. As AG. Witchcraft is exercised either by the eye or by the voice as. Then Esfa. Then they come forth to kill and to strike to the heart. A gloss sight, as productions of the wizard, Ice Snow and Hail Sea of Hippocrates, Demorbo Sacro, and Pausanias. To that gloss seems to belong the corrupts and sentence that follows, and that may mean they increase the plague of locusts. Sea of Farm. VII. While Siantrod. III. They doubt themselves and cause other people to doubt Khan. A land unknown. Ask China, which is certainly wrong. There was a town of that name in present KARKH. Sea Farm. VII. Siantrod to the farm. Farm. XVI. Sec. Possibly an allusion to Ozzy's Dao Zohu, as a king, represents the foreign conqueror and later tradition the T-Arab. Possibly an older tradition the Assyrian. The basin of the affluents of the Indus, in modern Pa equal to 5 rivers. Our vast Roman Mesopotamia, Khan. Siantrod to the farm. It is interpreted in a figurative sense as meaning people who do not hold the chief for a chief Khan. Which is the translation for Sresha Khan at XVI, rebel against the law, and would well apply in the Sasanian ages to the non-Muslim people of our vast IR. I think we must adopt the literal meaning, and recognize in this passage the source, or at least the oldest form, of those tales about people without a head, with eyes on their shoulders, which Pliny received from the half-Persian Ctesias Hist. And VII. V. CFL. Del. IS. Saint. August. Decivit. Day. XVI. Persian geographers mention such people, they placed them in the Oriental islands near China, whence they sent ambassadors to the Khan of the Tatars-Ausuli, catalog. The mythical origin of those tales may be traced in Indian and Greek mythology or R. Cf. Pausanias 9th. Then Esfa, and the oppression of the land that comes from Tisa. Fargard 2nd Yema GAMSH. This Fargard may be divided into 2 parts. First part. Ahura Mazda proposes to Yema, the son of Viyamhat, to receive the law from him and to bring it to men. On his refusal, he bids him keep his creatures and make them prosper. Yema accordingly makes them thrive and increase, keeps death and disease away from them, and 3 times enlarges the earth, which had become too narrow for its inhabitants. Second part to the end. On the approach of a dire winter, which is to destroy every living creature, Yema, being advised by Ahura, builds a Vara to keep there the seeds of every kind of animals and plants, and the blessed live their most happy life under his rule. The tale in the first part refers to Yema as the first man, the first king, and the founder of civilization Siantrod. IV. The tale in. The second part is a combination of the myths of Yema, as the first dead and the king of the dead over whom he rules in a region of bliss, and of old myths about the end of the world. The world, lasting a long year of 12 millenniums, was to end by a dire winter, like the Attic Thimble winter, to be followed by an everlasting spring, when men, sent back to earth from the heavens, should enjoy, in an eternal earthly life, the same happiness that they had enjoyed after their death in the realm of Yema. But as in the definitive form which was taken by Mazdian cosmology, the world was made to end by fire. Its destruction by winter was no longer the last incident of its life, and therefore, the Var of Yema, instead of remaining, as it was originally, the paradise that gives back to earth its inhabitants, came to be nothing more than a sort of Noah's Ark Siantrod. IV. And Orm. R. Cubic millimeter. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda. O Ahura Mazda, most beneficent spirit, maker of the material world, thou holy one. Who was the first mortal, before myself, Zarathustra, with whom thou, Ahura Mazda, didst converse, whom thou didst teach the law of Ahura, the law of Zarathustra? Ahura Mazda answered. The fair Yema, the great shepherd, O holy Zarathustra. He was the first mortal, before thee, Zarathustra, with whom I, Ahura Mazda, did converse, whom I taught the law of Ahura, the law of Zarathustra. Unto him, O Zarathustra, I, Ahura Mazda, spake, saying, Well, fair Yema, son of Viyamhat, be thou the preacher and the bearer of my law. And the fair Yema, O Zarathustra, replied unto me, saying, I was not born, I was not taught to be the preacher and the bearer of thy law. Then I, Ahura Mazda, said thus unto him, O Zarathustra, since thou wantest not to be the preacher and the bearer of my law, then make thou my worlds thrive, make my worlds increase, undertake thou to nourish, to rule, and to watch over my world. And the fair Yema replied unto me, O Zarathustra, saying, Yes, I will make thy worlds thrive, I will make thy worlds increase. Yes, I will nourish, and rule, and watch over thy world. There shall be, while I am king, neither cold wine nor hot wind, neither disease nor death. Then I, Ahura Mazda, brought 2 implements unto him, a golden ring and a pin iron made with gold. Behold, here Yema bears the royal sway. Thus, under the sway of Yema, 300 winters passed away, and the earth was replenished with flocks and herds, with men and dogs and birds and with red blazing fires, and there was no more room for flocks, herds, and men. Then I warned the fair Yema, saying, O fair Yema, son of Viyamhat, the earth has become full of flocks and herds, of men and dogs and birds and of red blazing fires, and there is no more room for flocks, herds, and men. Then Yema stepped forward, towards the luminous space, southwards, to meet the sun, and afterwards he pressed the earth with the golden ring, and poured it with the peniard, speaking thus, O Spendamati, kindly open asunder and stretch thyself afar, to bear flocks and herds and men. And Yema made the earth grow larger by 1/3 than it was before, and there came flocks and herds and men, at his will and wish, as many as he wished. Thus, under the sway of Yima, 600 winters pass away, and the earth was replenished with flocks and herds, with men and dogs and birds and with red blazing fires, and there was no more room for flocks, herds, and men. And I warned the fair Yima, saying, O fair Yima, son of the young hat, the earth has become full of flocks and herds, of men and dogs and birds and of red blazing fires, and there is no more room for flocks, herds, and men. Then Yima stepped forward, towards the luminous space, southwards, to meet the sun, and afterwards he pressed the earth with the golden ring, and poured it with the poniard, speaking thus. O Spentamadi, kindly open asunder and stretch thyself afar, to bear flocks and herds and men. And Yima made the earth grow larger by 2/3 than it was before, and there came flocks and herds and men, at his will and wish, as many as he wished. Thus, under the sway of Yima, 900 winters passed away, and the earth was replenished with flocks and herds, with men and dogs and birds and with red blazing fires, and there was no more room for flocks, herds, and men. And I warned the fair Yima, saying, O fair Yima, son of the young hat, the earth has become full of flocks and herds, of men and dogs and birds and of red blazing fires, and there is no more room for flocks, herds, and men. Then Yima stepped forward, towards the luminous space, southwards, to meet the sun, and afterwards he pressed the earth with the golden ring, and bored it with the poniard, speaking thus. O Spentamadi, kindly open asunder and stretch thyself afar, to bear flocks and herds and men. And Yima made the earth grow larger by 3/3 than it was before, and there came flocks and herds and men, at his will and wish, as many as he wished. I, the maker, Ahura Mazda, of high renown in the Orion of Val by the good river Di Taya, called together a meeting of the celestial gods. The fair Yima, the good shepherd, of high renown in the Orion of Val by the good river Di Taya, called together a meeting of the excellent mortals. To that meeting came Ahura Mazda, of high renown in the Orion of Val by the good river Di Taya. He came together with the celestial gods. To that meeting came the fair Yima, the good shepherd, of high renown in the Orion of Val by the good river Di Taya. He came together with the excellent mortals. And Ahura Mazda spake unto Yima, saying, O fair Yima, son of the young hat, upon the material world the fatal winters are going to fall, that shall bring the fierce, foul frost. Upon the material world the fatal winters are going to fall, that shall make snowflakes fall thick, even an AREDV deep on the highest tops of mountains. And all the 3 sorts of beasts shall perish, those that live in the wilderness, and those that live on the tops of the mountains, and those that live in the bosom of the dale, under the shelter of stables. Before that winter, those fields would bear plenty of grass for cattle. Now with floods that stream, with snows that melt, it will seem a happy land in the world, the land wherein footprints even of sheep may still be seen. Therefore make the Avara, long as day, riding ground on every side of the square, and thither bring the seeds of sheep and oxen, of men, of dogs, of birds, and of red blazing fires. Therefore make the Avara, long as a riding ground on every side of the square, to be an abode for men. Avara, long as a riding ground on every side of the square, to be a fold for flocks. There thou shalt make waters flow in a bed age for long. There thou shalt settle birds, by the evergreen banks that bear never failing food. There thou shalt establish dwelling places, consisting of a house with a balcony, a courtyard, and a gallery. Hither thou shalt bring the seeds of men and women, of the greatest, best, and finest kinds on this earth. Hither thou shalt bring the seeds of every kind of cattle, of the greatest, best, and finest kinds on this earth. Hither thou shalt bring the seeds of every kind of tree, of the greatest, best, and finest kinds on this earth. Hither thou shalt bring the seeds of every kind of fruit, the fullest of food and sweetest of odour. All those seeds shalt thou bring, two of ever kind, to be kept inexhaustible there, so long as those men shall stay in the borough. There shall be no humpbacked, none bulged forward there. No impotent, no lunatic. No poverty, no lying. No meanness, no jealousy. No decay tooth, no lepers to be confined, nor any of the brands wherewith anger mine you stamps the bodies of mortals. In the largest part of the place thou shalt make 9 streets, 6 in the middle part, 3 in the smallest. To the streets of the largest part thou shalt bring 1,000 seeds of men and women. To the streets of the middle part, 600. To the streets of the smallest part, 300. That bar thou shalt seal up with the golden ring, and thou shalt make a door, and a window self-shining within. Then Yima said within himself, how shall I manage to make that bar which Ahura Mazda has commanded me to make? And Ahura Mazda said unto Yima, O fair Yima, son of the young hat, crush the earth with a stamp of thy heel, and then knead it with thy hands, as the potter does when kneading the potter's clay. And Yima did as Ahura Mazda wished. He crushed the earth with a stamp of his heel, he kneaded it with his hands, as the potter does when kneading the potter's clay. And Yima made a vara, long as a riding ground on every side of the square. There he brought the seeds of sheep and oxen, of men, of dogs, of birds, and of red blazing fires. He made vara, long as a riding ground on every side of the square, to be an abode for men. A vara, long as a riding ground on every side of the square, to be a fold for flocks. There he made waters flow in a bed age for long. There he settled birds, by the evergreen banks that bear never failing food. There he established dwelling places, consisting of a house with a balcony, a courtyard, and a gallery. There he brought the seeds of men and women, of the greatest, best, and finest kinds on this earth. There he brought the seeds of every kind of cattle, of the greatest, best, and finest kinds on this earth. There he brought the seeds of every kind of tree, of the greatest, best, and finest kinds on this earth. There he brought the seeds of every kind of fruit, the fullest of food and sweetest of odour. All those seeds he brought, two of every kind, to be kept inexhaustible there, so long as those men shall stay in the bar. And there were no humpbacked, none bulged forward there. No impotent, no lunatic. No poverty, no lying. No meanness, no jealousy. No decay tooth, no lepers to be confined, nor any of the brands wherewith anger mine you stamps the bodies of mortals. In the largest part of the place he made 9 streets, 6 in the middle part, 3 in the smallest. To the streets of the largest part he brought 1,000 seeds of men and women. To the streets of the middle part, 600. To the streets of the smallest part, 300. That paragraph continues for he sealed up with the golden ring, and he made a door, and a window self-shining within. O maker of the material world, thou holy one! What lights are there to give light from the far which Yima made? Ahura Mazda answered, there are uncreated lights and created lights. There are the stars, the moon, and the sun are only once a year seen to rise and set, and a year seems only as a day. Every 40th year, to every couple two are born, a male and a female. And thus it is for every sort of cattle. And the men in the Vara which Yima made live the happiest life. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Who was he who brought the law of Mazda into the Vara which Yima made? Ahura Mazda answered, it was the bird car Shipta, O holy Zarathustra. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Who is the lord and ruler there? Ahura Mazda answered, Urbatad Nara, O Zarathustra. And thyself, Zarathustra. Fargard third the earth. I. The 5 places where the earth feels most joy. I. The 5 places where the earth feels most sorrow. I. The 5 things which most rejoice the earth. IV. Corpses ought not to be buried in the earth. There is a resemblance as to words between the first and second parts, but there is none as to matter. No clause in the former has its counterpart in the latter. There is more resemblance between the second part and the third. As the first 3 clauses of the third part cubic millimeter relate to the same things as the second, third, and fourth clauses of the second part cubic millimeter. Parts I and II are nothing more than dry enumerations. Part 3 is more interesting, as it contains 2 long digressions, the 1 cubic millimeter on funeral laws, the other cubic millimeter on the holiness of husbandry. The fourth part of the chapter may be considered as a digression relating to the first clause of the third part. The things which rejoice or grieve the earth are those that produce fertility and life or sterility and death, either in it or on it. The subject of this chapter has become a commonplace topic with the Parsis, who have treated it more or less antithetically in the main card chaps. V and VI and individuates GRM. P. The second digression cubic millimeter is translated in Hogg's essays, Sec. I. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Which is the first place where the earth feels most happy? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the place whereon one of the faithful steps forward, O Spatama Zarathustra. With the holy wood in his hand, the bearsma in his hand, the holy meat in his hand, the holy mortar in his hand, fulfilling the law with love, and beseeching aloud Mithra, the lord of wide pastures, and Rahv Tra. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Which is the second place where the earth feels most happy? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the place whereon one of the faithful erects a house with a priest within, with cattle, with a wife, with children, and with herds within. And wherein afterwards the cattle go on thriving, holiness is thriving, fodder is thriving, the dog is thriving, the wife is thriving, the child is thriving, the fire is thriving, and every blessing of life is thriving. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Which is the third place where the earth feels most happy? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the place where one of the faithful cultivates most corn, grass, and fruit, O Spatama Zarathustra. Where he waters ground that is dry, or dries ground that is too wet. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Which is the fourth place where the earth feels most happy? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the place where there is most increase of flocks and herds. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Which is the fifth place where the earth feels most happy? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the place where flocks and herds yield most dung. I. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Which is the first place where the earth feels sorest grief? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the neck of Areza, whereon the hosts of fiends rush forth from the burrow of the drug. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Which is the second place where the earth feels sorest grief? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the place wherein most corpses of dogs and of men lie buried. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Which is the third place where the earth feels sorest grief? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the place whereon stand most of those daphmas on which corpses of men are deposited. O maker of the material world, thou. Paragraph continues holy one. Which is the fourth place where the earth feels sorest grief? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the place wherein are most burrows of the creatures of Angra Mainyu. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Which is the fifth place where the earth feels sorest grief? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the place whereon the wife and children of one of the faithful, O Spatama Zarathustra, are driven along the way of captivity, the dry, the dusty way, and lift up a voice of wind. I. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Who is the first that rejoices the earth with greatest joy? Ahura Mazda answered, it is he who digs out of it most corpses of dogs and men. O maker of the material world, thou. Paragraph continues holy one. Who is the second that rejoices the earth with greatest joy? Ahura Mazda answered, it is he who pulls down most of those daphmas on which corpses of men are deposited. Let no man alone by himself carry a corpse. If a man alone by himself carry a corpse, the Nasu rushes upon him, to defile him, from the nose of the dead, from the eye, from the tongue, from the jaws, from the sexual organ, from the hinder parts. This drug, this Nasu, falls upon him, stains him even to the end of the nails, and he is unclean, thenceforth, forever and ever. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. What shall be the place of that man who has carried a corpse alone? Ahura Mazda answered, it shall be the place on this earth wherein is least water and fewest plants, whereof the ground is the cleanest and the driest and the least passed through by flocks and herds, by fire, the son of Ahura Mazda, by the consecrated bundles of bearsma, and by the faithful. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. How far from the fire? How far from the water? How far from the consecrated bundles of bearsma? How far from the faithful? Ahura Mazda answered, 30 paces from the fire, 30 paces from the water, 30 paces from the consecrated bundles of bearsma, 3 paces from the faithful. There, on that place, shall the worshippers of Mazda erect an enclosure, and therein shall they establish him with food, therein shall they establish him with clothes, with the coarsest food and with the most worn out clothes. That food he shall live on, those clothes he shall wear, and thus shall they let him live, until he has grown to the age of a Hannah, or of a Zerura, or of a puristic Shudra. And when he has grown to the age of a Hannah, or of a Zerura, or of a puristic Shudra, then the worshippers of Mazda shall order a man strong, vigorous, and skillful, to flay the skin off his body and cut the head off his neck, on the top of a mountain, and they shall deliver his corpse unto the greediest of the corpse-eating creatures made by Ahura Mazda, to the greedy ravens, with these words, the man here has repented of all his evil thoughts, words, and deeds. Paragraph continues. If he has committed any other evil deed, it is remitted by his repentance. If he has committed no other evil deed, he is absolved by his repentance, forever and ever. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One, who is the third that rejoices the earth with greatest joy? Ahura Mazda answered, it is he who fills up most burrows of the creatures of anger mine ear. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One, who is the fourth that rejoices the earth with greatest joy? Ahura Mazda answered, it is he who cultivates most corn, grass, and fruit. O Spatama Zarathustra, who waters ground that is dry, or dries ground that is too wet. Unhappy is the land that has long lain unsound with the seed of the sower and wants a good husbandman, like a well-shapen maiden who has long gone childless and wants a good husband. He who would till the earth, O Spatama Zarathustra, with the left arm in the right, with the right arm in the left, unto him will she bring forth plenty, like a loving bride on her bed, unto her beloved. The bride will bring forth children, the earth will bring forth plenty of fruit. He who would till the earth, O Spatama Zarathustra, with the left arm in the right, with the right arm in the left, unto him thus says the earth, O thou man, who dost till me with the left arm in the right, with the right arm in the left, hither shall people ever come and beg for bread, here shall I ever go on bearing, bringing forth all manner of food, bringing forth profusion of corn. He who does not till the earth, O Spatama Zarathustra, with the left arm in the right, with the right arm in the left, unto him thus says the earth, O thou man, who dost not till me with the left arm in the right, with the right arm in the left, ever shalt thou stand at the door of the stranger, among those who beg for bread. Ever shalt thou wait there for the refuse that is brought unto thee, brought by those who have profusion of wealth. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One, what is the food that fills the law of Mazda? Ahura Mazda answered, it is sowing corn again and again, O Spatama Zarathustra. He who sows corn, sows holiness. He makes the law of Mazda grow higher and higher. He makes the law of Mazda as fat as he can with 100 acts of adoration, 1,000 oblations, 10,000 sacrifices. When barley is coming forth, the da'as start up. When the corn is growing rank, then faint the da'as hearts. When the corn is being ground, the da'as groan. When wheat is coming forth, the da'as are destroyed. In that house they can no longer stay, from that house they are beaten away, wherein wheat is thus coming forth. It is as though red-hot iron were turned about in their throats, when there is plenty of corn. Then let the priest teach people this holy saying, no one who does not eat, has strength to do works of holiness, strength to do works of husbandry, strength to beget children. By eating every material creature lives, by not eating it dies away. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One, who is the fifth that rejoices the earth with greatest joy? Ahura Mazda answered, it is he who tilling the earth, O Spatama Zarathustra, kindly and piously gives to one of the faithful. He who tilling the earth, O Spatama Zarathustra, would not kindly and piously give to one of the faithful, he shall fall down into the darkness of Sventamedi, down into the world of woe, the dismal realm, down into the house of hell. IV. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One, if a man shall bury in the earth either the corpse of a dog or the corpse of a man, and if he shall not disinter it within half a year, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 500 stripes with the Asva Astra, 500 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One, if a man shall bury in the earth either the corpse of a dog or the corpse of a man, and if he shall not disinter it within a year, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 1,000 stripes with the Asva Astra, 1,000 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One, if a man shall bury in the earth either the corpse of a dog or the corpse of a man, and if he shall not disinter it within the second year, what is the penalty for it? What is the atonement for it? What is the cleansing from it? Ahura Mazda answered, for that deed there is nothing that can pay, nothing that can atone, nothing that can cleanse from it. It is a trespass for which there is no atonement, forever and ever. When is it so? It is so, if the sinner be a professor of the law of Mazda, or one who has been taught in it. But if he be not a professor of the law of Mazda, nor one who has been taught in it, then this law of Mazda takes his sin from him, if he confesses it and resolves never to commit again such forbidden deeds. The law of Mazda indeed, O Spatama Zarathustra, takes away from him who confesses it the bonds of his sin. It takes away the sin of breach of trust. It takes away the sin of murdering one of the faithful. It takes away the sin of burying a corpse. It takes away the sin of deeds for which there is no atonement. It takes away the heaviest penalties of sin. It takes away any sin that may be sinned. In the same way the law of Mazda, O Spatama Zarathustra, cleanses the faithful from every evil thought, word, and deed, as a swift rushing mighty wine cleanses the plain. So let all the deeds thou doest be henceforth good, O Zarathustra. A full atonement for thy sin is effected by names of the law of Mazda. Fargared forth contracts and outrages. Contracts C and Trod V. Classification of contracts. Damages for breach of contract. Kinsman responsible. Penalties for breach of contract. Outrages C and Trod V. Menaces. Assaults. Blows. Wounds. Wounds causing blood to flow. Broken bones. Manslaughter. Bis. False oaths. Clauses refer to contracts and ought to be placed after. Clauses, which are in praise of physical weal, have been probably misplaced here from the preceding fargard C farg. I. The right order of this chapter would, therefore, seem to be as follows. Bis. I. He that does not restore a thing lent, when it is asked for back again, steals the thing. He robs the man. So he does every day, every night, as long as he keeps in his house his neighbor's property, as though it were his own. I. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One, how many in number are thy contracts, O Ahura Mazda? Ahura Mazda answered, they are 6 in number. The first is the word contract. The second is the hand contract. The third is the contract to the amount of a sheep. The fourth is the contract to the amount of an ox. The fifth is the contract to the amount of a man. The sixth is the contract to the amount of a field in good land, a fruitful one, in good bearing. IIB. If a man make the word contract a mere word, it shall be redeemed by the hand contract. He shall give in pledge the amount of the hand contract. A hand contract shall be redeemed by the sheep contract. He shall give and pledge the amount of the sheep contract. The sheep contract shall be redeemed by the ox contract. He shall give and pledge the amount of the ox contract. The ox contract shall be redeemed by the man contract. He shall give and pledge the amount of the man contract. The man contract shall be redeemed by the field contract. He shall give and pledge the amount of the field contract. IIC. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man break the word contract, how many are involved in a sin? Ahura Mazda answered, his sin makes his nab as dis answerable for the 300-fold atonement. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man break the hand contract, how many are involved in a sin? Ahura Mazda answered, his sin makes his nab as dis answerable for the 600-fold atonement. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man break the sheep contract, how many are involved in a sin? Ahura Mazda answered, his sin makes his nab as dis answerable for the 700-fold atonement. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man break the ox contract, how many are involved in a sin? Ahura Mazda answered, his sin makes his nab as dis answerable for the 800-fold atonement. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man break the man contract, how many are involved in a sin? Ahura Mazda answered, his sin makes his nab as dis answerable for the 900-fold atonement. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man break the field contract, how many are involved in a sin? Ahura Mazda answered, his sin makes his nab as dis answerable for the 1,000-fold atonement. IID. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man break the word contract, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 300 stripes. With the Aswa Astra, 300 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one, if a man break the hand contract, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 600 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 600 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man break the sheep contract, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 700 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 700 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man break the ox contract, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 800 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 800 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man break the man contract, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 900 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 900 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man break the field contract, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 1,000 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 1,000 stripes with the Sresh Karana. IIIA. If a man rise up to smite a man, it is an erecta. If a man come upon a man to smite him, it is an aberlirista. If a man actually smite a man evil aforethought, it is an aretas. Upon the 5th aretas he becomes a peshanu. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. He that committeth an erecta, what penalty shall he pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 5 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 5 stripes with the Sresh Karana. On the 2nd erecta, 10 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 10 stripes with the Sresh Karana. On the 3rd, 15 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 15 stripes with the Sresh Karana. On the 4th, 30 stripes with the paragraph continues Aswa Astra, 30 stripes with the Sresh Karana. On the 5th, 50 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 50 stripes with the Sresh Karana. On the 6th, 60 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 60 stripes with the Sresh Karana. On the 7th, 90 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 90 stripes with the Sresh Karana. If a man commit an erecta for the 8th time, without having atoned for the preceding, what penalty shall he pay? Ahura Mazda answered, he is a peshanu, 200 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 200 stripes with the Sresh Karana. If a man commit an erecta and refuse to atone for it, what penalty shall he pay? Ahura Mazda answered, he is a peshanu, 200 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 200 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man commit an aberlirista, what penalty shall he pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 10 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 10 stripes with the Sresh Karana. On the 2nd aberlirista, 15 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 15 stripes with the Sresh Karana. On the 3rd, 30 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 30 stripes with the Sresh Karana. On the 4th, 50 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 50 stripes with the Sresh Karana. On the 5th, 70 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 70 stripes with the Sresh Karana. On the 6th, 90 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 90 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man commit an aberlirista for the 7th time, without having atoned for the preceding, what penalty shall he pay? Ahura Mazda answered, he is a peshanu, 200 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 200 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man commit an aberlirista, and refuse to atone for it, what penalty shall he pay? Ahura Mazda answered, he is a peshanu, 200 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 200 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man commit an aretas, what penalty shall he pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 15 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 15 stripes with the Sresh Karana. On the 2nd aretas, 30 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 30 stripes with the Sresh Karana. On the 3rd, 50 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 50 stripes with the Sresh Karana. On the 4th, 70 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 70 stripes with the Sresh Karana. On the 5th, 90 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 90 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man commit an aretas for the 6th time, without having atoned for the preceding, what penalty shall he pay? Ahura Mazda answered, he is a peshanu, 200 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 200 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man commit an aretas, and refuse to atone for it, what penalty shall he pay? Ahura Mazda answered, he is a peshanu, 200 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 200 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man smite another and hurt him sorely, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 30 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 30 stripes with the Sresh Karana. The second time, 50 strikes with the Asva Astra, 50 strikes with the Sresh Karana. The third time, 70 strikes with the Asva Astra, 70 strikes with the Sresh Karana. The fourth time, 90 strikes with the Asva Astra, 90 strikes with the Sresh Karana. If a man commit that deed for the fifth time, without having atoned for the preceding, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, he is a Peshanu, 200 strikes with the Asva Astra, 200 strikes with the Sresh Karana. If a man commit that deed and refuse to atone for it, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, he is a Peshanu, 200 strikes with the Asva Astra, 200 strikes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man smite another so that the blood comes, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 50 strikes with the Asva Astra, 50 strikes with the Sresh Karana. The second time, 70 strikes with the Asva Astra, 70 strikes with the Sresh Karana. The third time, 90 strikes with the Asva Astra, 90 strikes with the Sresh Karana. If he commit that deed for the fourth time, without having atoned for the preceding, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, he is a Peshanu, 200 strikes with the Asva Astra, 200 strikes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man smite another so that the blood comes, and if he refuse to atone for it, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, he is a Peshanu, 200 strikes with the Asva Astra, 200 strikes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man smite another so that he breaks a bone, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 70 strikes with the Asva Astra, 70 strikes with the Sresh Karana. The second time, 90 strikes with the Asva Astra, 90 strikes with the Sresh Karana. If he commit that deed for the third time, without having atoned for the preceding, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, he is a Peshanu, 200 strikes with the Asva Astra, 200 strikes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man smite another so that he breaks a bone, and if he refuse to atone for it, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, he is a Peshanu, 200 strikes with the Asva Astra, 200 strikes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man smite another so that he gives up the ghost, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 90 strikes with the Asva Astra, 90 strikes with the Sresh Karana. If he commit that deed again, without having atoned for the preceding, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, he is a Peshanu, 200 strikes with the Asva Astra, 200 strikes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man smite another so that he gives up the ghost, and if he refuse to atone for it, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, he is a Peshanu, 200 strikes with the Asva Astra, 200 strikes with the Sresh Karana. And they shall thenceforth in their doings walk after the way of holiness, after the word of holiness, after the ordinance of holiness. I.e. If men of the same faith, either friends or brothers, come to an agreement together, that one may obtain from the other, either goods, or a wife, or knowledge, let him who wants to have goods have them delivered to him. Let him who wants to have a wife receive and wed her. Let him who wants to have knowledge be taught the holy word. He shall learn on, during the first part of the day and the last, during the first part of the night and the last, that his mind may be increased in knowledge and wax strong in holiness. So shall he sit up, giving thanks and praying to the gods, that he may be increased in knowledge. He shall rest during the middle part of the day, during the middle part of the night, and thus shall he continue until he can say all the words which former Arapidus have said. IIIB. Before the water and the blazing fire. Paragraph continues. O Spatama Zarathustra. Let no one make bold to deny having received from his neighbor the ox or the garment he has received from him. Verily I say it unto thee, O Spatama Zarathustra. The man who has a wife is far above him who begets no sons. He who keeps a house is far above him who has none. He who has children is far above the childless man. He who has riches is far above him who has none. And of two men, he who fills himself with meat is filled with a good spirit much more than he who does not do so. The latter is all but dead. The former is above him by the worth of an aspirina, by the worth of a sheep, by the worth of an ox, by the worth of a man. It is this man that can strive against the onsets of Asphu, that can strive against the self-moving arrow, that can strive against the winter fiend, with thinnest garment worn, that can strive against the wicked tyrant and smite him on the head. It is this man that can strive against the ungodly Ashemedha who does not eat. This. The very first time when that deed has been done, without waiting until it is done again. Down there the pain for that deed shall be as hard as any in this world. Should one cut off the limbs from his perishable body with knives of brass, yet still worse shall it be. Down there the pain for that deed shall be as hard as any in this world. Should one nail his perishable body with nails of brass, yet still worse shall it be. Down there the pain for that deed shall be as hard as any in this world. Should one by force throw his perishable body headlong down a precipice 100 times the height of a man, yet still worse shall it be. Down there the pain or that deed shall be as hard as any in this world. Should one by force impale his perishable body, yet still worse shall it be. Down there the pain for that deed shall be as hard as any in this world, to wit, that deed which is done, when a man, knowingly lying, confronts the brimstone, golden, truth knowing. Water with an appeal unto Rashnu and a lie unto Mithra. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. He who, knowingly lying, confronts the brimstone, golden, truth knowing water with an appeal unto Rashnu and a lie unto Mithra, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 700 strikes with the Asva Astra, 700 strikes with the Sresh Karana. Fargad be this chapter and the following ones, to the end of the 12th, deal chiefly with uncleanness arising from the dead, and with the means of removing it from men and things. The subjects treated in this Fargad are as follows. I. If a man defile the fire or the earth involuntarily, or unconsciously, it is no sin. I. Water and fire do not kill. I. Disposal of the dead during winter. IV. How the Daknos are cleansed by water from the heavens. V. On the excellence of purity and of the law that shows how to recover it, when lost. VI. On the defiling power of the Nasu being greater or less, according to the greater or less dignity of the being that dies. VII. On the management of sacrificial implements dealt by the dead. VIII. on the treatment of a woman who has been delivered of a stillborn child. And what is to be done with her clothes? IA. There dies a man in the depths of the vale. A bird takes flight from the top of the mountain down into the depths of the vale, and it eats up the corpse of the dead man there. Then, up it flies from the depths of the vale to the top of the mountain. It flies to some one of the trees there, of the hardwooded or the softwooded, and upon that tree it vomits. It deposits dung. It drops pieces from the corpse. Now, lo. Here is a man coming up from the depths of the vale to the top of the mountain. He comes to the tree whereon the bird is sitting. From that tree he wants to take wood for the fire. He fells the tree, he hews the tree, he splits it into logs, and then he lights it in the fire, the son of Ahura Mazda. What is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, there is no sin upon a man for any dead matter that has been brought by dogs, by birds, by wolves, by winds, or by flies. For were there sin upon a man for any dead matter that might have been brought by dogs, by birds, by wolves, by winds, or by flies, how soon this material world of mine would have in it only Kashanas, shut out from the way of holiness. Whose souls will cry and wail. So numberless are the beings that die upon the face of the earth. IB. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Here is a man watering a cornfield. The water streams down the field. It streams again. It streams a third time. And the fourth time, a dog, a fox, or a wolf carries a corpse into the bed of the stream. What is the penalty that the man shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, there is no sin upon a man for any dead matter that has been brought by dogs, by birds, by wolves, by winds, or by flies. For were there sin upon a man for any dead matter that might have been brought by dogs, by birds, by wolves, by winds, or by flies, how soon this material world of mine would have in it only Kashanas, shut out from the way of holiness, whose souls will cry and wail. So numberless are the beings that die upon the face of the earth. IIA. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Does water kill? Ahura Mazda answered, water kills no man. Asbhu ties the noose around his neck, and, thus tied, Fire carries him off. Then the flood takes him up, the flood takes him down, the flood throws him ashore. Then birds feed upon him, and chance brings him here, or brings him there. IIB. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Does fire kill? Ahura Mazda answered, fire kills no man. Asbhu ties the noose around his neck, and, thus tied, Fire carries him off. The fire burns up life and limb, and then chance brings him here, or brings him there. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If the summer is past and the winter has come, what shall the worshippers of Mazda do? Ahura Mazda answered, in every house? In every burrow, they shall raise 3 small houses for the dead. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. How large shall be those houses for the dead? Ahura Mazda answered, large enough not to strike the skull, or the feet, or the hands of the man, if he should stand erect, and hold out his feet, and stretch out his hands. Such shall be, according to the law, the houses for the dead. And they shall let the lifeless body lie there, for 2 nights, or for 3 nights, or a month long, until the birds begin to fly, the plants to grow, the floods to flow, and the wind to dry up the waters from off the earth. And as soon as the birds begin to fly, the plants to grow, the floods to flow, and the wind to dry up the waters from off the earth, then the worshippers of Mazda shall lay down the dead on the Dakhma his eyes towards the sun. If the worshippers of Mazda have not, within a year, laid down the dead on the Dakhma his eyes towards the sun, thou shalt prescribe for that trespass the same penalty as for the murder of one of the faithful. And there shall it lie until the corpse has been rained on, until the Dakhma has been rained on, until the unclean remains have been rained on, until the birds have eaten up the corpse. IV. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Is it true that thou, Ahura Mazda, sendest the waters from the sea Virukasha down with the wind and with the clouds? That thou, Ahura Mazda, makest them flow down to the corpses? That thou, Ahura Mazda, makest them flow down to the Dakhmas? That thou, Ahura Mazda, makest them flow down to the unclean remains? That thou, Ahura Mazda, makest them flow down to the bones? And that then thou, Ahura Mazda, makest them flow back unseen? That thou, Ahura Mazda, makest them flow back to the sea Pitika? Ahura Mazda answered, it is even so. As thou hast said, O righteous Zarathustra. I, Ahura Mazda, send the waters from the sea Virukasha down with the wind and with the clouds. I, Ahura Mazda, make them stream down to the corpses. I, Ahura Mazda, make them stream down to the Dakhmas. I, Ahura Mazda, make them stream down to the unclean remains. I, Ahura Mazda, make them stream down to the bones. Then I, Ahura Mazda, make them flow back unseen. I, Ahura Mazda, make them flow back to the sea Pitika. The waters stand there boiling, boiling up in the heart of the sea Pitika, and, when cleansed there, they run back again from the sea Pitika to the sea Virukasha, towards the well-water tree, whereon grow the seeds of my plants of every kind by hundreds, by thousands, by hundreds of thousands. Those plants, I, Ahura Mazda, rain down upon the earth, to bring food to the faithful, and fodder to the beneficent cow. To bring food to my people that they may live on it, and fodder to the beneficent cow. V. This is the best of all things, this is the fairest of all things, even as thou hast said, O righteous Zarathustra. With these words the holy Ahura Mazda rejoiced, the holy Zarathustra. Purity is for man, next to life, the greatest good, that purity that is procured by the law of Mazda to him who cleanses his own self with good thoughts, words, and deeds. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. This law, this being-destroying law of Zarathustra, by what greatness, goodness, and fairness is it great, good, and fair above all other utterances. Ahura Mazda answered, as much above all other floods as is the sea Virukasha, so much above all other utterances in greatness, goodness, and fairness is this law, this being-destroying law of Zarathustra. As much as a great stream flows swifter than a slender rivulet, so much above all other utterances in greatness, goodness, and fairness is this law, this fiend-destroying law of Zarathustra. As high as the great tree stands above the small plants it overshadows, so high above all other utterances in greatness, goodness, and fairness is this law, this fiend-destroying law of Zarathustra. As high as heaven is above the earth that it compasses around, so high above all other utterances is this law, this fiend-destroying law of Mazda. Therefore, when the Ratu has been applied to, when the Sreshvaras has been applied to, Whether for a Drayona service that has been undertaken, or for one that has not been undertaken. Whether for a Drayona that has been offered up, or for one that has not been offered up. Whether for a Drayona that has been shared, or for one that has not been shared. The Ratu has power to remit him 1/3 of the penalty he had to pay. If he has committed any other evil deed, it is remitted by his repentance. If he has committed no other evil deed, he is absolved by his repentance forever and ever. VI. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If there be a number of men resting in the same place, on adjoining carpets, on adjoining pillows, be there 2 men near one another, or 5, or 50, or 100, close by one another. And of those people one happens to die, how many of them does the drug nasu envelope with infection, pollution, and uncleanness? Ahura Mazda answered, if the dead one be a priest, the drug nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 11th and defiles the 10th. If the dead one be a warrior, the drug nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 10th and defiles the 9th. If the dead one be a husbandman, the drug nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 9th and defiles the 8th. If it be a shepherd's dog, the drug nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 8th and defiles the 7th. If it be a house dog, the drug nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 7th and defiles the 6th. If it be a Nazga dog, the drug nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 6th and defiles the 5. If it be a young dog, the drug nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 5th and defiles the 4. If it be a Sukarina dog, the drug nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 4th and defiles the 3. If it be a Gazu dog, the drug nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 3rd and defiles the 2. If it be an Iwazu dog, the drug. Paragraph continues nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 2nd and defiles the next. If it be a VU dog, the drug nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the next, she defiles the next. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If it be an Urupi dog, how many of the creatures of the good spirit does it directly defile? How many does it indirectly defile in dying? Ahura Mazda answered, an Urupi dog does neither directly nor indirectly defile any of the creatures of the good spirit, but him who smites and kills it. To him the uncleanness clings forever and ever. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If the dead one be a wicked, 2-footed ruffian, an ungodly Ashemeg, how many of the creatures of the good spirit does he directly defile? How many does he indirectly defile in dying? Ahura Mazda answered, no more than a frog does whose venom is dried up, and that has been dead more than a year. Whilst alive, indeed, O Spatama Zarathustra. That wicked, 2-legged ruffian, that ungodly Ashemegha, directly defiles the creatures of the good spirit, and indirectly defiles them. Whilst alive he smites the water. Whilst alive he blows out the fire. Whilst alive he carries off the cow. Whilst alive he smites the faithful man with a deadly blow, that parts the soul from the body. Not so will he do when dead. Whilst alive, indeed, O Spatama Zarathustra. That wicked, 2-legged ruffian, that ungodly Ashemegha, never ceases depriving the faithful man of his food, of his clothing, of his house, of his bed, of his vessels. Not so will he do when dead. VII. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. When into our houses here below we have brought the fire, the bear's nut, the cups, the kima, and the mortar, O Holy Ahura Mazda. If it come to pass that either a dog or a man dies there, what shall the worshippers of Mazda do? Ahura Mazda answered, out of the house, O Spatama Zarathustra. Shall they take the fire, the bear's nut, the cups, the kima, and the mortar? They shall take the dead one out to the proper place whereto, according to the law, corpses must be brought, to be devoured there. O Maker of the material world, thou. Paragraph continues Holy One. When shall they bring back the fire into the house wherein the man has died? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall wait for 9 nights in winter, for a month in summer, and then they shall bring back the fire to the house wherein the man has died. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. And if they shall bring back the fire to the house wherein the man has died, within the 9 nights, or within the month, what penalty shall they pay? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall be fresh anise, 200 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 200 stripes with the stretched Karana. VII. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If in the house of a worshipper of Mazda there be a woman with child, and if being a month gone, or 2, or 3, or 4, or 5, or 6, or 7, or 8, or 9, or 10 months gone, she bring forth a stillborn child, what shall the worshippers of Mazda do? Ahura Mazda answered, the place in that Mazdian house whereof the ground is the cleanest and the driest, and the least passed through by flocks and herds, by fire, the son of Ahura Mazda, by the consecrated bundles of Bearsma, and by the faithful. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. How far from the fire? How far from the water? How far from the consecrated bundles of Bearsma? How far from the faithful? Ahura Mazda answered, 30 paces from the fire, 30 paces from the water, 30 paces from the consecrated bundles of Bearsma, 3 paces from the faithful. On that place shall the worshippers of Mazda erect an enclosure, and therein shall they establish her with food, therein shall they establish her with clothes. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. What is the food that the woman shall first take? Ahura Mazda answered, she shall drink ghee mixed with ashes, 3 cups of it, or 6, or 9, to wash over the grave within her womb. Afterwards she may drink boiling milk of mares, cows, sheep, or goats, with pap or without pap. She may take cooked meat without water, bread without wafer, and wine without water. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. How long shall she remain so? How long shall she live only on that sort of meat, bread, and wine? Ahura Mazda answered, 3 nights. Long shall she remain so. 3 nights long shall she live on that sort of meat, bread, and wine. Then, when 3 nights have passed, she shall wash her body, she shall wash her clothes, with ghee and water, by the 9 holes, and thus shall she be clean. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. How long shall she remain so? How long, after the 3 nights have gone, shall she sit confined, and live separated from the rest of the worshippers of Mazda, as to her seat, her food, and her clothing? Ahura Mazda answered, 9 nights long shall she remain so, 9 nights long, after the 3 nights have gone, shall she sit confined, and live separated from the rest of the worshippers of Mazda, as to her seat, her food, and her clothing. Then, when the 9 nights have gone, she shall wash her body, and cleanse her clothes with ghee and water. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One! Can those clothes, when once washed and cleansed, ever be used either by a Zeotter, or by a Hanan, or by an Arvaksha, or by a Frabrator, or by an Ayur, or by an Anar, or by a... Paragraph continues Rat Whisker, or by a Streshvarans, or by any priest, warrior, or husbandman? Ahura Mazda answered, never can those clothes, even when washed and cleansed, be used either by a Zeotter, or by a Hanan, or by an Arvaksha, or by a Frabrator, or by an Ayur, or by an Anar, or by a Rat Whisker, or by a Streshvarans, or by any priest, warrior, or husbandman. But if there be in the Mazdian house a woman who is in her sickness, or a man who has become unfit for work, and who must sit in the place of infirmity, those clothes shall serve for their coverings and for their sheath, until they can withdraw and move their hands. Ahura Mazda, indeed, does not allow us to waste anything of value that we may have, not even so much as an aspirine is weight of thread, not even so much as a maid lets fall in spinning. Whosoever throws any clothing on a dead body, even so much as a maid lets fall in spinning, is not a pious man whilst alive, nor shall he, when dead, have a place in the happy realm. He shall go away into the world of the fiends, into the dark world, made of darkness, the offspring of darkness. To that world, to the dismal realm, you are delivered by your own doings, by your own souls, O sinners. Forward be this chapter and the following ones, to the end of the 12th, deal chiefly with uncleanness arising from the dead, and with the means of removing it from men and things. The subjects treated in this forward are as follows. I. If a man defile the fire or the earth involuntarily, or unconsciously, it is no sin. I. Water and fire do not kill. I. Disposal of the dead during winter. IV. How the Dakmas are cleansed by water from the heavens. V. On the excellence of purity and the law that shows how to recover it, when lost. VI. On the defiling power of the Nasu being greater or less, according to the greater or less dignity of the being that dies. VII. On the management of sacrificial implements dealt by the dead. VIII. On the treatment of a woman who has been delivered of a stillborn child. And what is to be done with her clothes. IA. There dies a man in the depths of the vale. A bird takes flight from the top of the mountain down into the depths of the vale, and it eats up the corpse of the dead man there. Then, up it flies from the depths of the vale to the top of the mountain. It flies to some one of the trees there, of the hard-wooded or the soft-wooded, and upon that tree it vomits. It deposits dung. It drops pieces from the corpse. Now, lo. Here is a man coming up from the depths of the vale to the top of the mountain. He comes to the tree whereon the bird is sitting. From that tree he wants to take wood for the fire. He fells the tree, he hews the tree, he splits it into logs, and then he lights it in the fire, the son of Ahura Mazda. What is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, there is no sin upon a man for any dead matter that has been brought by dogs, by birds, by wolves, by winds, or by flies. For were there sin upon a man for any dead matter that might have been brought by dogs, by birds, by wolves, by winds, or by flies, how soon this material world of mine would have been only Kashanas, shut out from the way of holiness. Whose souls will cry and wail. So numberless are the beings that die upon the face of the earth. IB. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. Here is a man watering a cornfield. The water streams down the field. It streams again. It streams a third time. And the fourth time, a dog, a fox, or a wolf carries a corpse into the bed of the stream. What is the penalty that the man shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, there is no sin upon a man for any dead matter that has been brought by dogs, by birds, by wolves, by winds, or by flies. For were there sin upon a man for any dead matter that might have been brought by dogs, by birds, by wolves, by winds, or by flies, how soon this material world of mine would have in it only Kashanas, shut out from the way of holiness, whose souls will cry and wail. So numberless are the beings that die upon the face of the earth. IIA. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. Does water kill? Ahura Mazda answered, water kills no man. Asvhu ties the noose around his neck, and, thus tied, Vaya carries him off. Then the flood takes him up, the flood takes him down, the flood throws him ashore. Then birds feed upon him, and chance brings him here, or brings him there. IIB. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. Does fire kill? Ahura Mazda answered, fire kills no man. Asvhu ties the noose around his neck, and, thus tied, Vaya carries him off. The fire burns up life and limb, and then chance brings him here, or brings him there. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If the summer is past and the winter has come, what shall the worshippers of Mazda do? Ahura Mazda answered, in every house? In every burrow, they shall raise 3 small houses for the dead. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. How large shall be those houses for the dead? Ahura Mazda answered, large enough not to strike the skull, or the feet, or the hands of the man, if he should stand erect, and hold out his feet, and stretch out his hands, such shall be, according to the law, houses for the dead. And they shall let the lifeless body lie there, for 2 nights, or for 3 nights, or a month long, until the birds begin to fly, the plants to grow, the floods to flow, and the wind to dry up the waters from off the earth. And as soon as the birds begin to fly, the plants to grow, the floods to flow, and the wind to dry up the waters from off the earth, then the worshippers of Mazda shall lay down the dead on the Dakhma his eyes towards the sun. If the worshippers of Mazda have not, within a year, laid down the dead on the Dakhma his eyes towards the sun, thou shalt prescribe for that trespass the same penalty as for the murder of one of the faithful. And there shall it lie until the corpse has been rained on, until the Dakhma has been rained on, until the unclean remains have been rained on, until the birds have eaten up the corpse. IV. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. Is it true that thou, Ahura Mazda, sendest the waters from the sea Burukasha down with the wind and with the clouds? That thou, Ahura Mazda, makest them flow down to the corpses? That thou, Ahura Mazda, knockest them flow down to the Daphnes? That thou, Ahura Mazda, knockest them flow down to the unclean remains? That thou, Ahura Mazda, knockest them flow down to the bones? And that then thou, Ahura Mazda, knockest them flow back unseen? That thou, Ahura Mazda, knockest them flow back to the sea Pitika? Ahura Mazda answered, It is even so. As thou hast said, O righteous Zarathustra. I, Ahura Mazda, send the waters from the sea Vurukasha down with the wind and with the clouds. I, Ahura Mazda, make them stream down to the corpses. I, Ahura Mazda, make them stream down to the Daphnes. I, Ahura Mazda, make them stream down to the unclean remains. I, Ahura Mazda, make them stream down to the bones. Then I, Ahura Mazda, make them flow back unseen. I, Ahura Mazda, make them flow back to the sea Pitika. The waters stand there boiling, boiling out in the heart of the sea Pitika, and, when cleansed there, they run back again from the sea Pitika to the sea Vurukasha, towards the well-water tree, whereon grow the seeds of my plants of every kind by hundreds, by thousands, by hundreds of thousands. Those plants, I, Ahura Mazda, rain down upon the earth, to bring food to the faithful, and fodder to the beneficent cow. To bring food to my people that they may live on it, and fodder to the beneficent cow. V. This is the best of all things, this is the fairest of all things, even as thou hast said, O righteous Zarathustra. With these words the holy Ahura Mazda rejoiced the holy Zarathustra. Purity is for man, next to life, the greatest good, that purity that is procured by the law of Mazda to him who cleanses his own self with good thoughts, words, and deeds. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. This law, this being-destroying law of Zarathustra, by what greatness, goodness, and fairness is it great, good, and fair above all other utterances. Ahura Mazda answered, As much above all other floods as is the sea Vurukasha, so much above all other utterances in greatness, goodness, and fairness is this law, this being-destroying law of Zarathustra. As much as a great stream flows swifter than its slender rivulet, so much above all other utterances in greatness, goodness, and fairness is this law, this being-destroying law of Zarathustra. As high as the great tree stands above the small plants it overshadows, so high above all other utterances in greatness, goodness, and fairness is this law, this being-destroying law of Zarathustra. As high as heaven is above the earth that it compasses around, so high above all other utterances is this law, this being-destroying law of Mazda. Therefore, when the Ratu has been applied to when the Sreshtaras has been applied to, whether for a Drayona service that has been undertaken, or for one that has not been undertaken, whether for a Drayona that has been offered up, or for one that has not been offered up, whether for a Drayona that has been shared, or for one that has not been shared, the Ratu has power to remit him 1/3 of the penalty he had to pay. If he has committed any other evil deed, it is remitted by his repentance. If he has committed no other evil deed, he is absolved by his repentance forever and ever. VI. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If there be a number of men resting in the same place, on adjoining carpets, on adjoining pillows, be there 2 men near one another, or 5, or 50, or 100, close by one another, and of those people one happens to die, how many of them does the drug Nasu envelope with infection, pollution, and uncleanness? Ahura Mazda answered, If the dead one be a priest, the drug Nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 11th and defiles the 10. If the dead one be a warrior, the drug Nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 10th and defiles the 9. If the dead one be a husbandman, the drug Nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 9th and defiles the 8. If it be a shepherd's dog, the drug Nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 8th and defiles the 7. If it be a house dog, the drug Nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 7th and defiles the 6. If it be a Nazga dog, the drug Nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 6th and defiles the 5. If it be a young dog, the drug Nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 5th and defiles the 4. If it be a Sukarina dog, the drug Nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 4th and defiles the 3. If it be a Gazu dog, the drug Nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 3rd and defiles the 2. If it be an Iwazu dog, the drug. Paragraph continues Nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 2nd and defiles the next. If it be a BU dog, the drug Nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the next, she defiles the next. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If it be an Urupi dog, how many of the creatures of the good spirit does it directly defile? How many does it indirectly defile in dying? Ahura Mazda answered, An Urupi dog does neither directly nor indirectly defile any of the creatures of the good spirit, but him who smites and kills it. To him the uncleanness clings forever and ever. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If the dead one be a wicked, 2-footed ruffian, an ungodly Ashemegha, how many of the creatures of the good spirit does he directly defile? How many does he indirectly defile in dying? Ahura Mazda answered, No more than a frog does whose venom is dried up, and that has been dead more than a year. Whilst alive, indeed, O Spatama Zarathustra. That wicked, 2-legged ruffian, that ungodly Ashemegha, directly defiles the creatures of the good spirit, and indirectly defiles them. Whilst alive he smites the water. Whilst alive he blows out the fire. Whilst alive he carries off the cow. Whilst alive he smites the faithful man with a deadly blow, that parts the soul from the body. Not so will he do when dead. Whilst alive, indeed, O Spatama Zarathustra. That wicked, 2-legged ruffian, that ungodly Ashemegha, never ceases depriving the faithful man of his food, of his clothing, of his house, of his bed, of his vessels. Not so will he do when dead. VII. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When into our houses here below we have brought the fire, the bear's nut, the cups, the hema, and the mortar, O holy Ahura Mazda. If it come to pass that either a dog or a man dies there, what shall the worshippers of Mazda do? Ahura Mazda answered, Out of the house, O Spatama Zarathustra. Shall they take the fire, the bear's nut, the cups, the hema, and the mortar? They shall take the dead one out to the proper place whereto, according to the law, corpses must be brought, to be devoured there. O maker of the material world, thou. Paragraph continues, Holy One. When shall they bring back the fire into the house wherein the man has died? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall wait for 9 nights in winter, for a month in summer, and then they shall bring back the fire to the house wherein the man has died. O maker of the material world, thou Holy One. And if they shall bring back the fire to the house wherein the man has died, within the 9 nights, or within the month, what penalty shall they pay? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall be fresh anise, 200 stripes with the astra astra, 200 stripes with the fresh karana. VIII. O maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If in the house of a worshipper of Mazda there be a woman with child, and if being a month gone, or 2, or 3, or 4, or 5, or 6, or 7, or 8, or 9, or 10 months gone, she bring forth a stillborn child, what shall the worshippers of Mazda do? Ahura Mazda answered, the place in that Mazdian house whereof the ground is the cleanest and the driest, and the least passed through by flocks and herds, by fire, the son of Ahura Mazda, by the consecrated bundles of Berzma, and by the faithful. O maker of the material world, thou Holy One. How far from the fire? How far from the water? How far from the consecrated bundles of Berzma? How far from the faithful? Ahura Mazda answered, 30 paces from the fire, 30 paces from the water, 30 paces from the consecrated bundles of Berzma, 3 paces from the faithful. On that place shall the worshippers of Mazda erect an enclosure, and therein shall they establish her with food, therein shall they establish her with clothes. O maker of the material world, thou Holy One. What is the food that the woman shall first take? Ahura Mazda answered, she shall drink ghee mixed with ashes, 3 cups of it, or 6, or 9, to wash over the grave within her womb. Afterwards she may drink boiling milk of mares, cows, sheep, or goats, with pap or without pap. She may take cooked meat without water, bread without wafer, and wine without water. O maker of the material world, thou Holy One. How long shall she remain so? How long shall she live only on that sort of meat, bread, and wine? Ahura Mazda answered, 3 nights. Long shall she remain so. 3 nights long shall she live on that sort of meat, bread, and wine. Then, when 3 nights have passed, she shall wash her body, she shall wash her clothes, with ghee and water, by the 9 holes, and thus shall she be clean. O maker of the material world, thou Holy One. How long shall she remain so? How long, after the 3 nights have gone, shall she sit confined, and live separated from the rest of the worshippers of Mazda, as to her seat, her food, and her clothing? Ahura Mazda answered, 9 nights long shall she remain so, 9 nights long, after the 3 nights have gone, shall she sit confined, and live separated from the rest of the worshippers of Mazda, as to her seat, her food, and her clothing. Then, when the 9 nights have gone, she shall wash her body, and cleanse her clothes with ghee and water. O maker of the material world, thou Holy One. And those clothes, when once washed and cleansed, ever be used either by a Ziyadar, or by a Anan, or by an Arbaksha, or by a Frabereder, or by an Erd, or by an Anar, or by a... Paragraph continues, Rat Whisker, or by a Sresh Varans, or by any priest, warrior, or husbandman? Ahura Mazda answered, never can those clothes, even when washed and cleansed, be used either by a Ziyadar, or by a Anan, or by an Arbaksha, or by a Frabereder, or by an Erd, or by an Anar, or by a Rat Whisker, or by a Sresh Varans, or by any priest, warrior, or husbandman. But if there be in the Mazdian house a woman who is in her sickness, or a man who has become unfit for work, and who must sit in the place of infirmity, those clothes shall serve for their coverings and for their sheets, until they can withdraw and move their hands. Ahura Mazda, indeed, does not allow us to waste anything of value that we may have, not even so much as an aspirine's weight of thread, not even so much as a maid lets fall in spinning. Whosoever throws any clothing on a dead body, even so much as a maid lets fall in spinning, is not a pious man whilst alive, nor shall he, when dead, have a place in the happy realm. He shall go away into the world of the fiends, into the dark world, made of darkness, the offspring of darkness. To that world, to the dismal realm, you are delivered by your own doings, by your own souls, O sinners. Fargard 7:5. How long after death the Nasu falls upon the dead? I. How far the defiling power of the Nasu extends? I. Cleansing of clothes defiled by the dead. IV. Eating of corpses an abomination. V. Bringing corpses to fire or water an abomination. VI. Cleansing of wood and corn defiled by the dead. VIIA. Physicians. Their probation. VIIB. Their fees. VIII. Purification of the earth, of the Daknas. The Daknas and the Da'as. IX. Treatment of a woman who has brought forth a stillborn child. X. Cleansing of vessels defiled by the dead. Xi. Cleansing of the cow. XII. Unclean libations. This chapter would offer tolerable unity, but for a digression on medicine, which would be better placed as an introduction to the last 3 chapters, sections 2 and IX, parts of which have already been found in Fargard B, are more suitably placed here. This chapter, as a whole, deals with the action of the drug Nasu, from the moment she takes hold of the corpse, and shows how and when the several objects she has defiled become clean, namely, clothes, wood, corn, earth, women, vessels, and cows. I. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, O Ahura Mazda, most beneficent spirit, maker of the material world, thou Holy One. When a man dies, at what moment does the drug Nasu rush upon him? Ahura Mazda answered, directly after death, as soon as the soul has left the body, O Spatama Zarathustra. The drug Nasu comes and rushes upon him, from the regions of the north, in the shape of a raging fly, with knees and tail sticking out, all stained with stings, and like unto the foulest crabsters. On him she stays until the dog has seen the corpse or eaten it up, or until the flesh-eating birds have taken flight towards it. When the dog has seen it or eaten it up, or when the flesh-eating birds have taken flight towards it, then the drug Nasu rushes away to the regions of the north in the shape of a raging fly, with knees and tail sticking out, all stained with stings, and like unto the foulest crabsters. O maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If the man has been killed by a dog, or by a wolf, or by witchcraft, or by the artifices of hatred, or by falling down a precipice, or by the law, or by a murderer, or by the news. How long after death does the drug Nasu come and rush upon the dead? Ahura Mazda answered, at the next watch after death, the drug Nasu comes and rushes upon the dead, from the regions of the north, in the shape of a raging fly, with knees and tail sticking out, all stained with stings, and like unto the foulest crabstras. I. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If there be a number of men resting in the same place, on adjoining carpets, on adjoining pillows, be there 2 men near one another, or 5, or 50, or 100, close by one another. And of those people one happens to die, how many of them does the drug Nasu envelope with infection, pollution, and uncleanness? Ahura Mazda answered, if the dead one be a priest, the drug Nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 11th and defiles the 10. If the dead one be a warrior, the drug Nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 10th and defiles the 9. If the dead one be a husbandman, the drug Nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 9th and defiles the 8. If it be a shepherd's dog, the drug Nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 8th and defiles the 7. If it be a house dog, the drug Nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 7th and defiles the 6th. If it be a Bohnazga dog, the drug Nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 6th and defiles the 5. If it be a young dog, the drug Nasu rushes forth, O Spatama Zarathustra. She falls on the 5th and defiles the 4. Those clothes shall serve for their coverings and for their sheets. I. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. What part of his bed and pillow does the drug Nasu defile with infection, uncleanness, and pollution? Ahura Mazda answered, the drug Nasu defiles with infection, uncleanness, and pollution the upper sheet and the inner garment. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Can that garment be made clean, O holy Ahura Mazda? That has been touched by the carcass of a dog or the corpse of a man? Ahura Mazda answered, it can, O holy Zarathustra. How so? If, indeed, the garment has been defiled with seed, or sweat, or dirt, or vomit, the worshippers of Mazda shall rend it to pieces, and bury it under the ground. But if it has not been defiled with seed, or sweat, or dirt, or vomit, then the worshippers of Mazda shall wash it with G. If it be leather, they shall wash it with G 3 times, they shall rub it with earth 3 times, they shall wash it with water 3 times, and afterwards they shall expose it to the air for 3 months at the window of the house. If it be woven cloth, they shall wash it with G 6 times, they shall rub it with earth 6 times, they shall wash it with water 6 times, and afterwards they shall expose it to the air for 6 months at the window of the house. The spring named ARDVSA, O Spatama Zarathustra. That spring of mine, purifies the seed in man, the fruit in a woman's womb, the milk in a woman's breast. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Can those clothes, when once washed and cleansed, ever be used either by a Zayadar, or by a Chanan, or by an Arvaksha, or by a Frabrator, or by an ear, or by an Anar, or by a Rath Whisker, or by a Sveshvarans, or by any priest, warrior, or husbandman? Ahura Mazda answered, never can those clothes, even when washed and cleansed, be used either by a Zayadar, or by a Chanan, or by an Arvaksha, or by a Frabrator, or by an ear, or by an Anar, or by a Rath Whisker, or by a Sveshvarans, or by any priest, warrior, or husbandman. But if there be in the Muslim house a woman who is in her sickness, or from a man who has become unfit for work, and who must sit in the place of infirmity, those clothes shall serve for their coverings and for their sheets, until they can withdraw and move their hands. Ahura Mazda, indeed, does not allow us to waste anything of value that we may have, not even so much as an aspirina's weight of thread, not even so much as a maid lets fall in spinning. Whosoever throws any clothing on a dead body, even so much as a maid lets fall in spinning, is not a pious man whilst alive, nor shall he, when dead, have a place in the happy realm. He shall go away into the world of the fiends, into the dark world, made of darkness, the offspring of darkness. To that world, to the dismal realm, you are delivered by your own doings, by your own souls, O sinners. IV. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Can he be clean again who has eaten of the carcass of a dog or of the carcass of a man? Ahura Mazda answered, he cannot, O holy Zarathustra. His burrows shall be dug out, his life shall be torn out, his bright eyes shall be put out. The drug Nasu falls upon him, takes hold of him even to the end of the nails, and he is unclean, thenceforth, forever and ever. V. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Can he be clean again, O holy Ahura Mazda? Who has brought a corpse with filth into the waters, or unto the fire, and made either unclean? Ahura Mazda answered, he cannot, O holy Zarathustra. Those wicked ones it is, those men turn to Nasus, that most increase gnats and locusts. Those wicked ones it is, those men turn to Nasus, that most increase the grass destroying drought. Those wicked ones it is, those men turn to Nasus, that increase most the power of the winter, produced by the fiends, the cattle killing, it snowing, overflowing, the piercing, fierce, mischievous winter. Upon them comes and rushes the drug Nasu, she takes hold of them even to the end of the nails, and they are unclean, thenceforth, forever and ever. The eye. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Can the wood be made clean, O holy Ahura Mazda? Whereunto dead matter has been brought from a dead dog, or from a dead man? Ahura Mazda answered, it can, O holy Zarathustra. How so? If Nasu has not yet been smitten by the corpse-eating dogs, or by the corpse-eating birds, they shall lay down, apart on the ground, the wood on the length of Abasti all around the dead matter, if the wood be dry. On the length of Ephrani all around, if it be wet. Then they shall sprinkle it once over with water, and it shall be clean. But if the Nasu has already been smitten by the corpse-eating dogs, or by the corpse-eating birds, they shall lay down, apart on the ground, the wood on the length of Ephrani all around the dead matter, if the wood be dry. On the length of Ephraim all around, if it be wet. Then they shall sprinkle it once over with water, and it shall be clean. This is the quantity of wood around the dead matter, that they shall lay down, apart on the ground, according as the wood is dry or wet, according as it is hard or soft. They shall sprinkle it once over with water, and it shall be clean. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Can the corn or the fodder be made clean, O holy Ahura Mazda? Whereunto dead matter has been brought from a dead dog, or from a dead man? Ahura Mazda answered, It can, O holy Zarathustra. How so? If the Nasu has not yet been smitten by the corpse-eating dogs, or by the corpse-eating birds, they shall lay down, apart on the ground, the corn on the length of a ephah all around the dead matter, if the corn be dry. On the length of a ephah all around if it be wet. Then they shall sprinkle it once over with water, and it shall be clean. But if the Nasu has already been smitten by the corpse-eating dogs, or by the corpse-eating birds, they shall lay down, apart on the ground, the corn on the length of a ephah all around the dead matter, if the corn be dry. On the length of 80 all around, if it be wet. Then they shall sprinkle it once over with water, and it shall be clean. This is the quantity of corn around the dead matter, that they shall lay down, apart on the ground, according as the corn is dry or wet. According as it is sown or not sown. According as it is reaped or not reaped. According as it is ground or not ground. According as it is kneaded or not kneaded. They shall sprinkle it once over with water, and it shall be clean. VIIA. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a worshipper of Mazda want to practice the art of healing, on whom shall he first his skill? On worshippers of Mazda or on worshippers of the Da'as? Ahura Mazda answered, On worshippers of the Da'as shall he first prove himself, rather than on worshippers of Mazda. If he treat with the knife a worshipper of the Da'as and he die. If he treat with the knife a second worshipper of the Da'as and he die. If he treat with the knife for the third time a worshipper of the Da'as and he die, he is unfit to practice the art of healing forever and ever. Let him therefore never tend any worshipper of Mazda. Let him never treat with the knife any worshipper of Mazda, nor wound him with the knife. If he shall ever tend any worshipper of Mazda, if he shall ever treat with the knife any worshipper of Mazda, and wound him with the knife, he shall pay for it the same penalty as is paid for willful murder. If he treat with the knife a worshipper of the Da'as and he recover. If he treat with the knife a second worshipper of the Da'as and he recover. If for the third time he treat with the knife a worshipper of the Da'as and he recover. Then he is fit to practice the art of healing forever and ever. He may henceforth at his will attend worshippers of Mazda. He may at his will treat with the knife worshippers of Mazda, and heal them with the knife. VIIB. A healer shall heal a priest for a holy blessing. He shall heal the master of a house for the value of an ox of low value. He shall heal the lord of a borough for the value of an ox of average value. He shall heal the lord of a town for the value of an ox of high value. He shall heal the lord of a province for the value of a chariot and 4. He shall heal the wife of the master of a house for the value of a she-ass. He shall heal the wife of the lord of a borough for the value of a cow. He shall heal the wife of the lord of a town for the value of a mare. He shall heal the wife of the lord of a province for the value of a she-camel. He shall heal the son of the lord of a borough for the value of an ox of high value. He shall heal an ox of high value for the value of an ox of average value. He shall heal an ox of average value for that of an ox of low value. He shall heal an ox of low value for the value of a sheep. He shall heal a sheep for the value of a meal of meat. If several healers offer themselves together, O Spatama Zarathustra, namely, one who heals with the knife, one who heals with herbs, and one who heals with the holy word, it is this one who will best drive away sickness from the body of the faithful. VIII. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. How long after the corpse of a dead man has been laid down on the ground, clothed with the light of heaven and beholding the sun, is the ground itself again? Ahura Mazda answered, When the corpse of a dead man has lain on the ground for a year, clothed with the light of heaven, and beholding the sun, then the ground is itself again, O holy Zarathustra. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. How long after the corpse of a dead man has been buried in the earth, is the earth itself again? Ahura Mazda answered, When the corpse of a dead man has lain buried in the earth for 50 years, O Spatama Zarathustra, then the earth is itself again. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. How long after the corpse of a dead man has been laid down on a Dakhma, is the ground, whereon the Dakhma stands, itself again? Ahura Mazda answered, Not until the dust of the corpse, O Spatama Zarathustra, has mingled with the dust of the earth. Urge everyone in the material world, O Spatama Zarathustra, to pull down Dakhmas. He who should pull down Dakhmas, even so much thereof as the size of his own body, his sins in thought, word, and deed are remitted as they would be by habit. His sins in thought, word, and deed are atoned for. Not for his soul shall but two spirits wage war with one another. And when he enters the blissful world, the stars, the moon, and the sun shall rejoice in him. And I, Ahura Mazda, shall rejoice in him, saying, Hail, O man! Thou who hast just passed from the decaying world into the undecaying one. O maker of the material world, thou. Paragraph continues, Holy One. Where are the fiends? Where are the worshippers of the fiends? What is the place whereon the troops of fiends rush together? What is the place whereon the troops of fiends come rushing along? What is the place whereon they rush together to kill their 50s and their hundreds and their thousands and their tens of thousands, their tens of thousands and their myriads of myriads? Ahura Mazda answered, Those Dakhmas that are built upon the face of the earth, O Spatama Zarathustra. And whereon are laid the corpses of dead men, that is the place where the fiends are, that is the place whereon the troops of fiends rush together, that is the place whereon the troops of fiends come rushing along, that is the place whereon they rush together to kill their 50s and their hundreds and their thousands and their tens of thousands and their myriads of myriads. On those Dakhmas, O Spatama Zarathustra. Those fiends take food and void milk, eating out corpses in the same way as you, men, in the material world, eat cooked meal and cooked meat. It is, as it were, the smell of their feeding that you smell there, O men. Thus the fiends revel on there, until that stench is rooted in the Dakhmas. Thus from the Dakhmas arise the infection of diseases, itch, hot fever, humors, cold fever, rickets, and hair untimely white. Their death has most power on men, from the hour when the sun is down. And if there be people of evil spirit who do not seek for better spirit, the gainest make those diseases grow stronger by a third, on their thighs, on their hands, on their plaited hair. IX. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If in the house of a worshipper of Mazda there be a woman with child, and it being a month gone, or 2, or 3, or 4, or 5, or 6, or 7, or 8, or 9, or 10 months gone, she bring forth a stillborn child, what shall the worshippers of Mazda do? Ahura Mazda answered, the place in that Mazdian house whereof the ground is the cleanest and the driest, and the least pass through by flocks and herds, by fire, the son of Ahura Mazda, by the consecrated bundles of Berzma, and by the faithful. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. How far from the fire? How far from the water? How far from the consecrated bundles of Berzma? How far from the faithful? Ahura Mazda answered, 30 paces from the fire, 30 paces from the water, 30 paces from the consecrated bundles of Berzma, 3 paces from the faithful. On that place shall the worshippers of Mazda erect an enclosure, and therein shall they establish her with food, therein shall they establish her with clothes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. What is the food that the woman shall first take? Ahura Mazda answered, she shall drink ghee mixed with ashes, 3 cups of it, or 6, or 9, to wash over the braid in her womb. Afterwards she may drink boiling milk of mares, cows, sheep, or goats, with pap or without pap. She may take cooked meat without water, bread without water, and wine without water. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. How long shall she remain so? How long shall she live only on that sort of meat, bread, and wine? Ahura Mazda answered, 3 nights long shall she remain so. 3 nights long shall she live on that sort of meat, bread, and wine. Then, when 3 nights have passed, she shall wash her body, she shall wash her clothes, with ghee and water, by the 9 holes, and thus shall she be clean. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. But if fever befall her unclean body, if that twofold plague, hunger and thirst, befall her, may she be allowed to drink water? Ahura Mazda answered, she may. The first thing for her is to have her life saved. Having been allowed by one of the holy men, by a holy faithful man, who knows the holy knowledge, she shall drink of the strength-giving water. But you, worshippers of Mazda, fix ye the penalty for it. The ratu being applied to, the shreshgar is being applied to, shall prescribe the penalty to be paid. What is the penalty to be paid? Ahura Mazda answered, the deed is that of a Kashanu, 200 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 200 stripes with the Sresh Karana. S. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Can the eating vessels be made clean that have been touched by the carcass of a dog, or by the corpse of a man? Ahura Mazda answered, they can, O holy Zarathustra. How so? If they be of gold, you shall wash them once with ghee, you shall rub them once with earth, you shall wash them once with water, and they shall be clean. If they be of silver, you shall wash them twice with ghee, you shall rub them twice with earth, you shall wash them twice with water, and they shall be clean. If they be of brass, you shall wash them thrice with ghee, you shall rub them thrice with earth, you shall wash them thrice with water, and they shall be clean. If they be of steel, you shall wash them 4 times with ghee, you shall rub them 4 times with earth, you shall wash them 4 times with water, and they shall be clean. If they be of stone, you shall wash them 6 times with ghee, you shall rub them 6 times with earth, you shall wash them 6 times with water, and they shall be clean. If they be of earth, of wood, or of clay, they are unclean forever and ever. Sign. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Can the cow be made clean that has eaten of the carcass of a dog, or of the corpse of a man? Ahura Mazda answered, she can, O holy Zarathustra. The priest shall not, within a year, take from her to the bears neither the milk and cheese that accompany the libation, nor the meat that accompanies the libation. When a year has passed, then the faithful may eat of her as before. XII. Who is he, O holy Ahura Mazda? Who, with a godly intent, with a godly wish, goes astray from the ways of God? Who is he who, with a godly intent, falls into the ways of the drug? Ahura Mazda answered, the one who, with a godly intent, with a godly wish, goes astray from the ways of God. The one who with a godly intent falls into the ways of the drug, is he who offers up libation water defiled by the dead, or who offers up libations in the dead of the night. Fargard 8I. Purification of the house where a man has died. II. Funerals. III. Purification of the ways along which the core has been carried. IV. No clothes to be wasted on a corpse. V. Unlawful lusts. VI. A corpse when dried up does not contaminate. VII. Purification of the man defiled by the dead. VIII. Purification of the fire defiled by the dead. IX. The bare fire. X. Purification in the wilderness. This chapter, putting aside section B, may be entitled Funerals and Purification. Logical order may easily be introduced into it by arranging the sections as follows: I, O, E, I, VII, X, V, X, I. If a dog or a man die under the timber work of a house or the wattlings of a hut, what shall the worshippers of Mazda do? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall look for a DAKHMA, they shall look for a DAKHMA all around. If they find it easier to remove the dead than to remove the house, they shall make out the dead, they shall let the house stand, and shall perfume it with Urfnai, or Vohu Daona, or Vohu Purity, or Hednaata, or any other sweet-smelling plant. If they find it easier to remove the house than to remove the dead, they shall take away the house, they shall let the dead lie on the spot, and shall perfume the house with Urfnai, or Vohu Daona, or Vohu Purity, or Hednaata, or any other sweet-smelling plant. II. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If in the house of a worshipper of Mazda a dog or a man happens to die, and it is raining, or snowing, or blowing, or the darkness is coming on, when flocks and men lose their way, what shall the worshippers of Mazda do? Ahura Mazda answered, the place in the house whereof the ground is the cleanest and the driest, and the least pass through by flocks and herds, by fire, the son of Ahura Mazda, by the consecrated bundles of Berzma, and by the faithful. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. How far from the fire? How far from the water? How far from the consecrated bundles of Berzma? How far from the faithful? Ahura Mazda answered, 30 paces from the fire. 30 paces from the water. 30 paces from the consecrated bundles of bear's milk. 3 paces from the faithful. On that place they shall dig a grave, half a foot deep if the earth be hard, half the height of a man if it be soft. They shall cover the surface of the grave with ashes or cowrie. They shall cover the surface of it with dust of bricks, of stones, or of dry earth. And they shall let the lifeless body lie there, for 2 nights, or 3 nights, or a month long, until the birds begin to fly, the plants to grow, the floods to flow, and the wind to dry up the waters from off the earth. And when the birds begin to fly, the plants to grow, the floods to flow, and the wind to dry up the waters from off the earth, then the worshippers of Mazda shall make a breach in the wall of the house, and they shall call for 2 men, strong and skillful, and those, having stripped their clothes off, shall take the body to the building of clay, stones, and mortar, raised on a place where they know there are always corpse-eating dogs and corpse-eating birds. Afterwards the corpse-bearers shall sit down, 3 paces from the dead. Then the holy Ratu shall proclaim to the worshippers of Mazda thus, let the worshippers of Mazda here bring the urine where with the corpse-bearers there shall wash their hair and their bodies. O maker of the material world, thou holy one, which is the urine wherewith the corpse-bearers shall wash their hair and their bodies? Is it of sheep or of oxen? Is it of man or of woman? Ahura Mazda answered, it is of sheep or of oxen. Not of man nor woman, except these 2, the nearest kinsman of the dead or his nearest kinswoman. The worshippers of Mazda shall therefore procure the urine wherewith the corpse-bearers shall wash their hair and their bodies. I. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. And the way, whereon the carcasses of dogs or corpses of men have been carried, be passed through again by flocks and herds, by men and women, by fire, the son of Ahura Mazda, by the consecrated bundles of bear's milk, and by the faithful? Ahura Mazda answered, it cannot be passed through again by flocks and herds, nor by men and women, nor by fire, the son of Ahura Mazda, nor by the consecrated bundles of bear's milk, nor by the faithful. You shall therefore cause the yellow dog with 4 eyes, or the white dog with yellow ears, to go 3 times through that way. When either the yellow dog with 4 eyes, or the white dog with yellow ears, is brought there, then the drug Masu flies away to the regions of the north, in the shape of a raging fly, with knees and tail sticking out, all stained with stains, and like unto the foulest crabsters. If the dog goes unwillingly, they shall use the yellow dog with 4 eyes, or the white dog with yellow ears, to go 6 times through that way. When either the yellow dog with 4 eyes, or the white dog with yellow ears, is brought there, then the drug Masu flies away to the regions of the north, in the shape of a raging fly, with knees and tail sticking out, all stained with stains, and like unto the foulest crabsters. If the dog goes unwillingly, they shall cause the yellow dog with 4 eyes, or the white dog with yellow ears, to go 9 times through that way. When either the yellow dog with 4 eyes, or the white dog with yellow ears, has been brought there, then the drug Masu flies away to the regions of the north, in the shape of a raging fly, with knees and tail sticking out, all stained with stains, and like unto the foulest crabsters. And Fervin shall first go along the way and shall say aloud these fiend-smitting words, Yaf Avari, the will of the Lord is the law of holiness. The riches of Bohu man shall be given to him who works in this world for Mazda, and wields according to the will of Ahura the power he gave to him to relieve the poor. Kemen Mazd, whom hast thou placed to protect me, O Mazda? While the hate of the fiend is grasping me? Whom but thy Arn Bohu man, by whose work the holy world goes on? Reveal to me the rules of thy law. Kibir Throne G, who is he who will smite the fiend in order to maintain thy ordinances? Teach me clearly thy rules for this world and for the next, that Sresha may come with Bohu man and help whomsoever thou pleasest. Keep us from our hater, O Mazda and Mady Spenta. Perish, O fiendish drug. Perish, O brood of the fiend. Perish, O world of the fiend. Perish away, O drug. Rush away, O drug. Perish away, O drug. Perish away to the regions of the north, never more to give unto death the living world of the Holy Spirit. Then the worshippers of Mazda Maya there will bring by those ways sheep and oxen, men and women, and fire, the son of Ahura Mazda, the consecrated bundles of Beersma, and the faithful. The worshippers of Mazda may afterwards prepare meals with meat and wine in that house. It shall be clean, and there will be no sin, as before. IV. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man shall throw clothes, either of skin or woven, upon a dead body, enough to cover the feet, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 400 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 400 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man shall throw clothes, either of skin or woven, upon a dead body, enough to cover both legs, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 600 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 600 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man shall throw clothes, either of skin or woven, upon a dead body, enough to cover the whole body, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 1,000 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 1,000 stripes with the Sresh Karana. V. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man involuntarily emits his seed, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 800 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 800 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man voluntarily emits his seed, what is the penalty for it? What is the atonement for it? What is the cleansing from it? Ahura Mazda answered, for that deed there is nothing that can pay, nothing that can atone, nothing that can cleanse from it. It is a trespass for which there is no atonement, forever and ever. When is it so? It is so, if the sinner be a professor of the law of Mazda, or one who has been taught in it. But if he be not a professor of the law of Mazda, nor one who has been taught in it, then this law of Mazda takes his sin from him, if he confesses it and resolves never to commit again such forbidden deeds. The law of Mazda indeed, O Spatama Zarathustra, takes away from him who confesses it the bonds of his sin. It takes away the sin of breach of trust. It takes away the sin of murdering one of the faithful. It takes away the sin of burying a corpse. It takes away the sin of deeds for which there is no atonement. It takes away the heaviest penalties of sin. It takes away any sin that may be sinned. In the same way the law of Mazda, O Spatama Zarathustra, cleanses the faithful from every evil thought, word, and deed, as a swift rushing mighty wind cleanses the plain. So let all the deeds thou doest be henceforth good, O Zarathustra. A full atonement for thy sin is effected by means of the law of Mazda. O maker of the material world, thou only one. Who is the man that is a Da-A? Who is he that is a worshipper of the Da-A? That is a male paramour of the Da-S? That is a female paramour of the Da-S? That is a she Da-A? That is in his inmost self a Da-A? That is in his whole being a Da-A? Who is he that is a Da before he dies, and becomes one of the unseen Da-As after death? Ahura Mazda answered, the man that lies with mankind as man lies with womankind, or as woman lies with mankind, is the man that is a Da-A. This one is the man that is a worshipper of the Da-As, that is a male paramour of the Da-As, that is a female paramour of the Da, that is a she Da-A. This is a man that is in his inmost self a Da, that is in his whole being a Da-A. This is a man that is a Da before he dies, and becomes one of the unseen Da-As after death, so is he, whether he had lain with mankind, or as womankind. The I. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Shall the man be clean who has touched a corpse that has been dried up and dead more than a year? Ahura Mazda answered, he shall. The dry mingles not with the dry. Should the dry mingle with the dry, how soon this material world of mine would have in it only Kush-Anas, shut out from the way of holiness, and whose souls will cry and wail. So numberless are the beings that die upon the face of the earth. VII. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Can the man be made clean that has touched the corpse of a dog or the corpse of a man? Ahura Mazda answered, he can, O holy Zarathustra. How so? If the Nasu has already been smitten by the corpse-eating dogs, or by the corpse-eating birds, he shall cleanse his body with ghee and water, and he shall be clean. If the Nasu has not yet been smitten by the corpse-eating dogs, or by the corpse-eating birds, then the worshippers of Mazda shall dig 3 holes in the ground, and he shall thereupon wash his body with ghee not with water. They shall then lift and bring my dog, they shall bring him thus shall it be done and not otherwise in front of the man. The worshippers of Mazda shall dig 3 other holes in the ground, and he shall thereupon wash his body with ghee not with water. They shall then lift and bring my dog, they shall bring him thus shall it be done and not otherwise in front of the man. Then they shall wait until he is dried even to the last hair on the top of his head. They shall dig 3 more holes in the ground, and he shall thereupon wash his body with water, not with ghee. He shall first wash his hands. If his hands be not first washed, he makes the whole of his body unclean. When he has washed his hands 3 times, after his hands have been washed, thou shalt sprinkle with water the 4 part of his skull. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the 4 part of the skull, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, in front, between the brows, the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach in front between the brows, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, on the back part of the skull the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the back part of the skull, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, in front, on the jaws, the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach in front, on the jaws, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the right ear the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the right ear, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the left ear the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the left ear, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the right shoulder the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the right shoulder, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the left shoulder the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the left shoulder, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the right armpit the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the right armpit, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the left armpit the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the left armpit, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, in front, upon the chest, the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the chest in front, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the back the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou. Paragraph continues holy one. When the good waters reach the back, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the right nipple the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the right nipple, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the left nipple the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the left nipple, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the right rib the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the right rib, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the left rib the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the left rib, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the right hip the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the right hip, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the left hip the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the left hip, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the sexual parts the drug Nasu rushes. If the unclean one be a man, thou shalt sprinkle him first behind, then before. If the unclean one be a woman, thou shalt sprinkle her first before, then behind. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the sexual parts, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the right thigh the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach your right thigh, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the left thigh the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the left thigh, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the right knee the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the right knee, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the left knee the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the left knee, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the right leg the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the right leg, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the left leg the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou. Paragraph continues, holy one. When the good waters reach the left leg, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the right ankle the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the right ankle, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the left ankle the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the left ankle, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the right instep the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the right instep, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, upon the left instep the drug Nasu rushes. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When the good waters reach the left instep, whereon does the drug Nasu rush? Ahura Mazda answered, she is driven to the sole of the foot, where what is seen of her is like the wing of a fly. He shall press his toes upon the ground, and shall raise up his heels. Thou shalt sprinkle his right sole with water. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the left sole. Thou shalt sprinkle the left sole with water. Then the drug Nasu is driven to the toes, where what is seen of her is like the wing of a fly. He shall press his heels upon the ground and shall raise up his toes. Thou shalt sprinkle his right toe with water. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the left toe. Thou shalt sprinkle the left toe with water. Then the drug Nasu flies away to the regions of the north, in the shape of a raging fly, with knees and tail sticking out, all stained with stains, and like unto the foulest crabsters. And thou shalt say aloud these fiend-smitting and most healing words. The will of the Lord is the law of holiness, and see. Whom hast thou placed to protect me, O Mazda? While the hate of the fiend is grasping me? And see. Who is he who will smite the fiend in order to maintain thy ordinances? And see. Keep us from our hater, O Mazda and Mady Spenta. Perish, O fiendish drug. Perish, O brood of the fiend. Perish, O world of the fiend. Perish away, O drug. Rush away, O drug. Perish away, O drug. Perish away to the regions of the north, never more to give unto death the living world of the Holy Spirit. VIII. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If worshippers of Mazda, walking, or running, or riding, or driving, come upon a corpse burning fire, whereon a corpse is being cooked or roasted, what shall they do? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall kill the man that burns the corpse. Surely they shall kill him. They shall take off the cauldron, they shall take off the tripod. Then they shall kindle wood from that fire. Either wood of those trees that have seed of fire in them, or bundles of the very wood that was prepared for that fire. And they shall separate and disperse it, that it may die out the sooner. Thus they shall lay a first bundle on the ground, avst away from the corpse burning fire, and they shall separate and disperse it, that it may die out the sooner. They shall lay down a second bundle on the ground, avst away from the corpse burning fire, and they shall separate and disperse it, that it may die out the sooner. They shall lay down a third bundle on the ground, avst away from the corpse burning fire, and they shall separate and disperse it, that it may die out the sooner. They shall lay down a fourth bundle on the ground, avst away from the corpse burning fire, and they shall separate and disperse it, that it may die out the sooner. They shall lay down a fifth bundle on the ground, avst away from the corpse burning fire, and they shall separate and disperse it, that it may die out the sooner. They shall lay down a sixth bundle on the ground, avst away from the corpse burning fire, and they shall separate and disperse it, that it may die out the sooner. They shall lay down a seventh bundle on the ground, avst away from the corpse burning fire, and they shall separate and disperse it, that it may die out the sooner. They shall lay down an eighth bundle on the ground, avst away from the corpse burning fire, and they shall separate and disperse it, that it may die out the sooner. They shall lay down a ninth bundle on the ground, avst away from the corpse burning fire, and they shall separate and disperse it, that it may die out the sooner. If a man shall then piously bring unto the fire, O Spatama Zarathustra, wood of Rupnat, or Bohu Gaona, or Bohu Kuri, or Hipna'ata, or any other sweet-smelling wood, wheresoever the wind shall bring the perfume of the fire, the Runto fire, the son of Ahura Mazda, shall go and kill thousands of unseen Da'as, thousands of fiends, the brood of darkness, thousands of couples of Laius and Pergus. IX. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man bring a corpse burning fire to the DTGU, what shall be his reward when his soul has parted with his body? Ahura Mazda answered, his reward shall be the same as if he had, here below, brought 10,000 firebrands to the DTGU. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man bring to the DTGU the fire where an excrement has been burnt, what shall be his reward when his soul has parted with his body? Ahura Mazda answered, his reward shall be the same as if he had, here below, brought 1,000 firebrands to the DTGU. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man bring to the DTGU the fire wherein Cowdung has been burnt, what shall be his reward when his soul has parted with his body? Ahura Mazda answered, his reward shall be the same as if he had, here below, brought 500 firebrands to the DTGU. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man bring to the DTGU the fire from the kiln of a brickmaker, what shall be his reward when his soul has parted with his body? Ahura Mazda answered, his reward shall be the same as if he had, here below, brought 400 firebrands to the DTGU. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man bring to the Dtaiju the fire from a potter's kiln, what shall be his reward when his soul has parted with his body? Ahura Mazda answered, his reward shall be the same as if he had, here below, brought to the Dtaiju as many firebrands as there were pots baked in that fire. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man bring to the Dtaiju the fire of the reapers, what shall be his reward when his soul has parted with his body? Ahura Mazda answered, his reward shall be the same as if he had, here below, brought to the Dtaiju as many firebrands as there were plants in the crop. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man bring to the Dtaiju the fire of a goldsmith, what shall be his reward when his soul has parted with his body? Ahura Mazda answered, his reward shall be the same as if he had, here below, brought 100 firebrands to the Dtaiju. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man bring to the Dtaiju the fire of a silversmith, what shall be his reward when his soul has parted with his body? Ahura Mazda answered, his reward shall be the same as if he had, here below, brought 90 firebrands to the Dtaiju. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man bring to the Dtaiju the fire of a worker in brass, what shall be his reward when his soul has parted with his body? Ahura Mazda answered, his reward shall be the same as if he had, here below, brought 80 firebrands to the Dtaiju. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man bring to the Dtaiju the fire of a blacksmith, what shall be his reward when his soul has parted with his body? Ahura Mazda answered, his reward shall be the same as if he had, here below, brought 70 firebrands to the Dtaiju. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man bring to the Dtaiju the fire of an oven, what shall be his reward when his soul has parted from his body? Ahura Mazda answered, his reward shall be the same as if he had, here below, brought 60 firebrands to the Dtaiju. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man bring to the Dtaiju the fire from under cauldron, what shall be his reward when his soul has parted with his body? Ahura Mazda answered, his reward shall be the same as if he had, here below, brought 50 firebrands to the Dtaiju. O maker of the material world, thou. Paragraph continues, holy one. If a man bring to the Dtaiju the fire from an encampment, what shall be his reward when his soul has parted with his body? Ahura Mazda answered, his reward shall be the same as if he had, here below, brought 40 firebrands to the Dtaiju. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man bring a herdsman's fire to the Dtaiju, what shall be his reward when his soul has parted with his body? Ahura Mazda answered, his reward shall be the same as if he had, here below, brought 30 firebrands to the Dtaiju. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man bring to the Dtaiju the fire of the field, what shall be his reward when his soul has parted with his body? Ahura Mazda answered, his reward shall be the same as if he had, here below, brought 20 firebrands to the Dtaiju. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man bring to the Dtaiju the fire of his own heart, what shall be his reward when his soul has parted with his body? Ahura Mazda answered, his reward shall be the same as if he had, here below, brought 10 firebrands to the Dtaiju. S. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Can a man be made clean, O holy? Paragraph continues, Ahura Mazda. Who has touched a corpse in a distant place in the fields? Ahura Mazda answered, he can, O holy Zarathustra. How so? If an Asu has already been smitten by the corpse-eating dogs or the corpse-eating birds, he shall wash his body with G. He shall wash it 30 times, he shall rub it dry with the hand 30 times, beginning every time with the head. If an Asu has not yet been smitten by the corpse-eating dogs or the corpse-eating birds, he shall wash his body with G. He shall wash it 15 times, he shall rub it dry with the hand 15 times. Then he shall run a distance of 8 run. He shall run until he meets some man on his way, then he shall cry out aloud, here am I, one who has touched the corpse of a man, without any willful sin of mind, tongue, or hand, and who wishes to be made clean. Thus shall he run until he overtakes the man. If the man will not cleanse him, he takes upon his own head the third of his trespass. Then he shall run another 8 run, he shall run off again until he overtakes a man. If the man will not cleanse him, he takes upon his own head the half of his trespass. Then he shall run a third 8 run, he shall run off a third time until he overtakes a man. If the man will not cleanse him, he takes upon his own head the whole of his trespass. Thus shall he run forwards until he comes near a house, a borough, a town, an inhabited district, and he shall cry out with a loud voice, here am I, one who has touched the corpse of a man, without any willful sin of mind, tongue, or hand, and who wishes to be made clean. If they will not cleanse him, he shall cleanse his body with G and water. Thus shall he be clean. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If he found water on his way, the water requires an atonement. What is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 400 stripes with the Asva Astra, 400 stripes with the Sreshkarana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If he found trees on his way, the fire requires an atonement. What is the penalty he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 400 stripes with the Asva Astra, 400 stripes with the Sreshkarana. This is the penalty, this is the atonement, which saves him who submits to it. He who does not submit to it, shall surely be an inhabitant in the mansion of the drug. Fargard 9 the 9 nights Bereshin. IA. Description of the place for cleansing the unclean the Bereshin G. IB. Description of the cleansing. II. Fees of the cleanser. III. The false cleanser. His punishment. Cubic millimeter, belong better to the following Fargard. The ceremony described in this Fargard is known among the Parsis as Bereshin and Shava, or 9 nights Bereshin, because it lasts for 9 nights. It is the great purification, the most efficacious of all. It not only makes the defiled man clean, but it opens to him the heaven's sea farm. XIX. Cf. Introd V. So, although it was formerly intended only for the man defiled by the dead, it became, during the Parsi period, a pious work which might be performed without any corpse having been touched. Nay, its performance was prescribed, once at least, at the time of the NZ at the age of 15, when the young Parsi becomes a member of the community, in order to wash away the natural uncleanness that has been contracted in the maternal womb Saturn. Hi. IA. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, O most beneficent spirit, maker of the material world, thou holy one. How shall they manage here below? who want to cleanse the body of one defiled by the dead. Ahura Mazda answered, a godly man, O Spatama Zarathustra, who speaks true, who learns the holy word, and who knows best the rites of cleansing according to the law of Mazda. Such a man shall fell the trees off the surface of the ground on the space of 9 via square. It should be the part of the ground where there is least water and where there are fewest trees, the part which is the cleanest and driest, and the least passed through by sheep and oxen, and by fire, the son of Ahura Mazda, by the consecrated bundles of Berzma, and by the faithful. How far from the fire? How far from the water? How far from the consecrated bundles of Berzma? How far from the faithful? Ahura Mazda answered, 30 paces from the fire, 30 paces from the water, 30 paces from the consecrated bundles of Berzma, 3 paces from the faithful. Then thou shalt dig a hole, 2 fingers deep if the summer has come, 4 fingers deep if the winter and ice have come. Thou shalt dig a second hole, 2 fingers deep if the summer has come, 4 fingers deep if the winter and ice have come. Thou shalt dig a third hole, 2 fingers deep if the summer has come, 4 fingers deep if the winter and ice have come. Thou shalt dig a fourth hole, 2 fingers deep if the summer has come, 4 fingers deep if the winter and ice have come. Thou shalt dig a fifth hole, 2 fingers deep if the summer has come, 4 fingers deep if the winter and ice have come. Thou shalt dig a sixth hole, 2 fingers deep if the summer has come, 4 fingers deep if the winter and ice have come. How far from one another? 1 pace. How much is the pace? As much as 3 feet. Then thou shalt dig 3 holes more, 2 fingers deep if the summer has come, 4 fingers deep if the winter and ice have come. How far from the former 6? 3 paces. What sort of paces? Such as are taken in walking. How much are those 3 paces? As much as 9 feet. Then thou shalt draw a furrow all around with a metal knife. How far from the holes? 3 paces. What sort of paces? Such as are taken in walking. How much are those 3 paces? As much as 9 feet. Thou shalt draw 12 furrows. 3 of which thou shalt draw around the first 3 holes. 3 thou shalt draw around the first 6 holes. 3 thou shalt draw around the 9 holes. 3 thou shalt draw around the 3 holes, outside the 6 holes. At each of the 3 times 9 feet, thou shalt place stones as steps to the holes. Or potsherds, or stumps, or flies, or any hard matter. IB. Then the unclean one shall walk to the holes. Thou, O Zarathustra, shalt stand outside by the furrow, and thou shalt recite, Namas Y. Matus. And the unclean one shall repeat, Namas Y Matus. The drug becomes weaker and weaker at every one of those words which are to smite the fiend anger mind you, to smite aim where the blood is thinner, to smite the aiming of fiends, to smite all the fiends. Then thou shalt sprinkle him with G from a spoon of brass or of lead. Thou shalt take a stick with 9 knots, O Spatama Zarathustra. And thou shalt fasten the leaden spoon to the upper part of the stick. They shall wash his hands first. If his hands be not washed first, he makes his whole body unclean. When he has washed his hands 3 times, after his hands have been washed, thou shalt sprinkle the 4 part of his skull. Then the drug Nasu rushes in front, between his brows. Thou shalt sprinkle him in front between the brows. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the back part of the skull. Thou shalt sprinkle the back part of the skull. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the jaws. Thou shalt sprinkle the jaws. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the right ear. Thou shalt sprinkle the right ear. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the left ear. Thou shalt sprinkle the left ear. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the right shoulder. Thou shalt sprinkle the right shoulder. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the left shoulder. Thou shalt sprinkle the left shoulder. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the right armpit. Thou shalt sprinkle the right armpit. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the left armpit. Thou shalt sprinkle the left armpit. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the chest. Thou shalt sprinkle the chest. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the back. Thou shalt sprinkle the back. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the right nipple. Thou shalt sprinkle the right nipple. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the left nipple. Thou shalt sprinkle the left nipple. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the right rib. Thou shalt sprinkle the right rib. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the left rib. Thou shalt sprinkle the left rib. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the right hip. Thou shalt sprinkle the right hip. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the left hip. Thou shalt sprinkle the left hip. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the sexual parts. Thou shalt sprinkle the sexual parts. If the unclean one be a man, thou shalt sprinkle him first behind, then before. If the unclean one be a woman, thou shalt sprinkle her first before, then behind. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the right eye. Thou shalt sprinkle the right eye. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the left eye. Thou shalt sprinkle the left eye. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the right knee. Thou shalt sprinkle the right knee. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the left knee. Thou shalt sprinkle the left knee. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the right leg. Thou shalt sprinkle the right leg. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the left leg. Thou shalt sprinkle the left leg. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the right ankle. Thou shalt sprinkle the right ankle. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the left ankle. Thou shalt sprinkle the left ankle. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the right instep. Thou shalt sprinkle the right instep. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the left instep. Thou shalt sprinkle the left instep. Then the drug Nasu is driven to the sole of the foot, where what is seen of her is like the wing of a fly. He shall press his toes upon the ground and shall raise up his heels. Thou shalt sprinkle his right sole. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the left sole. Thou shalt sprinkle the left sole. Then the drug Nasu is driven to the toes, where what is seen of her is like the wing of a fly. He shall press his heels upon the ground and shall raise up his toes. Thou shalt sprinkle his right toe. Then the drug Nasu rushes upon the left toe. Thou shalt sprinkle the left toe. Then the drug Nasu flies away to the regions of the north, in the shape of a raging fly, with knees and tail sticking out, all stained with stains, and like unto the foulest crabstras. And thou shalt say those being-smitting and most healing words. Yath Avari, the will of the Lord is the law of holiness. The riches of Bohuman shall be given to him who works in this world for Mazda, and wields according to the will of Ahura the power he gave to him to relieve the poor. Hemen Nazd, whom hast thou placed to protect me, O Mazda? While the hate of the fiend is grasping me? Whom, but thy and Bohu man by whose work the holy world goes on. Reveal to me the rules of thy law. Kibir Throne G, who is he who will smite the fiend in order to maintain thy ordinances? Teach me clearly thy rules for this world and for the next, that Sresha may come with Bohu man and help whomsoever thou pleasest. Keep us from our hater, O Mazda and Mady Spenta. Perish, O fiendish drug. Perish, O brood of the fiend. Perish, O world of the fiend. Perish away, O drug. Rush away, O drug. Perish away, O drug. Perish away to the regions of the north, never more to give unto death the living world of the Holy Spirit. At the first hole the man becomes freer from the Nasu. Then thou shalt say those being smitting and most healing words, Yaf Avari and See. At the second hole he becomes freer from the Nasu. Then thou shalt say those being smitting and most healing words, Yaf Avari and See. At the third hole he becomes freer from the Nasu. Then thou shalt say those being smitting and most healing words, Yaf Avari and See. At the fourth hole he becomes freer from the Nasu. Then thou shalt say those being smitting and most healing words, Yaf Avari and See. At the fifth hole he becomes freer from the Nasu. Then thou shalt say those being smitting and most healing words, Yaf Avari and See. At the sixth hole he becomes freer from the Nasu. Then thou shalt say those being smitting and most healing words, Yaf Avari and See. Afterwards the unclean one shall sit down, inside the furrows, outside the furrows of the 6 holes, 4 fingers from those furrows. There he shall cleanse his body with the handfuls of dust. 15 times shall they take up dust from the ground for him to rub his body, and they shall wait there until he is dry even to the last hair on his head. When his body is dry, then he shall step over the holes containing water. At the first hole he shall wash his body once with water. At the second hole he shall wash his body twice with water. At the third hole he shall wash his body thrice with water. Then he shall perfume his body with perfumes from Urkna, or Bohu Da'ona, or Bohu Kirani, or Hedna Ada, or from any sweet-smelling plant. Then he shall put on his clothes, and shall go back to his house. He shall sit down there in the place of infirmity, inside the house, apart from the other worshippers of Mazda. He shall not go near the fire, nor near the water, nor near the earth, nor near the cow, nor near the trees, nor near the faithful, either man or woman. Thus shall he continue until 3 nights have passed. When 3 nights have passed, he shall wash his body, he shall wash his clothes with ghee and water to make them clean. Then he shall sit down again in the place of infirmity, inside the house, apart from the other worshippers of Mazda. He shall not go near the fire, nor near the water, nor near the earth, nor near the cow, nor near the trees, nor near the faithful, either man or woman. Thus shall he continue until 6 nights have passed. When 6 nights have passed, he shall wash his body, he shall wash his clothes with ghee and water to make them clean. Then he shall sit down again in the place of infirmity, inside the house, apart from the other worshippers of Mazda. He shall not go near the fire, nor near the water, nor near the earth, nor near the cow, nor near the trees, nor near the faithful, either man or woman. Thus shall he continue, until 9 nights have passed. When 9 nights have passed, he shall wash his body, he shall wash his clothes with ghee and water to make them clean. He may thenceforth go near the fire, near the water, near the earth, near the cow, near the trees, and near the faithful, either man or woman. Aye. Thou shalt cleanse a priest for a holy blessing. Thou shalt cleanse the lord of a province for the value of a camel of high value. Thou shalt cleanse the lord of a town for the value of a stallion. Thou shalt cleanse the lord of a burrow for the value of a bull. Thou shalt cleanse the master of a house for the value of a cow 3 years old. Thou shalt cleanse the wife of the master of a house for the value of a plowing cow. Thou shalt cleanse a menial for the value of a draft cow. Thou shalt cleanse a young child for the value of a lamb. These are the different cattle that the worshippers of Mazda shall give to him who has cleansed them, if they can afford it. If they cannot afford it, they shall give any other reward that may make him leave their houses well pleased with them, and free from anger. For if the man who has cleansed them leave their houses displeased with them, and full of anger, then the drug Nasu enters them by the nose, by the eyes, by the tongue, by the jaws, by the sexual organs, by the hinder parts. And the drug Nasu rushes upon them even to the end of the nails, and they are unclean thenceforth forever and ever. It grieves the sun indeed, O Spatama Zarathustra, to shine upon a man defiled by the dead. It grieves the moon, it grieves the stars. That man delights them, O Spatama Zarathustra, who cleanses from the Nasu those whom she has defiled. He delights the fire, he delights the water, he delights the earth, he delights the cow, he delights the trees, he delights the faithful, both men and women. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, O maker of the material world, thou holy one, what shall be his reward, after his soul has parted from his body, who has cleansed from the Nasu anyone defiled by her? Ahura Mazda answered, the welfare of the blessed abode thou canst promise to that man, for his reward in the other world. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, O maker of the material world, thou holy one, how shall I fight against that drug who from the dead rushes upon the living? How shall I fight against that Nasu who from the dead defiles the living? Ahura Mazda answered, say aloud those words in the jihas that are to be said twice. Say aloud those words in the jihas that are to be said thrice. Say aloud those words in the jihas that are to be said 4 times. And the drug shall fade away like the self-moving arrow, like the carpet of the earth when the year is over, like its garment which lasts a season. I. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man who does not know the rites of cleansing according to the law of Mazda, offers to cleanse the unclean, what shall the worshippers of Mazda do? How shall I then fight against that drug who from the dead rushes upon the living? How shall I fight against that drug who from the dead defiles the living? Ahura Mazda answered, then, O Spatama Zarathustra, the drug Nasu waxes stronger than she was before. Stronger than are sickness and death and the working of the fiend than they were before. O maker of the material world, thou holy one, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, the worshippers of Mazda shall bind him. They shall bind his hands first. Then they shall strip him of his clothes, they shall flay him alive, they shall cut off his head, and they shall give over his corpse unto the greediest of the birds of the beneficent spirit, unto the corpse-eating birds, unto the ravens, with these words. The man here has repented of all his evil thoughts, words, and deeds. If he has committed any other evil, deed it is remitted by his repentance. If he has committed no other evil deed, he is absolved by his repentance forever and ever. Who is he, O Ahura Mazda? Who threatens to take away fullness and increase from the world, and to bring in sickness and death? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the ungodly Ashur-Medha, O Spatama Zarathustra, who in this material world cleanses the unclean without knowing the rites of cleansing according to the law of Mazda. For until then, O Spatama Zarathustra, sweetness and fatness would flow out from that land and from those fields, with health and healing, with fullness and increase and growth, and a growing of corn and grass. O maker of the material world, thou holy one, when our sweetness and fatness to come back again to that land and to those fields, with health and healing, with fullness and increase and growth, and a growing of corn and grass. Ahura Mazda answered, sweetness and fatness will never come back again to that land and to those fields, with health and healing, with fullness and increase and growth, and a growing of corn and grass, until that ungodly Ashur-Medha has been put to death, and the holy Sresha has been in that place, offered up a sacrifice, for 3 days and 3 nights, with fire blazing, with bearsma tied up, and with hema uplifted. Then sweetness and fatness will come back again to that land and to those fields, with health and healing, with fullness and increase and growth, and a growing of corn and grass. Fargard X during the process of cleansing, the voice works with the hand. The spells which must be recited while the unclean one is cleansing himself have already been mentioned in the preceding Fargard, but we find here a detailed list of spells which are to be spoken twice, or thrice, or 4 times. The exact time when they are to be uttered is not mentioned, and we do not know whether they are to accompany those prescribed in the last Fargard, and are, therefore, to be repeated as often as the unclean one is washed, or whether they are only intended to close the whole ceremony. These spells, like the former ones, are taken from the hymns or jihaz, the oldest and holiest part of the Avesta. They were not written for this particular purpose, but, as happens in all religions, advantage was taken of whatever there might be in the old sacred hymns which could be more or less easily applied to the special circumstances of the case. The recitation of these lines is followed by an exorcism, written in the ordinary language of the Avesta, which has been expressly composed for the occasion. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, O Ahura Mazda, most beneficent spirit, maker of the material world, thou holy one, how shall I fight against that drug who from the dead rushes upon the living? How shall I fight against that drug who from the dead defiles the living? Ahura Mazda answered, say aloud those words in the jihaz that are to be said twice. Say aloud those words in the jihaz that are to be said thrice. Say aloud those words in the jihaz that are to be said 4 times. O maker of the material world, thou holy one, which are those words in the jihaz that are to be said twice? Ahura Mazda answered, these are the words in the jihaz that are to be said twice, and thou shalt twice say them aloud. ADYM Yasna XXVII, Human Ma Yas. XXXV. Ashahi D Ser. Ahubi Yas. XXXV. Yak PR Yas. XXXIX. Hum MTHW Hudostum Yas. XLI. THW Stataris R Yas. XLI. Usfamonam Yas. XLII. Spentmani R Yas. XLVII. Vohuxatharam Harash Yas. LI. Vahistis Ethan Yas. LII. And after thou hast twice said those words, thou shalt say aloud these beam-smitting and most healing words. I drive away Ingramani from this house, from this borough, from this town, from this land. From the very body of the man defiled by the dead, from the very body of the woman defiled by the dead. From the master of the house, from the lord of the borough, from the lord of the town, from the lord of the land. From the whole of the holy world. I drive away the nasu, I drive away direct defilement, I drive away indirect defilement, from this house, from this borough, from this town, from this land. From the very body of the man defiled by the dead, from the very body of the woman defiled by the dead. From the master of the house, from the lord of the borough, from the lord of the town, from the lord of the land. From the whole of the holy world. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Which are those words in the jihaz that are to be said thrice? Ahura Mazda answered, these are the words in the jihaz that are to be said thrice, and thou shalt thrice say them aloud. Ashim Bohu. Yas. XXVII, Yesevis Pave Yas. XXXII. Huxafter M Bahist Yas. XXXV. Dusvernes Baby Yas. LII. After thou hast thrice said those words, thou shalt say aloud these beam-smitting and most healing words. I drive away Indra, I drive away sorrow, I drive away the Dalnal Nithya, from this house, from this borough, from this town, from this land. From the very body of the man defiled by the dead, from the very body of the woman defiled by the dead. From the master of the house, from the lord of the borough, from the lord of the town, from the lord of the land. From the whole of the holy world. I drive away Toro, I drive away Zaru, from this house, from this borough, from this town, from this land. From the very body of the man defiled by the dead, from the very body of the woman defiled by the dead. From the master of the house, from the lord of the borough, from the lord of the town, from the lord of the land. From the whole of the holy world. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Which are those words in the jihaz that are to be said 4 times? Ahura Mazda answered, these are the words in the jihaz that are to be said 4 times, and thou shalt 4 times say them aloud. Yap Avar. Yas. XXVII, Naz Ad Endo Y Yas. XXXIV. Uriamishi. Mas Ad Mazda Yas. Live. After thou hast said those words 4 times, thou shalt say aloud these beam-smitting and most healing words. I drive away Imar, the fiend of the wound and snare. I drive away the Dal Akatasha, from this house, from this borough, from this town, from this land. From the very body of the man defiled by the dead, from the very body of the woman defiled by the dead. From the master of the house, from the lord of the borough, from the lord of the town, from the lord of the land. From the whole of the holy world. I drive away the Baranya Da'as, I drive away the wine Da'a, from this house, from this borough, from this town, from this land. From the very body of the man defiled by the dead, from the very body of the woman defiled by the dead. From the master of the house, from the lord of the borough, from the lord of the town, from the lord of the land. From the whole of the holy world. These are the words in the jihaz that are to be said twice. These are the words in the jihaz that are to be said thrice. These are the words in the jihaz that are to be said 4 times. These are the words that smite down Angraminyu. These are the words that smite down Ama, the fiend of the wounding spear. These are the words that smite down the Amania Da'az. These are the words that smite down all the Da'az. These are the words that stand against that drug, against that Nasu, who from the dead rushes upon the living, who from the dead defiles the living. Therefore, O Zarathustra, thou shalt dig 9 holes in the part of the ground where there is least water and where there are fewest trees, where there is nothing that may be food either for man or beast. For purity is for man, next to life, the greatest good. That purity that is procured by the law of Mazda for him who cleanses himself with good thoughts, words, and deeds. Make thyself pure, O righteous man. Anyone in the world here below can win purity for himself, namely, when he cleanses himself with good thoughts, words, and deeds. The will of the Lord is the law of holiness, and see. Whom hast thou placed to protect me, O Mazda? While the hate of the fiend is grasping me? And see. Who is he who will smite the fiend in order to maintain thy ordinances? And see. Keep us from our hater, O Mazda and Mady Spenta. Perish, O fiendish drug. Perish away to the regions of the north, nevermore to give unto death the living world of the Holy Spirit. Fargard Zai. This chapter, like the preceding, is composed of spells intended to drive away the Nasu. But they are of a more special character, as they refer to the particular objects to be cleansed, such as the house, the fire, the water, and sea. Each incantation consists of 2 parts, a line from the jihaz which alludes, or rather is made to allude, to the particular object, and a general exorcism, in the usual dialect, which is the same for all the objects. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, O Ahura Mazda, most beneficent spirit, maker of the material world, thou holy one. How shall I cleanse the house? How the fire? How the water? How the earth? How the cow? How the tree? How the faithful man and the faithful woman? How the stars? How the moon? How the sun? How the boundless light? How all good things, made by Mazda, the offspring of the holy principle. Ahura Mazda answered, thou shalt chant the cleansing words, and the house shall be clean. Clean shall be the fire, clean the water, clean the earth, clean the cow, clean the tree, clean the faithful man and the faithful woman, clean the stars, clean the moon, clean the sun, clean the boundless light, clean all good things, made by Mazda, the offspring of the holy principle. So thou shalt say these fiend-smitting and most healing words. Thou shalt chant the Ahuna Varya 5 times, the will of the Lord is the law of holiness, and see. The Ahuna Varya preserves the person of man, the will of the Lord is the law of holiness, and see. Whom hast thou placed to protect me, O Mazda? While the hate of the fiend is grasping me? And see. Who is he who will smite the fiend in order to maintain thy ordinances? And see. Keep us from our hater, O Mazda and Mady Spenta. And see. If thou wantest to cleanse the house, say these words aloud, he is my greatest support as long as lasts this dreary world. If thou wantest to cleanse the fire, say these words aloud, thy fire, first of all, do we approach with worship, O Ahura Mazda. If thou wantest to cleanse the water, say these words aloud, waters we worship, the waters in the tree, the waters in the stream, the waters in the rain. If thou wantest to cleanse the earth, say these words aloud, this earth we worship, this earth with the women, this earth which bears us and those women who are thine, O Ahura. If thou wantest to cleanse the cow, say these words aloud, for the cow we order thee to do these most excellent deeds, that she may have a resting place and fodder. If thou wantest to cleanse the trees, say these words aloud, out of him, through his holiness Mazda made the plants grow up. If thou wantest to cleanse the faithful man or the faithful woman, say these words aloud, may the beloved Orion come hither, for the men and women of Zarathustra to rejoice, for the faithful to rejoice. With the desirable reward that is won by means of the law, and with the boon for holiness that is vouchsafed by Ahura. Then thou shalt say these fiend-smitting and most healing words. Thou shalt chant the Ahuna Varya 8 times. The will of the Lord is the law of holiness, and see. Whom hast thou placed to protect me, O Mazda? And see. Who is he who will smite the fiend? And see. Keep us from our hater, O Mazda. And see. I drive away Uma, I drive away the Nasu, I drive away direct defilement, I drive away indirect defilement. I drive away KHR, I drive away KHRGHNI. I drive away B, I drive away BGZ. I drive away Kundi, I drive away Kundiza. I drive away the yellow high top, I drive away the long-handed high top. I drive away envy, I drive away capacity. I drive away the character that comes upon the fire, upon the water, upon the earth, upon the cow, upon the tree. I drive away the demon of uncleanness that comes upon the fire, upon the water, upon the earth, upon the cow, upon the tree. I drive thee away, O mischievous Angraminyu. From the fire, from the water, from the earth, from the cow, from the tree, from the faithful man and from the faithful woman, from the stars, from the moon, from the sun, from the boundless light, from all good things, made by Mazda, the offspring of the holy principle. Then thou shalt say these fiend-smitting and most healing words. Thou shalt chant 4 Ahuna Varyas. The will of the Lord is the law of holiness, and see. Whom hast thou placed to protect me? And see. Who is he who will smite the fiend? And see. Keep us from our hater, O Mazda. And see. Away is Ama driven. Away is the Nasu driven. Away is direct defilement. Away is indirect defilement driven. Away is KHR, away is KHRGHNI driven. Away is BD, away is BGZ driven. Away is Kundi, away is Kundiza driven. Away is Bhita driven, the yellow. Away is Bhita driven, the long-handed. Away is MD, away is capacity driven. Away is the Karka driven that comes upon the fire, upon the water, upon the earth, upon the cow, upon the tree. Away is the demon of uncleanness driven that comes upon the fire, upon the water, upon the earth, upon the cow, upon the tree. Away art thou driven, O mischievous Angraminyu. From the fire, from the water, from the earth, from the cow, from the tree, from the faithful man and from the faithful woman, from the stars, from the moon, from the sun, from the boundless light, from all good things, made by Mazda, the offspring of the holy principle. Then thou shalt say these beam-smithing and most healing words. Thou shalt chant Mas Ad 4 times, O Mazda. Teach me excellent words and excellent works, that through the good thought and the holiness of him who offers thee do praise, thou mayest, O Lord, make the world thrive forever and ever, at thy will, under thy sovereign rule. I drive away Ima, I drive away the Nasu, and sea. I drive thee away, O mischievous Ingraminu. From the fire, from the water, and sea. Then thou shalt say these beam-smithing and most healing words. Thou shalt chant the Ariamashi 4 times, may the beloved Ariaman come hither. And see. Away is Ama driven. Away is the Nasu driven, and sea. Away art thou driven, O mischievous Ingraminu. From the fire, from the water, and sea. Then thou shalt say these beam-smithing and most healing words. Thou shalt chant by the whom there it is. The will of the Lord is the law of holiness, and see. Whom hast thou placed to protect me? And see. Who is he who will smite the fiend? And see. Keep us from our hater, O Mazda and Mady Spenta. Perish, O fiendish drug. Perish, O brood of the fiend. Perish, O world of the fiend. Perish away, O drug. Rush away, O drug. Perish away, O drug. Perish away to the regions of the north, never more to give unto death the living world of the Holy Spirit. Fargard XII. This chapter is found only in the Ven Sa. It is missing in the Zend Pahlavi Ven. This is owing, as it seems, only to the accidental loss of some folios in the one manuscript from which all the copies as yet known have been derived. And, in fact, even in the most ancient manuscripts the following Fargard is numbered the 13th plus regard, Zendavesta. Preface. The directions in the preceding chapter are general, and do not depend on the relationship of the faithful with the deceased person. But those in this Fargard are of a special character, and apply only to the near relatives of the dead. Their object is to determine how long the time of staying Yuguman should last for different relatives. What is meant by this word is not explained. But, as the word Yuguman is usually employed to indicate the staying of the unclean in the RMTG, apart from the faithful and from every clean object, it seems to follow that the relatives of a dead person were considered unclean from the mere fact of being related to him, and were, on this account, shut out of the frequented parts of the house. So, besides the general uncleanness arising from actual contact with the corpse, there was another form of uncleanness arising from relationship with the dead. The natural link that connects the members of one and the same family is of such a kind that no one can die without death entering all of them. Whether this is a primitive form of mourning, or only a later form of it, we will not discuss here. On the other hand, the house is unclean too, at least with regard to the relatives. For the time of staying is followed by purification of the house, that is not to be confounded with that described in the 8th Fargard, which takes place directly after the death and, as it appears, opens the house again only to those who are not connected with a dead man. Even nowadays, in Persia, the house where a relative has died is unlovely, and is looked upon with even more repugnance than is shown in the Avesta. The son deserts the house where his father has died. He could not live and walk in it, the unlucky step, the bad cut is in it. Every man's house must die with him. Therefore, he lets it fall into ruin, and builds another house farther off. A custom to which there seems to be some allusion in Pahlavi commentary at I. If one's father or mother dies, how long shall they stay? The son for the father, the daughter for her mother. How long for the righteous? How long for the sinners? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall stay 30 days for the righteous, 60 days for the sinners. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. How shall I cleanse the house? How shall it be clean again? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall wash their bodies 3 times, they shall wash their clothes 3 times, they shall chant the jihaz 3 times. They shall offer up a sacrifice to my fire, they shall offer up the bundles of their zma, they shall bring libations to the good waters. Then the house shall be clean, and then the waters may enter, then the fire may enter, and then the Amisha Spentus may enter, O Spatama Zarathustra. If one's son or daughter dies, how long shall they stay? The father for his son, the mother for her daughter. How long for the righteous? How long for the sinners? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall stay 30 days for the righteous, 60 days for the sinners. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. How shall I cleanse the house? How shall it be clean again? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall wash their bodies 3 times, they shall wash their clothes 3 times, they shall chant the jihaz 3 times. They shall offer up a sacrifice to my fire, they shall offer up the bundles of their zma, they shall bring libations to the good waters. Then the house shall be clean, and then the waters may enter, then the fire may enter, and then the Amisha Spentus may enter, O Spatama Zarathustra. If one's brother or sister dies, how long shall they stay? The brother for his brother, the sister for her sister. How long for the righteous? How long for the sinners? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall stay 30 days for the righteous, 60 days for the sinners. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. How shall I cleanse the house? How shall it be clean again? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall wash their bodies 3 times, they shall wash their clothes 3 times, they shall chant the jihaz 3 times. They shall offer up a sacrifice to my fire, they shall offer up the bundles of their zma, they shall bring libations to the good waters. Then the house shall be clean, and then the waters may enter, then the fire may enter, and then the Amisha Spentus may enter, O Spatama Zarathustra. If the master of the house dies, or if the mistress of the house dies, how long shall they stay? How long for the righteous? How long for the sinners? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall stay 6 months for the righteous, a year for the sinners. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. How shall I cleanse the house? How shall it be clean again? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall wash their bodies 3 times, they shall wash their clothes 3 times, they shall chant the jihaz 3 times. They shall offer up a sacrifice to my fire, they shall offer up the bundles of their zma, they shall bring libations to the good waters. Then the house shall be clean, and then the waters may enter, then the fire may enter, and then the Amisha Spentus may enter, O Spatama Zarathustra. If one's grandfather or grandmother dies, how long shall they stay? The grandson for his grandfather, the granddaughter for her grandmother. How long for the righteous? How long for the sinners? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall stay 25 days for the righteous, 50 days for the sinners. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. How shall I cleanse the house? How shall it be clean again? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall wash their bodies 3 times, they shall wash their clothes 3 times, they shall chant the jihad 3 times. They shall offer up a sacrifice to my fire, they shall offer up the bundles of bearsma, they shall bring libations to the good waters. Then the house shall be clean, and then the waters may enter, then the fire may enter, and then the Amishas Ventus may enter, O Spatama Zarathustra. If one's grandson or granddaughter dies, how long shall they stay? The grandfather for his grandson, the grandmother for her granddaughter. How long for the righteous? How long for the sinners? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall stay 25 days for the righteous, 50 days for the sinners. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. How shall I cleanse the house? How shall it be clean again? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall wash their bodies 3 times, they shall wash their clothes 3 times, they shall chant the jihad 3 times. They shall offer up a sacrifice to my fire, they shall offer up the bundles of bearsma, they shall bring libations to the good waters. Then the house shall be clean, and then the waters may enter, then the fire may enter, and then the Amishas Ventus may enter, O Spatama Zarathustra. If one's uncle or aunt dies, how long shall they stay? The nephew for his uncle, the niece for her aunt. How long for the righteous? How long for the sinners? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall stay 20 days for the righteous, 40 days for the sinners. O maker of the material world, thou. Paragraph continues, Holy One. How shall I cleanse the house? How shall it be clean again? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall wash their bodies 3 times, they shall wash their clothes 3 times, they shall chant the jihad 3 times. They shall offer up a sacrifice to my fire, they shall offer up the bundles of bearsma, they shall bring libations to the good waters. Then the house shall be clean, and then the waters may enter, then the fire may enter, and then the Amishas Ventus may enter, O Spatama Zarathustra. If one's male cousin or female cousin dies, how long shall they stay? How long for the righteous? How long for the sinners? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall stay 15 days for the righteous, 30 days for the sinners. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. How shall I cleanse the house? How shall it be clean again? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall wash their bodies 3 times, they shall wash their clothes 3 times, they shall chant the jihad 3 times. They shall offer up a sacrifice to my fire, they shall offer up the bundles of bearsma, they shall bring libations to the good waters. Then the house shall be clean, and then the waters may enter, then the fire may enter, and then the Amishas Ventus may enter, O Spatama Zarathustra. If the son or the daughter of a cousin dies, how long shall they stay? How long for the righteous? How long for the sinners? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall stay 10 days for the righteous, 20 days for the sinners. O maker of the material world, thou. Paragraph continues, Holy One. How shall I cleanse the house? How shall it be clean again? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall wash their bodies 3 times, they shall wash their clothes 3 times, they shall chant the jihad 3 times. They shall offer up a sacrifice to my fire, they shall offer up the bundles of bearsma, they shall bring libations to the good waters. Then the house shall be clean, and then the waters may enter, then the fire may enter, and then the Amishas Ventus may enter, O Spatama Zarathustra. If the grandson of a cousin or the granddaughter of a cousin dies, how long shall they stay? How long for the righteous? How long for the sinners? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall stay 5 days for the righteous, 10 days for the sinners. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. How shall I cleanse the house? How shall it be clean again? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall wash their bodies 3 times, they shall wash their clothes 3 times, they shall chant the jihad 3 times. They shall offer up a sacrifice to my fire, they shall offer up the bundles of bearsma, they shall bring libations to the good waters. Then the house shall be clean, and then the waters may enter, then the fire may enter, and then the Amishas Ventus may enter, O Spatama Zarathustra. If a stranger dies who does not profess the true faith, or the true law, what part of the creation of the good spirit does he directly defile in dying? What part does he indirectly defile? Ahura Mazda answered, no more than a frog does whose venom is dried up, and that has been dead more than a year. Whilst alive, indeed, O Spatama Zarathustra. That wicked, 2-legged ruffian, that ungodly Ashemekha, directly defiles the creatures of the good spirit, and indirectly defiles them. Whilst alive he smites the water. Whilst alive he blows out the fire. Whilst alive he carries off the cow. Whilst alive he smites the faithful man with a deadly blow, that parts the soul from the body. Not so will he do when dead. Whilst alive, indeed, O Spatama Zarathustra. That wicked, 2-legged ruffian, that ungodly Ashemekha, never ceases depriving the faithful man of his food, of his clothing, of his house, of his bed, of his vessels. Not so will he do when dead. Fargard XII. The dog. I. The dog of Ormuz and the dog of Armin. A. The dog Bandera the hedgehog. B. The dog Zara Yungura the tortoise. II. Offenses against the dog. III. On the several duties of the dog. IV. On the food due to the dog. V. On the mad dog. How he is to be kept and cured. VI. On the excellence of the dog. VII. On the wolf dog. VIII. On the virtues and vices of the dog. IX. Praise of the dog. S. The water dog. Ciantrod. IV. IA. Which is the good creature among the creatures of the good spirit that from midnight till the sun is up goes and kills thousands of the creatures of the evil spirit. Ahura Mazda answered, the dog with a prickly back, with a long and thin muzzle, the dog Bandera, which evil-speaking people call the Duzauka. This is the good creature among the creatures of the good spirit that from midnight till the sun is up goes and kills thousands of the creatures of the evil spirit. And whosoever, O Zarathustra, shall kill the dog with a prickly back, with a long and thin muzzle, the dog Bandera, which evil-speaking people call the Duzauka, kills his own soul for 9 generations, nor shall he find a way over the Kindad bridge, unless he has, while alive, atoned for his sin by offering up a sacrifice to Sresha. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man killed a dog with a prickly back, with a long and thin muzzle, the dog Bandera, which evil-speaking people call the Duzauka, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 1,000 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 1,000 stripes with the Sresh Karana. IB. Which is the evil creature among the creatures of the evil spirit that from midnight till the sun is up goes and kills thousands of the creatures of the good spirit. Ahura Mazda answered, the Dao is Zari Yungura, which evil-speaking people call the Zarimiya. This is the evil creature among the creatures of the evil spirit that from midnight till the sun is up goes and kills thousands of the creatures of the good spirit. And whosoever, O Zarathustra, shall kill the Dao is Zari Yungura, which evil-speaking people call the Zarimiya, his sins in thought, word, and deed are redeemed as they would be by Padat. His sins in thought, word, and deed are atoned for. Aye. Whosoever shall smite either a shepherd's dog, or a house dog, or a Bamnazga dog, or a trained dog, his soul when passing to the other world, shall fly amid louder howling and fiercer pursuing than the sheep does when the wolf rushes upon it in the lofty forest. No soul will come and meet his departing soul and help it through the howls and pursuit in the other world. Nor will the dogs that keep it Kindad Bridge help his departing soul through the howls and pursuit in the other world. If a man shall smite a shepherd's dog so that it becomes unfit for work, if he shall cut off its ear or its paw, and thereupon a thief or a wolf break in and carry away sheep from the fold, without the dog giving any warning, the man shall pay for the lost sheep, and he shall pay for the wound of the dog as for willful wounding. If a man shall smite a house dog so that it becomes unfit for work, if he shall cut off its ear or its paw, and thereupon a thief or a wolf break in and carry away goods from their house, without the dog giving any warning, the man shall pay for the lost goods, and he shall pay for the wound of the dog as for willful wounding. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If a man shall smite a shepherd's dog, so that it gives up the ghost and the soul parts from the body, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 800 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 800 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If a man shall smite a house dog so that it gives up the ghost and the soul parts from the body, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 700 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 700 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If a man shall smite a Bamnazga dog so that it gives up the ghost and the soul parts from the body, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 600 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 600 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If a man shall smite a young dog so that it gives up the ghost and the soul parts from the body, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 500 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 500 stripes with the Sresh Karana. This is the penalty for the murder of a Gazu dog, of ABU dog, of a Sukaruna dog, of a sharp-toothed Yorubi dog, of a swift-running Rayopi dog. This is the penalty for the murder of any kind of dog but the water dog. I. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. Which is the dog that must be called a shepherd's dog? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the dog who goes a UVT round about the fold, watching for the thief and the wolf. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. Which is the dog that must be called a house dog? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the dog who goes AH round about the house, watching for the thief and the wolf. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. Which is the dog that must be called a Bamnazga dog? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the dog who claims none of those talents, and only seeks for his subsistence. IV. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If a man give bad food to a shepherd's dog, of what sin is he guilty? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the same guilt as though he should serve bad food to a master of a house of the first rank. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If a man give bad food to a house dog, of what sin is he guilty? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the same guilt as though he should serve bad food to a master of a house of middle rank. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If a man give bad food to a Bamnazga dog, of what sin is he guilty? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the same guilt as though he should serve bad food to a holy man, in the character of a priest, who should come to his house. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If a man give bad food to a young dog, of what sin is he guilty? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the same guilt as though he should serve bad food to a young man, born of pious parents, and who can answer for himself. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If a man shall give bad food to a shepherd's dog, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, he is a Peshanu, 200 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 200 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If a man shall give bad food to a house dog, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 90 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 90 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If a man shall give bad food to a Bamnazga dog, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 70 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 70 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If a man shall give bad food to a young dog, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 50 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 50 stripes with the Sresh Karana. For it is the dog, of all the creatures of the good spirit, that most quickly decays into age, while not eating near eating people, and watching goods none of which it receives. Bring ye unto him milk and fat with meat. This is the right food for the dog. V. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If there be in the house of a worshipper of Mazda a mad dog, or one that bites without barking, what shall the worshippers of Mazda do? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall put a wooden collar around his neck, and they shall tie him to a post, and ask if the wood be hard, to ask if it be soft. To that post they shall tie him. By the two sides of the collar they shall tie him. If they shall not do so, and the mad dog, or the dog that bites without barking, smite a sheep or wound a man, the dog shall pay for it as for willful murder. If the dog shall smite a sheep or wound a man, they shall cut off his right ear. If he shall smite another sheep or wound another man, they shall cut off his left ear. If he shall smite a third sheep or wound a third man, they shall cut off his right foot. If he shall smite a fourth sheep or wound a fourth man, they shall cut off his left foot. If he shall for the fifth time smite a sheep or wound a man, they shall cut off his tail. Therefore they shall tie him to the post. By the two sides of the collar they shall tie him. If they shall not do so, and the mad dog, or the dog that bites without barking, smite a sheep or wound a man, he shall pay for it as for willful murder. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If there be in the house of a worshipper of Mazda a senseless dog, or a mad dog, what shall the worshippers of Mazda do? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall attend him to heal him, in the same manner as they would do for one of the faithful. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If they try to heal him and fail, what shall the worshippers of Mazda do? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall put a wooden collar around his neck, and they shall tie him to a post, and ask if it would be hard, to ask if it be soft. To that post they shall tie him. By the two sides of the collar they shall tie him. If they shall not do so, and the senseless dog fall into a hole, or a well, or a precipice, or a river, or a canal, and he be wounded and die thereof, they shall be Peshanis. VI. The dog, O Spatama Zarathustra. I, Ahura Mazda, have made self-clothed and self-shod, watchful, wakeful, and sharp-toothed, born to take his food from man and to watch over man's goods. I, Ahura Mazda, have made the dog strong of body, against the evildoer, and watchful over your goods, when he is of sound mind. And whosoever shall wake at his voice, neither shall the thief nor the wolf steal anything from his house, without his being warned, the wolf shall be smitten and torn to pieces. He is driven away, he flees away. VII. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Which of the two wolves deserves more to be killed, the one that is born of a he-dog and of a she-wolf, or the one that is born of a she-dog and of a he-wolf? Ahura Mazda answered, of these two wolves, the one that is born of a he-dog and of a she-wolf deserves more to be killed than the one that is born of a she-dog and of a he-wolf. For there are born of a he-dog and of a she-wolf such dogs as fall on the shepherd's dog, on the house dog, on the Vahunazga dog, on the trained dog, and destroy the folds. Such dogs are born as are more murderous, more mischievous, more destructive to the folds than any other dogs. And there are born of a he-dog and of a she-wolf such wolves as fall on the shepherd's dog, on the house dog, on the Vahunazga dog, on the trained dog, and destroy the folds. Such wolves are born as are more murderous, more mischievous, more destructive to the folds than any other wolves. VIII. A dog has the characters of 8 different sorts of people. He has the character of a priest. He has the character of a warrior. He has the character of a husbandman. He has the character of a strolling singer. He has the character of a thief. He has the character of a wild beast. He has the character of a courtesan. He has the character of a child. He eats broken food, like a priest. He is grateful, like a priest. He is easily satisfied, like a priest. He wants only a small piece of bread, like a priest. In these things he is like unto a priest. He marches in front, like a warrior. He fights for the beneficent cow, like a warrior. He goes first out of the house, like a warrior. In these things he is like unto a warrior. He is watchful and sleeps lightly, like a husbandman. He goes first out of the house, like a husbandman. He returns last into the house, like a husbandman. In these things he is like unto a husbandman. He sings like a strolling singer. He is intrusive, like a strolling singer. He is meager, like a strolling singer. He is poor, like a strolling singer. In these things he is like unto a strolling singer. He likes darkness, like a thief. He prowls about in darkness, like a thief. He is a shameless eater, like a thief. He is an unfaithful keeper, like a thief. In these things he is like unto a thief. He likes darkness, like a wild beast. He prowls about in darkness, like a wild beast. He is a shameless eater, like a wild beast. He is an unfaithful keeper, like a wild beast. In these things he is like unto a wild beast. He sings, like a courtesan. He is intrusive, like a courtesan. He walks about the roads, like a courtesan. He is meager, like a courtesan. He is poor, like a courtesan. In these things he is like unto a courtesan. He likes sleeping, like a child. He is apt to run away, like a child. He is full of tongue, like a child. He goes on all fours, like a child. In these things he is like unto a child. IX. If those two dogs of mine, the shepherd's dog and the house dog, pass by the house of any of my faithful people, let them never be kept away from it. For no house could subsist on the earth made by Ahura, but for those two dogs of mine, the shepherd's dog and the house dog. S. O maker of the material world, thou. Paragraph continues Holy One. When a dog dies, with marrow and sea dried up, whereto does his ghost go? Ahura Mazda answered, it passes to the spring of the waters, O Spatama Zarathustra. And there out of every 1,000 dogs and every 1,000 she-dogs, 2 water dogs are formed, a water dog and a water she-dog. He who kills a water dog brings about a drought that dries up pastures. Before that time, O Spatama Zarathustra. Sweetness and fatness would flow out from that land and from those fields, with health and healing, with fullness and increase and growth, and a growing of corn and grass. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When are sweetness and fatness to come back again to that land and to those fields, with health and healing, with fullness and increase and growth, and a growing of corn and grass? Ahura Mazda answered, sweetness and fatness will never come back again to that land and to those fields, with health and healing, with fullness and increase and growth, and a growing of corn and grass, until the murderer of the water dog has been smitten to death and the holy soul of the dog has been offered up a sacrifice, for 3 days. And 3 nights with fire blazing, with bearsma tied up, and with hema uplifted. Then sweetness and fatness will come back again to the land and to those fields, with health and healing, with fullness and increase and growth, and a growing of corn and grass. Fargard XIV. This Fargard is nothing more than an appendix to the last clauses in the preceding Fargard sect. How the murder of a water dog may be atoned for is described in it at full length. As the water dog is the holiest of all dogs, and, as it were, a link between the dog and God, the process of atonement must be one of an extraordinary character. It is this chapter, more than any other, which may make it doubtful whether the legislation of the Ven has ever existed as real and living law. See, however, Introduction 5. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, O Ahura Mazda, most beneficent spirit, maker of the material world, thou holy one. He who smites one of those water dogs that are born one from 1,000 dogs and 1,000 she-dogs, so that he gives up the ghost and the soul parts from the body, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, he shall pay 10,000 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 10,000 stripes with the Sresh Karana. He shall godly and piously bring unto the fire of Ahura Mazda 10,000 loads of hard, well-dried, well-examined wood, as an atonement unto the soul of the water dog. He shall godly and piously bring unto the fire of Ahura Mazda 10,000 loads of soft wood, of Rukna, Vohu Daona, Vohu Curity, Kadnaata, or any sweet-scented plant, as an atonement unto the soul of the water dog. He shall godly and piously tie and consecrate 10,000 bundles of bear's milk. He shall offer up to the good waters 10,000 Zayath libations with the hema and the sacred meat, cleanly prepared and well strained by a pious man, as an atonement unto the soul of the water dog. He shall kill 10,000 snakes of those that go upon the belly. He shall kill 10,000 snakes of those that have the shape of a dog. He shall kill 10,000 tortoises. He shall kill 10,000 land frogs. He shall kill 10,000 water frogs. He shall kill 10,000 corn-carrying ants. He shall kill 10,000 ants of those that bite and dig holes and work mischief. He shall kill 10,000 earthworms. He shall kill 10,000 board flies. He shall fill up 10,000 holes for the unclean. He shall godly and piously give to godly men twice 7 sets of implements for the fire, as an atonement unto the soul of the water dog, namely, 2 loads of the proper materials for fire, a broom, a pair of tongs, a pair of round bellows extended at the bottom, contracted at the top, an adze with a sharp end and a sharp-pointed handle, a saw with sharp teeth and a sharp-pointed handle, by means of which the worshippers of Mazda procure wood for the fire of Ahura Mazda. He shall godly and piously give to godly men a set of the priestly instruments of which the priests make use, as an atonement unto the soul of the water dog, namely, the astra, the meat vessel, the patada, the craftsrana, the paragraph continues /Purana, the cup for the mayasta, the cups for the juice, the mortar made according to the rules, the hema cups, and the bear's milk. He shall godly and piously give to godly men a set of all the war implements of which the warriors make use, as an atonement unto the soul of the water dog. The first being a javelin, the second a knife, the third a club, the fourth a bow, the fifth a quiver with shoulder belt and 30 brass-headed arrows, the sixth a sling with arm string and with 30 sling stones, the seventh a cuirass, the eighth a hauberk, the ninth a tunic, the 10th a helmet, the 11th a girdle, the 12th a pair of greaves. He shall godly and piously give to godly men a set of all the implements of which the husbandmen make use, as an atonement unto the soul of the water dog, namely, a plough with share and yoke, an ox whip, a mortar of stone, a hand mill for grinding corn, a spade for digging and tilling, 1 measure of silver and 1 measure of gold. O maker of the material world, thou holy one, how much silver? Ahura Mazda answered, the price of a stallion. O maker of the material world, thou holy one, how much gold? Ahura Mazda answered, the price of a camel. He shall godly and piously procure a rill of running water for godly husbandmen, as an atonement unto the soul of the water dog. O maker of the material world, thou holy one, how large is the rill? Ahura Mazda answered, the depth of a dog, and the breadth of a dog. He shall godly and piously give a piece of arable land to godly men, as an atonement unto the soul of the water dog. O maker of the material world, thou holy one, how large is the piece of land? Ahura Mazda answered, as much as can be watered with such a rill on both sides. He shall godly and piously procure for godly men a house with ox stalls, with 9 brass and 9 modest, as an atonement unto the soul of the water dog. O maker of the material world, thou holy one, how large is the house? Ahura Mazda answered, 12 as in the largest part of the house, 9 as in the middle part, 6 as in the smallest part. He shall godly and piously give to godly men godly beds with cushions, as an atonement unto the soul of the water dog. He shall godly and piously give to a godly man a virgin maid, whom no man has known, as an atonement unto the soul of the water dog. O maker of the material world, thou holy one, what maid? Ahura Mazda answered, a sister or a daughter of his, at the age of puberty, with earrings and prayers, and past her 15th year. He shall godly and piously give to holy men twice 7 head of small cattle, as an atonement unto the soul of the water dog. He shall bring up twice 7 wells. He shall throw twice 7 bridges over canals. He shall put into repair twice 9 stables that are out of repair. He shall cleanse twice 9 dogs from skin tumors, rats, vermin, and all the diseases that are produced on the body of a dog. He shall treat twice 9 godly men to their fill of meat, bread, strong, drink, and wine. This is the atonement, this is the penalty that he shall undergo to atone for the deed that he has done. If he shall undergo it, he shall enter the world of the holy ones. If he shall not undergo it, he shall fall down into the world of the wicked, into the dark world, made of darkness, the offspring of darkness. I. On 5 sins the commission of which makes the sinner a peshanu. I. On unlawful unions and attempts to procure miscarriage. I. On the treatment of a bitch big with young. IV. On the breeding of dogs. I. How many are the sins that men commit in that, being committed and not confessed, nor atoned for, make their committer peshanu? Ahura Mazda answered, there are 5 such sins, O holy Zarathustra. It is the first of these sins that men commit when a man teaches one of the faithful a foreign, wrong creed, a foreign wrong law, and he does so with the full knowledge and conscience of the sin. This is a sin that makes him a peshanu. It is the second of these sins that men commit when a man gives 2 hard bones or 2 hot food to a shepherd's dog or to a house dog. If the bones stick in the dog's teeth or stop in his throat, or if the hot food burn his mouth or his tongue, so that mischief follows therefrom, and the dog dies, this is a sin that makes the man a peshanu. It is the third of these sins that men commit when a man smites a bitch big with young or fights her by running after her, with shouting or with clapping of hands. If the bitch fall into a hole, or a well, or a precipice, or a river, or a canal, so that mischief follows therefrom, and she dies, this is a sin that makes the man a peshanu. It is the fourth of these sins that men commit when a man has intercourse with a woman who has an issue of blood, either out of the ordinary course or at the usual period. This is a sin that makes him a peshanu. It is the fifth of these sins that men commit when a man has intercourse with a woman thick with child, whether the milk has already come to her breasts or has not yet come, if mischief follow therefrom, and she die, this is a sin that makes the man a peshanu. I. If a man come near unto a damsel, either dependent on the chief of the family or not dependent, either delivered unto a husband or not delivered, and she conceives by him, let her not, from dread of the people, produce in herself a menses, against the course of nature, by means of water and plants. And if the damsel, from dread of the people, shall produce in herself immensities against the course of nature, by names of water and plants, there is a sin upon her head. If a man come near unto a damsel, either dependent on the chief of the family or not dependent, either delivered unto a husband or not delivered, and she conceives by him, let her not, from dread of the people, destroy the fruit in her womb. And if the damsel, from dread of the people, shall destroy the fruit in her womb, the sin is on both the father and herself, the murder is on both the father and herself. Both the father and herself shall pay the penalty for willful murder. If a man come near unto a damsel, either dependent on the chief of the family or not dependent, either delivered unto a husband or not delivered, and she conceives by him, and she says, I have conceived by thee. And he replies, Go then to the old woman and apply to her that she may procure thee miscarriage. And the damsel goes to the old woman and applies to her that she may procure her miscarriage. And the old woman brings her some benga, or shaw, or GHNA, or fraspa, or some other of the drugs that produce miscarriage, and the man says, Cause thy fruit to perish. And she causes her fruit to perish. The sin is on the head of all three, the man, the damsel, and the old woman. I. If a man come near unto a damsel, either dependent on the chief of the family or not dependent, either delivered unto a husband or not delivered, and she conceives by him, so long shall he support her, until the child is born. If he shall not support her, so that the child comes to mischief, for want of proper support, he shall pay the penalty for willful murder. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If she be near her time and be lying on the high road, which is the worshipper of Mazda that shall support her. Ahura Mazda answered, If a man come near unto a damsel, either dependent on the chief of the family or not dependent, either delivered unto a husband or not delivered, and she conceives by him, so long shall he support her, until the child is born. If he shall not support her, it lies with the faithful to look in the same way after every pregnant female, either two-footed or four-footed, either woman or bitch. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a bitch be near her time and be lying on the high road, which is the worshipper of Mazda that shall support her. Ahura Mazda answered, He whose house stands nearest, the care of supporting her is his. So long shall he support her until the whelps are born. If he shall not support her, so that the whelps come to mischief, for want of proper support, he shall pay the penalty for willful murder. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a bitch be near her time and be lying in a camel's stall, which is the worshipper of Mazda, that shall support her? Ahura Mazda answered, He who built the camel stall or who holds it, the care of supporting her is his. So long shall he support her, until the whelps are born. If he shall not support her, so that the whelps come to mischief, for want of proper support, he shall pay the penalty for willful murder. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a bitch be near her time and be lying in a horse stall, which is the worshipper of Mazda that shall support her. Ahura Mazda answered, He who built the horse stall or who holds it, the care of supporting her is his. So long shall he support her, until the whelps are born. If he shall not support her, so that the whelps come to mischief, for want of proper support, he shall pay the penalty for willful murder. O maker of the material world, thou. Paragraph continues holy one. If a bitch be near her time and be lying in an ox stall, which is the worshipper of Mazda that shall support her. Ahura Mazda answered, He who built the ox stall or who holds it, the care of supporting her is his. So long shall he support her, until the whelps are born. If he shall not support her, so that the whelps come to mischief, for want of proper support, he shall pay the penalty for willful murder. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a bitch be near her time and be lying in a sheepfold, which is the worshipper of Mazda that shall support her. Ahura Mazda answered, He who built the sheepfold or who holds it, the care of supporting her is his. So long shall he support her, until the whelps are born. If he shall not support her so that the whelps come to mischief, for want of proper support, he shall pay the penalty for willful murder. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a bitch be near her time and be lying on the earth wall, which is the worshipper of Mazda that shall support her. Ahura Mazda answered, He who erected the wall or who holds it, the care of supporting her is his. So long shall he support her, until the whelps are born. If he shall not support her, so that the whelps come to mischief, for want of proper support, he shall pay the penalty for willful murder. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a bitch be near her time and be lying in the moat, which is the worshipper of Mazda that shall support her. Ahura Mazda answered, He who dug the moat or who holds it, the care of supporting her is his. So long shall he support her, until the whelps are born. If he shall not support her, so that the whelps come to mischief, for want of proper support, he shall pay the penalty for willful murder. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a bitch be near her time and be lying in the middle of a pasture field, which is the worshipper of Mazda that shall support her. Ahura Mazda answered, He who sowed the pasture field or who holds it, the care of supporting her is his. He shall with kind charity take her to rest upon a litter of any foliage fit for a litter. So long shall he support her, until the young dogs are capable of self-defense and self-subsistence. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. When are the dogs capable of self-defense and self-subsistence? Ahura Mazda answered, When they are able to run about in a circuit of twice 7 houses around. Then they may be let loose, whether it be winter or summer. Young dogs ought to be supported for 6 months, children for 7 years. R, the son of Ahura Mazda, watches as well over a pregnant bitch as he does over a woman. IV. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If worshippers of Mazda want to have a bitch so covered that the offspring shall be one of a strong nature, what shall they do? Ahura Mazda answered, They shall dig a hole in the earth, in the middle of the fold, half a foot deep if the earth be hard, half the height of a man if the earth be soft. They shall first hide up the bitch there, far from children and from the fire, the son of Ahura Mazda, and they shall watch by her until a dog comes there from anywhere. They shall afterwards let another dog come near her, and then a third besides, each being kept apart from the former, lest they should assail one another. The bitch being thus covered by 3 dogs, grows big with young, and the milk comes to her teats and she brings forth a young one that is born from 3 dogs. He who smites a bitch who has been covered by 3 dogs, and who has already milk, and who shall bring forth a young one born from 3 dogs, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 700 stripes with the Asla Astra, 700 stripes with the Sresh Karana. Farhad XVI. I. On the uncleanness of women during their sickness. I. How it can be removed. I. Sundry laws relating to the same matter. See Introd v. I. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If there be in the house of the worshipper of Mazda a woman who has an issue of blood, either out of the ordinary course or at the usual period, what shall the worshippers of Mazda do? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall clear the way of the wood there, both in growing trees and in logs. They shall strew dry dust on the ground. And they shall erect a building there, higher than the house by a half, or a third, or a fourth, or a fifth part, lest her look should fall upon the fire. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. How far from the fire? How far from the water? How far from the consecrated bundles of theirs not? How far from the faithful? Ahura Mazda answered, 15 paces from the fire, 15 paces from the water, 15 paces from the consecrated bundles of theirs not, 3 paces from the faithful. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. How far from her shall he stay, who brings food to a woman who has an issue of blood, either out of the ordinary course or at the usual period? Ahura Mazda answered, 3 paces from her shall he stay, who brings food to a woman who has an issue of blood, either out of the ordinary course or at the usual period. In what kind of vessels shall he bring the food? In what kind of vessels shall he bring the bread? In vessels of brass, or of lead, or of any common metal. How much food shall he bring to her? How much bread shall he bring? Only 2 dinars of long bread, and 1 dinar of milk pap, lest she should gather strength. If a child has just touched her, they shall first wash his hands and then his body. If she still see blood after 3 nights have passed, she shall sit in the place of infirmity until 4 nights have passed. If she still see blood after 4 nights have passed, she shall sit in the place of infirmity until 5 nights have passed. If she still see blood after 5 nights have passed, she shall sit in the place of infirmity until 6 nights have passed. If she still see blood after 6 nights have passed, she shall sit in the place of infirmity until 7 nights have passed. If she still see blood after 7 nights have passed, she shall sit in the place of infirmity until 8 nights have passed. If she still see blood after 8 nights have passed, she shall sit in the place of infirmity until 9 nights have passed. If she still see blood after 9 nights have passed, this is a work of the Da'as which they have performed for the worship and glorification of the Da'as. I. The worshippers of Mazda shall clear the way of the wood there, both in growing trees and in logs. They shall dig 3 holes in the earth, and they shall wash the woman with ghee by 2 of those holes and with water by the 3rd. They shall kill craftstras, to wit, 200 corn-carrying ants, if it be summer. 200 of any other sort of the craftstras made by Ingram Minu, if it be winter. I. If a worshipper of Mazda shall suppress the issue of a woman who has an issue of blood, either out of the ordinary course or at the usual period, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, he is a Peshanu, 200 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 200 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If a man shall again and again willfully touch the body of a woman who has an issue of blood, either out of the ordinary course or at the usual period, so that the ordinary issue turns to the dye of the unusual one, or the unusual issue to the dye of the ordinary one, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, for the first time he comes near unto her, for the first time he lies by her, 30 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 30 stripes with the Sresh Karana. For the second time he comes near unto her, for the second time he lies by her, 50 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 50 stripes with the Sresh Karana. For the third time he comes near unto her, for the third time he lies by her, 70 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 70 stripes with the Sresh Karana. For the 4th time he comes near unto her, for the 4th time he lies by her, if he shall press the body under her clothes, if he shall press the unclean thigh, but without sexual intercourse, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 90 stripes with the Aswa Astra, 90 stripes with the Sresh Karana. Whosoever shall lie in sexual intercourse with a woman who has an issue of blood, either out of the ordinary course or at the usual period, does no better deed than if he should burn the corpse of his own son, born of his own body and dead of Noah, and drop its fat into the fire. All such sinners, embodiments of the drug, are scorners of the law. All scorners of the law are rebels against the Lord. All rebels against the Lord are ungodly men. And any ungodly man shall pay for it with his life. Fargard XVI. I. On the uncleanness of women during their sickness. I. How it can be removed. I. Sundry laws relating to the same matter. See Introd v. I. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If there be in the house of a worshipper of Mazda a woman who has an issue of blood, either out of the ordinary course or at the usual period, what shall the worshippers of Mazda do? Ahura Mazda answered, they shall clear the way of the wood there, both in growing trees and in logs. They shall strew dry dust on the ground. And they shall erect a building there, higher than the house by a half, or a third, or a fourth, or a fifth part, lest her look should fall upon the fire. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. How far from the fire? How far from the water? How far from the consecrated bundles of theirs not? How far from the faithful? Ahura Mazda answered, 15 paces from the fire, 15 paces from the water, 15 paces from the consecrated bundles of theirs not, 3 paces from the faithful. O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. How far from her shall he stay, who brings food to a woman who has an issue of blood, either out of the ordinary course or at the usual period? Ahura Mazda answered, 3 paces from her shall he stay, who brings food to a woman who has an issue of blood, either out of the ordinary course or at the usual period. In what kind of vessels shall he bring the food? In what kind of vessels shall he bring the bread? In vessels of brass, or of lead, or of any common metal. How much food shall he bring to her? How much bread shall he bring? Only 2 dinars of long bread, and 1 dinar of milk pap, lest she should gather strength. If a child has just touched her, they shall first wash his hands and then his body. If she still see blood after 3 nights have passed, she shall sit in the place of infirmity until 4 nights have passed. If she still see blood after 4 nights have passed, she shall sit in the place of infirmity until 5 nights have passed. If she still see blood after 5 nights have passed, she shall sit in the place of infirmity until 6 nights have passed. If she still see blood after 6 nights have passed, she shall sit in the place of infirmity until 7 nights have passed. If she still see blood after 7 nights have passed, she shall sit in the place of infirmity until 8 nights have passed. If she still see blood after 8 nights have passed, she shall sit in the place of infirmity until 9 nights have passed. If she still see blood after 9 nights have passed, this is a work of the Da'as which they have performed for the worship and glorification of the Da'as. Aye. The worshippers of Mazda shall clear the way of the wood there, both in growing trees and in logs. They shall dig 3 holes in the earth, and they shall wash the woman with ghee by 2 of those holes and with water by the 3rd. They shall kill craftsmen, to wit, 200 corn carrying ants, if it be summer. 200 of any other sort of the craftsmen may by Ingram mind you, if it be winter. Aye. If the worshipper of Mazda shall suppress the issue of a woman who has an issue of blood, either out of the ordinary course or at the usual period, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, he is a Peshanu, 200 stripes with the Asva Astra, 200 stripes with the Sresh Karana. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. If a man shall again and again willfully touch the body of a woman who has an issue of blood, either out of the ordinary course or at the usual period, so that the ordinary issue turns to a dye of the unusual one, or the unusual issue to the dye of the ordinary one, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, for the first time he comes near unto her, for the first time he lies by her, 30 stripes with the Asva Astra, 30 stripes with the Sresh Karana. For the second time he comes near unto her, for the second time he lies by her, 50 stripes with the Asva Astra, 50 stripes with the Sresh Karana. For the third time he comes near unto her, for the third time he lies by her, 70 stripes with the Asva Astra, 70 stripes with the Sresh Karana. For the fourth time he comes near unto her, for the fourth time he lies by her, if he shall press the body under her clothes, if he shall press the unclean thigh, but without sexual intercourse, what is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, 90 stripes with the Asva Astra, 90 stripes with the Sresh Karana. Whosoever shall lie in sexual intercourse with a woman who has an issue of blood, either out of the ordinary course or at the usual period, does no better deed than if he should burn the corpse of his own son, born of his own body and dead of Noah, and drop its fat into the fire. All such sinners, embodiments of the drug, are scorners of the law. All scorners of the law are rebels against the Lord. All rebels against the Lord are ungodly men. And any ungodly man shall pay for it with his life. Farhad XVII. I. On the unworthy priest and enticers to heresy. I. The holiness of the cock. I. The 4 paramours of the drug. IV. On unlawful lusts. The text and the Pahlavi commentary of this Farhad are translated in Hogg's essays. P. Sec. I. There is many a one, O holy Zarathustra. Said Ahura Mazda, who wears a pated A but who has not girded his loins with the law. When such a man says, I am impotent, he lies. Do not call him impotent, O holy Zarathustra. Thus said Ahura Mazda. He holds a craftsvana in his hand, but he has not girded his loins with the law. When he says, I am impotent, he lies. Do not call him impotent, O holy Zarathustra. Thus said Ahura Mazda. He holds a twig in his hand, but he has not girded his loins with the law. When he says, I am impotent, he lies. Do not call him impotent, O holy Zarathustra. Thus said Ahura Mazda. He wields the Astra Mayurya, but he has not girded his loins with the law. When he says, I am impotent, he lies. Do not call him impotent, O holy Zarathustra. Thus said Ahura Mazda. He who sleeps on throughout the night, who does not perform the yasna nor chant the hymns, who does not worship by word or by deed, who does neither learn nor teach, with a longing for everlasting life, he lies when he says, I am impotent. Do not call him impotent, O holy Zarathustra. Thus said Ahura Mazda. And thou shalt call impotent, O holy Zarathustra. Who throughout the night sits up and demands of the holy wisdom, which makes man free from anxiety, with dilated heart, and cheerful at the head of the Kimvat bridge, and which makes him reach that world, that holy world, that excellent world, the world of paradise. Therefore demand of me, thou upright one. Of me, who am the maker, the best of all beings, the most knowing, the most pleased in answering what is asked of me. Demand of me, that thou mayst be the better, that thou mayst be the happier. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, O maker of the material world, thou holy one. What is it that makes the unseen power of death increase? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the man that teaches the wrong law. It is the man who continues for 3 years without wearing the sacred girdle, without chanting the jihaz, without worshipping the good waters. And he who should set that man at liberty, when bound in prison, does no better deed than if he should flay a man alive and cut off his head. The blessing uttered on a wicked, ungodly Ashemegha does not go past the mouth of the blesser. The blessing for 2 Ashemeghas does not go past his tongue. The blessing for 3 is no word at all. The blessing for 4 is a curse against himself. Whosoever should give some Pima juice to a wicked, ungodly Ashemegha, or some Ayasa consecrated with blessings, does no better deed than if he should lead 1,000 horse against the cities of the worshippers of Mazda, and should slaughter the men thereof, and drive off the cattle as plunder. I. Demand of me, thou upright one. Of me, who am the maker, the best of all beings, the most knowing, the most pleased in answering what is asked of me. Demand of me, that thou mayst be the better, that thou mayst be the happier. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, who is the Sreshavaras of Sresha. The holy, strong Sresha, who is the incarnate word, a mighty spirit and lordly God. Ahura Mazda answered, it is the bird named Paros, which ill-speaking people call Kartik, O holy Zarathustra. The bird that lifts up his voice against the mighty Dwan. Arise, O men. Recite the Ashan the Advahistan that smites down the Da'as. Lo. Here is the high talk, the long-handed, coming upon you, who loves to sleep again the whole living world, as soon as it has awoke, sleep. She says, sleep one, O man. The time is not yet come. For the 3 excellent things be never slack, namely, good thoughts, good words, and good deeds. For the 3 abominable things be ever slack, namely, bad thoughts, bad words, and bad deeds. In the first part of the night, Fire, the son of Ahura Mazda, calls the master of the house for help, saying, Up. Arise, thou master of the house. Put on thy girdle on thy clothes, wash thy hands, take wood, bring it unto me, and let me burn bright. With the clean wood, carried by thy well-washed hands. Here comes I, made by the Da'as, who is about to strive against me, and wants to put out my life. In the second part of the night, Fire, the son of Ahura Mazda, calls the husbandman for help, saying, Up, arise, thou husbandman. Put on thy girdle and thy clothes, wash thy hands, take wood, bring it unto me, and let me burn bright with the clean wood, carried by thy well-washed hands. Here comes I, made by the Daaz, who is about to strive against me, and wants to put out my life. In the third part of the night, Fire, the son of Ahura Mazda, calls the holy Sresha for help, saying, Come thou, holy, tall-formed Sresha. Then he brings unto me some clean wood with his well-washed hands. Here comes I, made by the Daaz, who is about to strive against me, and wants to put out my life. And then the holy Sresha wakes up the bird named Parars, which ill-speaking people call carpet, and the bird lifts up his voice against the mighty dawn. Arise, O men. Recite the Ash and the Adbehistim that smites down the Daaz. Lo. Here is Behi-Ta, the long-handed, coming upon you, who lulls to sleep again the whole living world as. Soon as it has awoke, sleep. She says, Sleep one, O man. The time is not yet come. For the three excellent things be never slack, namely, good thoughts, good words, and good deeds. For the three abominable things be ever slack, namely, bad thoughts, bad words, and bad deeds. And then bedfellows address one another, Rise up, here is the cock calling me up. Whichever of the two first gets up shall first enter paradise. Whichever of the two shall first, with well-washed hands, bring clean wood unto the Fire, the son of Ahura Mazda, with fire, well pleased with him and not angry, and fed as it required, will thus bless him. May herds of oxen grow for thee, and increase of sons. May thy mind be master of its vow. May thy soul be master of its vow, and mayst thou live on in the joy of the soul all the nights of thy life. This is the blessing which the Fire speaks unto him who brings him dry wood, well examined by the light of the day, well cleansed with godly intent. And whosoever will kindly and piously present one of the faithful with a pair of these my Parars birds, a male and a female, it is as though he had given a house with 100 columns, 1,000 beams, 10,000 large windows, 10,000 small windows. And whosoever shall give to my Parars bird his fill of meat, I, Ahura Mazda, need not interrogate him any longer. He shall directly go to paradise. I. The holy Sresha asked the drug, with his club uplifted against her, O thou wretched and wicked drug. Thou then, alone in the material world, dost bear offspring without any male coming unto thee? Then the drug demon, the guileful one, answered, O holy, tall-formed Sresha. It is not so, nor do I, alone in the material world, bear offspring without any male coming unto me. There are 4 males who are mine, and they make me conceive progeny as other males make their females. The holy Sresha asked the drug, with his club uplifted against her, O thou wretched and wicked drug. Who is the first of those males of thine? Then the drug demon, the guileful one, answered, O holy, tall-formed Sresha. He is the first of my males who, being entreated by one of the faithful, does not give him anything, be it ever so little, of the riches he has treasured up. That man makes me conceive progeny as other males make their females. The holy Sresha asked the drug, with his club uplifted against her, O thou wretched and wicked drug. What is the thing that can counteract that? Then the drug demon, the guileful one, answered, O holy, tall-formed Sresha. This is the thing that counteracts it, namely, when a man unasked, kindly and piously, gives to one of the faithful something, be it ever so little, of the riches he has treasured up. He does thereby as thoroughly destroy the fruit of my womb as a 4-footed wolf does, who tears the child out of the mother's womb. The holy Sresha asked the drug, with his club uplifted against her, O thou wretched and wicked drug. Who is the second of those males of thine? Then the drug demon, the guileful one, answered, O holy, tall-formed Sresha. He is the second of my males who, making water, lets it fall along the upper forepart of his foot. That man makes me conceive progeny as other males make their females. The holy Sresha asked the drug, with his club uplifted against her, O thou wretched and wicked drug. What is the thing that can counteract that? Then the drug demon, the guileful one, answered, O holy, tall-formed Sresha. This is the thing that counteracts it, namely, when the man rising up and stepping 3 steps further off, shall say 3 Ahunavarya, 2 Humitan, 3 Hatsatharim, and then chant the Ahunavarya and offer up 1 YHH. He does thereby as thoroughly destroy the fruit of my womb as a 4-footed wolf does, who tears the child out of the mother's womb. The holy Sresha asked the drug, with his club uplifted against her, O thou wretched and wicked drug. Who is the third of those males of thine? Then the drug demon, the guileful one, answered, O holy, tall-formed Sresha. He is the third of my males who during his sleep mid-sea. That man makes me conceive progeny as other males make their females. The holy Sresha asked the drug, with his club uplifted against her, O thou wretched and wicked drug. What is the thing that can counteract that? Then the drug demon, the guileful one, answered, O holy, tall-formed Sresha. This is the thing that counteracts it, namely, if a man, when he has risen from sleep, shall say 3 Ahunavarya, 2 Humitan, 3 Hatsatharim, and then chant the Ahunavarya and offer up 1 YHH. He does thereby as thoroughly destroy the fruit of my womb as a 4-footed wolf does who tears the child out of the mother's womb. Then he shall speak unto Spentamadi, saying, O Spentamadi, this man do I deliver unto thee. This man deliver thou back unto me, against the mighty day of resurrection. Deliver him back as one who knows that she has, who knows the Yasna, and the revealed law, a wise and clever man, who is the word incarnate. Then thou shalt call his name Fire Creature, Fire Seed, Fire Offspring, Fire Land, or any name wherein is the word fire. The holy Sresha asked the drug, with his club uplifted against her, O thou wretched and wicked drug. Who is the fourth of those males of thine? Then the drug demon, the guileful one, answered, O holy, tall-formed Sresha. This one is my 4th male who, either man or woman, being more than 15 years of age, walks without wearing the sacred girdle and the sacred shirt. At the 4th step we Daaz, at once, wither him even to the tongue and the marrow, and he goes thenceforth with power to destroy the world of the Holy Spirit, and he destroys it like the Wyas and the Xanthus. The holy Sresha asked the drug, with his club uplifted against her, O thou wretched and wicked drug, what is the thing that can counteract that? Then the drug demon, the guileful one, answered, O holy, tall-formed Sresha. There is no means of counteracting it. When a man or a woman, being more than 15 years of age, walks without wearing the sacred girdle or the sacred shirt, At the fourth step we Da'as, at once, wither him even to the tongue and the marrow, and he goes thenceforth with power to destroy the world of the Holy Spirit, and he destroys it like the Ys and the Xanthus. IV. Demand of me, thou upright one. Of me who am the maker, the best of all beings, the most knowing, the most pleased in answering what is asked of me. Demand of me that thou mayst be the better, that thou mayst be the happier. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, who grieves thee with the sorest grief? Who pained thee with the sorest pain? Ahura Mazda answered, it is the Gehi, O Spatama Zarathustra. Who goes a-whoring after the faithful and the unfaithful, after the worshippers of Mazda and the worshippers of the Da'as, after the wicked and the righteous. Her look dries up 1/3 of the mighty floods that run from the mountains. Her look withers 1/3 of the beautiful, golden-hued, growing plants. Her look withers 1/3 of the grass. Wherewith spent a maid is clad, and her touch withers the faithful 1/3 of his good thoughts, of his good words, of his good deeds, 1/3 of his strength, of his fiend-killing power, and of his holiness. Verily I say unto thee, O Spatama Zarathustra, such creatures ought to be killed even more than biting snakes, than howling wolves, than the wild she-wolf that falls upon the fold, or than the she-frog that falls upon the waters with her thousandfold brood. Demand of me, thou upright one. Of me who am the maker, the best of all beings, the most knowing, the most pleased in answering what is asked of me. Demand of me that thou mayst be the better, that thou mayst be the happier. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, if a man shall come unto a woman who has an issue of blood, either out of the ordinary course or at the usual period, and he does so wittingly and knowingly, and she allows it willfully, wittingly, and knowingly, what is the atonement for it? What is the penalty that he shall pay to atone for the deed they have done? Ahura Mazda answered, if a man shall come unto a woman who has an issue of blood, either out of the ordinary course or at the usual period, and he does so wittingly and knowingly, and she allows it willfully, wittingly, and knowingly, he shall slay 1,000 head of small cattle. He shall godly and piously offer up to the fire the entrails thereof together with sea offer libations. He shall bring the shoulder bones to the good waters. He shall godly and piously bring unto the fire 1,000 loads of soft wood, of Urna, Vohu Da'ona, Vohu Purity, and Na'ata, or of any sweet scented plant. He shall tie and consecrate 1,000 bundles of bear's milk. He shall godly and piously offer up to the good waters 1,000 Zeophir libations, together with the hema and the meat, cleanly prepared and well strained by a pious man, together with the roots of the tree known as Hedna'ata. He shall kill 1,000 snakes of those that go upon the belly, 2,000 of the other kind. He shall kill 1,000 land frogs and 2,000 water frogs. He shall kill 1,000 corn-carrying ants and 2,000 of the other kind. He shall throw 30 bridges over canals. He shall undergo 1,000 stripes with the aspa, 1,000 stripes with the stretch karana. This is the atonement, this is the penalty that he shall pay to atone for the deed that he has done. If he shall pay it, he shall enter the world of the holy ones. If he shall not pay it, he shall fall down into the world of the wicked, into the dark world, made of darkness, the offspring of darkness. Forward XIX. I. Angramanyu attempts to kill Zarathustra, and, when he fails, tempts him. Zarathustra withstands both assaults with weapons both material and spiritual. EI. Zarathustra applies to Ahura Mazda for a revelation of the law. He is taught how the fiend may be repelled, how the creation of Mazda is to be worshipped, how uncleanness is to be washed away, and what becomes of the soul after death. I. Angramanyu and his host, driven to despair, and feeling themselves powerless, lead down into hell. This chapter may be entitled The Revelation, and considered as the framework of the then the remainder of which should have its place between the first and the third part. As the first part shows the fiend's struggles to prevent the revelation, and the third shows the effects of it. The second being, as it were, an abstract of the law, and abridged then. The text and the Pahlavi commentary of this Bhagavad are translated in Hogg's essays, Sek, and Sek. I. From the region of the north, from the regions of the north, forth rushed Angramanyu, the deadly, the Da'a of the Da'as. And thus spake the guileful one, he the evildoer Angramanyu, the deadly, drug, rushed down upon him. Destroy the holy Zarathustra. The drug came rushing along, the demon BT, the unseen death, the hellborn. Zarathustra chanted aloud the Ahum Verya, the will of the Lord is the law of holiness. The riches of Bohu man shall be given to him who works in this world for Mazda, and wields according to the will of Ahura the power he gave to him to relieve the poor. He added offer up prayers to the good waters of the good deed Taya. Professed the law of the worshippers of Mazda. The drug dismayed, rushed away, the demon BT, the unseen death, the hellborn. And the drug, the guileful one, said unto Angramanyu, O baneful Angramanyu, I see no way to kill him, so great is the glory of the holy Zarathustra. Zarathustra saw all this from within his soul, the evil doing Da'as and driven thought he take counsel together for my death. Up started Zarathustra, forward went Zarathustra, unshaken by the evil spirit, by the hardness of his malignant riddles, swinging stones in his hand, stones as big as a house, which he obtained from the maker, Ahura Mazda, he the holy Zarathustra. At what on this wide, round earth, whose ends lie afar, at what dost thou swing those stones, thou who standest by the river Dareka, upon the mountains, in the mansion of Purasaspa? Thus Zarathustra answered Angramanyu, O evildoer, Angramanyu. I will smite the creation of the Da'a. I will smite the Nasu, a creature of the Da'a. I will smite the Paraka K and Haiti, till the fiend's intercession come up to life out. Of the lake Kaeva, from the region of the dawn, from the regions of the dawn. Again to him said the guileful one, the maker of the evil world, Angramanyu, do not destroy my creatures, O holy Zarathustra. Thou art the son of Purasaspa, just born of thy mother. Renounce the good law of the worshippers of Mazda, and thou shalt gain such a boon as the murderer gained, the ruler of the nations. Thus in answer to him said Svatama Zarathustra, no. Never will I renounce the good law of the worshippers of Mazda, though my body, my life, my soul should burst. Again to him said the guileful one, the maker of the evil world, Angramanyu, by whose word wilt thou strike, by whose word wilt thou repel, by whose weapon will the good creatures strike and repel my creation who am Angramanyu. Thus in answer to him said Svatama Zarathustra, the sacred mortar, the sacred cup, the hema, the words taught by Mazda, these are my weapons, my best weapons. By this word will I strike, by this word will I repel, by this weapon the good creatures will strike and repel thee, O evildoer, Angramanyu. To me spent a mine you gave it. He gave it to me in the boundless time. To me the Amisha Spentus, the all-ruling, the all-beneficent, gave it. Zarathustra chanted aloud the Ahuna Verda. The holy Zarathustra said aloud thus I ask thee, teach me the truth, O Lord. I. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, O Ahura Mazda, most beneficent spirit, maker of the material world, thou holy one. He was sitting by the Dareka, on the mountain, praying to Ahura Mazda, to the good Bohu man to Asha Vahista, Sathra Verida, and Spenta. Maybe. How shall I make the world free from that drug, from the evil-doer anger mine ear? How shall I drive away direct defilement? How indirect defilement? How shall I drive the Nasu from the house of the worshippers of Mazda? How shall I cleanse the faithful man? How shall I cleanse the faithful woman? Ahura Mazda answered. Invoke, O Zarathustra. The good law of Mazda. Invoke, O Zarathustra. The Amisha Spentus who rule over the 7 Karshtares of the earth. Invoke, O Zarathustra. The sovereign heaven, the boundless time, and Vayu, whose action is most high. Invoke, O Zarathustra. The powerful wind, made by Mazda, and Spentamati, the fair daughter of Ahura Mazda. Invoke, O Zarathustra. My Prabhashi, who am Ahura Mazda, the greatest, the best, the fairest of all beings, the most solid, the most intelligent, the best shapen, the highest in holiness, and whose soul is the holy word. Invoke, O Zarathustra. This creation of mine, who am Ahura Mazda. Zarathustra took those words from me, and said I invoke the holy creation of Ahura Mazda. I invoke Mithra, the lord of wide pastures, a god armed with beautiful weapons, with the most glorious of all weapons, with the most fiend-smitting of all weapons. I invoke the holy, tall-formed Stresha, who wields a club in his hand, to bear upon the heads of the fiends. I invoke the most glorious holy word. I invoke the sovereign heaven, the boundless time, and Vayu, whose action is most high. I invoke the mighty wind, made by Mazda, and Spentamati, the fair daughter of Ahura Mazda. I invoke the good law of Mazda, the fiend-destroying law of Zarathustra. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, O maker of the good world, Ahura Mazda. What manner of sacrifice shall I worship? With what manner of sacrifice shall I worship and forward this creation of Ahura Mazda? Ahura Mazda answered, Go, O Svatama Zarathustra. Toward that tree that is beautiful, high-growing, and mighty amongst the high-growing trees, and say thou these words, Hail to thee. O good, holy tree, made by Mazda. Ashen, Bohu. Let the faithful man cut off a twig of bear's nut, long as a plowshare, big as a barley corn. The faithful one, holding it in his left hand, shall not leave off keeping his eyes upon it, whilst he is offering up the sacrifice to Ahura Mazda and to the Amisha Spentus, and to the high and beautiful golden Venus, and to Bohu man and to the good Ra, made by Mazda, holy and excellent. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, O thou, all-knowing Ahura Mazda. Thou art never asleep, never intoxicated, thou Ahura Mazda. Bohu man gets directly defiled, Bohu man gets indirectly defiled. The Da'as defiled him from the body smitten by the Da'as, let Bohu man be made clean. Ahura Mazda answered, Thou shalt take some ghee from a bull ungilded and such as the law requires it. Thou shalt take the man who is to be cleansed to the field made by Ahura, and the man that is to cleanse him shall draw the furrows. He shall recite 100 Asham Vohu, holiness is the best of all good. Happy, happy the man who is holy with perfect holiness. He shall chant 200 Ahuna Verya, the will of the Lord is the law of holiness. The riches of Bohu man shall be given to him who works in this world for Mazda, and wields according to the will of Ahura the power he gave to him to relieve the poor. He shall wash Bohu man 4 times with the ghee from the ox, and twice with the water made by Mazda. Thus Bohu man shall be made clean, and clean shall be the man. Then he shall take up Bohu man with his left arm in his right, with his right arm in his left, and thou shalt lay down Bohu man under the mighty structure of the bright heavens, by the light of the stars made by the gods, until 9 nights have passed away. When 9 nights have passed away, thou shalt bring libations unto the fire, thou shalt bring hardwood unto the fire, thou shalt bring incense of Bohu Da'ona unto the fire, and thou shalt perfume Bohu man therewith. Thus shall Bohu man become clean, thus shall the man be clean. He shall take up Bohu man with the right arm in the left, with the left arm in the right, and Bohu man shall say aloud, Glory be to Ahura Mazda. Glory be to the Amisha Spentus. Glory be to all the other holy beings. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, O thou all-knowing Ahura Mazda, should I urge upon the godly man, should I urge upon the godly woman, should I urge upon the wicked Da'a worshipper who lives in sin, that they have once to leave behind on the earth made by Ahura? That they have to leave the water that runs, the corn that grows, and all the rest of their wealth? Ahura Mazda answered, Thou shouldst, O holy Zarathustra. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Where are the rewards given? Where does the rewarding take place? Where is the rewarding fulfilled? Whereto do men come to take the reward that, in their life in the material world, they have won for their souls? Ahura Mazda answered, When the man is dead, when his time is over, then the hellish, evil-doing Da'as assail him. And when the third night is gone, when the dawn appears and brightens up, and makes Mithra, the god with beautiful weapons, reach the all-happy mountains, and the sun is rising. Then the fiend, named the Elisha, carries off and bonds the souls of the wicked Da'a worshippers who live in sin. The soul enters the way made by time, and open both to the wicked and to the righteous. At the head of the Kindad bridge, the holy bridge made by Mazda, they ask for their spirits and souls the reward for the worldly goods which they gave away here below. Then comes the well-shapen, strong and tall form maid, with the dogs at her sides, one who can distinguish, who is graceful, who does what she wants, and is of high understanding. She makes the soul of the righteous one go up above the Harabir Azadi. Above the Kindad bridge she places it in the presence of the heavenly gods themselves. Up rises Bohu man from his golden seat. Bohu man exclaims, How hast thou come to us, thou holy one, from that decaying world into this undecaying one? Gladly pass the souls of the righteous to the golden seat of Ahura Mazda, to the golden seat of the Amisha Spentus, to the Gar NMM, the abode of Ahura Mazda, the abode of the Amisha Spentus, the abode of all the other holy beings. As to the godly man that has been cleansed, the wicked evil-doing Da'as tremble in the perfume of his soul after death, as a sheep does on which a wolf is falling. The souls of the righteous are gathered together there, Nari Sangha is with them. A friend of Ahura Mazda is Nari Sangha. Do thou thyself invoke, O Zarathustra. This world of Ahura Mazda. Zarathustra took those words from Ahura Mazda. I invoke the holy world, made by Ahura Mazda. I invoke the earth made by Ahura, the water made by Mazda, the holy trees. I invoke the sea Burukasha. I invoke the shining sky. I invoke the eternal and sovereign luminous space. I invoke the bright, all-glorious, blissful abode of the holy ones. I invoke the Gar-NMM, the abode of Ahura Mazda, the abode invoke of the Amisha Spentis, the abode of all the other holy beings. I invoke the sovereign place of eternal wheel, and the Kindad bridge made by Mazda. I invoke the good Salga, whose looks go far and wide. I invoke the mighty Fervashes of the righteous. I invoke the whole creation of wheel. I invoke the Earthrana, made by Ahura, who wears the glory made by Mazda. I invoke Distriya, the bright and glorious star, in the shape of a golden horn bull. I invoke the holy, beneficent Jihaz, who rule over the Ratus. I invoke the Ahunavedi Jiha. I invoke the Yastadedi Jiha. I invoke the Spentamini Jiha. I invoke the Vohiksathra Jiha. I invoke the Vahisti Jiha. I invoke the Karshkirs of Arza and Salva. I invoke the Karshkirs of Radhashu and Vidhashu. I invoke the Karshkirs of Baruvaresti and Baruzalesti. I invoke the bright Hinartha. I invoke the bright, glorious Armand. I invoke the good Ashi. I invoke the good Kisti. I invoke the most bright Kista. I invoke the glory of the Aryan regions. I invoke the glory of the bright Yima, the great shepherd. Let him be worshipped with sacrifice. Let him be gladdened, gratified, and satisfied. The holy Sresha, the tall form, fiend smitten, holy Sresha. Bring libations unto the fire. Bring hardwood unto the fire. Bring incense of Bohu Ba'ona unto the fire. Offer up the sacrifice to the bee is the fire, which smites the fiend Spindagra. Bring unto it the cooked meat and the offerings of boiling milk. Offer up the sacrifice to the holy Sresha, that the holy Sresha may smite down the fiend Kunda, who is drunken without drinking. He will fall upon the men of the drug, the slothful ones, the wicked, Da-A worshippers, who live in sin. I invoke the Kara fish, who lives beneath waters in the bottom of the deep lakes. I invoke the ancient and sovereign Narizu, the greatest seat of battle in the creation of the two spirits. I invoke the seven bright Strava with their sons and their flocks. I. They run about to and fro, their minds waver to and fro. Angramanu the deadly, the paragraph continues Da-A of the Da-As. Indra the Da, Esru the Da, Mwangati the Da, Torbi and Zairi, Amma the wounding spear, Akatasha the Da, Zerva, baneful to the fathers, BT the Da, Dreamy the Da, Devi the Da, Kasvi the Da, Pegasha the most Da-A like amongst the Da-As. And he said, the guileful, the evil-doing Da, Angramanu the deadly, what? Let the wicked, evil-doing Da-As gather together at the head of Ares A. They rush, they run away, the wicked, evil-doing Da-As. They run away with shouts, the wicked, evil-doing Da-As. They run away casting the evil eye, the wicked, evil-doing Da-As. Let us gather together at the head of Ares A. For he is just born the holy Zarathustra, in the house of Purashaspa. How can we procure his death? He is the stroke that fells the fiends. He is a counter-fiend to the fiends. He is a drug to the drug. Down are the Da-A worshippers, the Nasu made by the Da, the false-speaking lie. They run away, they rush away, the wicked, evil-doing Da-As, into the depths of the dark, horrid world of hell. Ashen Bohu, holiness is the best of all good. Fargard XIX. Angramanu attempts to kill Zarathustra, and, when he fails, tempts him. Zarathustra withstands both assaults with weapons both material and spiritual. EI. Zarathustra applies to Ahura Mazda for a revelation of the law. He is taught how the fiend may be repelled, how the creation of Mazda is to be worshipped, how uncleanness is to be washed away, and what becomes of the soul after death. Angramanu and his host, driven to despair, and feeling themselves powerless, flee down into hell. This chapter may be entitled The Revelation, and considered as the framework of the then the remainder of which should have its place between the first and the third part. As the first part shows the fiend's struggles to prevent the revelation, and the third shows the effects of it. The second being, as it were, an abstract of the law, and abridged then. The text and the Pahlavi commentary of this Fargard are translated in Hogg's essays, Sek, and Sek. I. From the region of the north, from the regions of the north, forth rushed Angramanu, the deadly, the Da-A of the Da-As. And thus spake the guileful one, he the evildoer Angramanu, the deadly, drug, rushed down upon him. Destroy the holy Zarathustra. The drug came rushing along, the demon BT, the unseen death, the hellborn. Zarathustra chanted aloud the Ahunavarya, the will of the Lord is the law of holiness. The riches of Bohu man shall be given to him who works in this world for Mazda, and wields according to the will of Ahura the power he gave to him to relieve the poor. He added offer up prayers to the good waters of the good deed Taya. Profess the law of the worshippers of Mazda. The drug dismayed, rushed away, the demon BT, the unseen death, the hellborn. And the drug, the guileful one, said unto Angramanu, O baneful Angramanu, I see no way to kill him, so great is the glory of the holy Zarathustra. Zarathustra saw all this from within his soul. The evil-doing Da-As and servants thought he take counsel together for my death. Up started Zarathustra, forward went Zarathustra, unshaken by the evil spirit, by the hardness of his malignant riddles, swinging stones in his hand, stones as big as a house, which he obtained from the maker, Ahura Mazda, he the holy Zarathustra. At what on this wide, round earth, whose ends lie afar, at what dost thou swing those stones, thou who standest by the river Dareka, upon the mountains, in the mansion of Purasaspa? Thus Zarathustra answered Angramanu, O evildoer, Angramanu. I will smite the creation of the Da-A. I will smite the Nasu, a creature of the Da-A. I will smite the Parakake and Haiti, till the fiends intercession come up to life out. Of the lake Ava, from the region of the dawn, from the regions of the dawn. Again to him said the guileful one, the maker of the evil world, Angramanu, do not destroy my creatures, O holy Zarathustra. Thou art the son of Purasaspa, just one of thy mother. Renounce the good law of the worshippers of Mazda, and thou shalt gain such a boon as the murderer gained, the ruler of the nations. Thus in answer to him said Saitama Zarathustra, No. Never will I renounce the good law of the worshippers of Mazda, though my body, my life, my soul should burst. Again to him said the guileful one, the maker of the evil world, anger mind you, by whose word wilt thou strike, by whose word wilt thou repel, by whose weapon will the good creatures strike and repel my creation who am anger mind you. Thus in answer to him said Saitama Zarathustra, the sacred mortar, the sacred cup, the Hema, the words taught by Mazda, these are my weapons, my best weapons. By this word will I strike, by this word will I repel, by this weapon the good creatures will strike and repel thee, O evildoer, anger mind you. To me spent in mine he gave it to me in the boundless time. To me the Amisha Spentus, the all-ruling, the all-beneficent, gave it. Zarathustra chanted aloud the Ahuna Verda. The holy Zarathustra said aloud this I ask thee, teach me the truth, O Lord. I. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, O Ahura Mazda, most beneficent spirit, maker of the material world, thou holy one. He was sitting by the Dwaraka, on the mountain, praying to Ahura Mazda, to the good Vohuman to Ashvahista, Sathra Varya, and Spenta. Matey. How shall I make the world free from that drug, from the evildoer Angramanyu? How shall I drive away direct defilement? How indirect defilement? How shall I drive the Nasu from the house of the worshippers of Mazda? How shall I cleanse the faithful man? How shall I cleanse the faithful woman? Ahura Mazda answered. Invoke, O Zarathustra. The good law of Mazda. Invoke, O Zarathustra. The Amisha Spentus who rule over the 7 Karshvirs of the earth. Invoke, O Zarathustra. The sovereign heaven, the boundless time, and Vayu, whose action is most high. Invoke, O Zarathustra. The powerful wind, made by Mazda, and Spentamati, the fair daughter of Ahura Mazda. Invoke, O Zarathustra. My Prabhashi, who am Ahura Mazda, the greatest, the best, the fairest of all beings, the most solid, the most intelligent, the best shapen, the highest in holiness, and whose soul is the holy word. Invoke, O Zarathustra. This creation of mine, who am Ahura Mazda. Zarathustra took those words from me, and said I invoke the holy creation of Ahura Mazda. I invoke Mithra, the lord of wide pastures, a god armed with beautiful weapons, with the most glorious of all weapons, with the most fiend-smitting of all weapons. I invoke the holy, tall-formed Sresha, who wields a club in his hand, to bear upon the heads of the fiends. I invoke the most glorious holy word. I invoke the sovereign heaven, the boundless time, and Vayu, whose action is most high. I invoke the mighty wind, made by Mazda, and Spentamati, the fair daughter of Ahura Mazda. I invoke the good law of Mazda, the fiend-destroying law of Zarathustra. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, O maker of the good world, Ahura Mazda. What manner of sacrifice shall I worship? With what manner of sacrifice shall I worship and forward this creation of Ahura Mazda? Ahura Mazda answered, Go, O Saitama Zarathustra. Towards that tree that is beautiful, high-growing, and mighty amongst the high-growing trees, and say thou these words, Hail to thee, O good, holy tree, made by Mazda. Ashen, Vohu. Let the faithful man cut off a twig of Berzma, long as a plowshare, big as a barley corn. The faithful one, holding it in his left hand, shall not leave off keeping his eyes upon it, whilst he is offering up the sacrifice to Ahura Mazda, and to the Amisha Spentus, and to the high and beautiful golden Hemas, and to Vohuman and to the good Ra, made by Mazda, holy and excellent. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, O thou, all-known Ahura Mazda. Thou art never asleep, never intoxicated, thou Ahura Mazda. Vohuman gets directly defiled, Vohuman gets indirectly defiled. The Da as defiled him from the body smitten by the Da as, let Vohuman be made clean. Ahura Mazda answered, Thou shalt take some ghee from a bull ungilded and such as the law requires it. Thou shalt take the man who is to be cleansed to the field made by Ahura, and the man that is to cleanse him shall draw the furrows. He shall recite 100 Ashen Vohu, holiness is the best of all good. Happy, happy the man who is holy with perfect holiness. He shall chant 200 Ahuna Verya, the will of the Lord is the law of holiness. The riches of Vohuman shall be given to him who works in this world for Mazda, and wields according to the will of Ahura the power he gave to him to relieve the poor. He shall wash Vohuman 4 times with the ghee from the ox, and twice with the water made by Mazda. Thus Vohuman shall be made clean, and clean shall be the man. Then he shall take up Vohuman with his left arm in his right, with his right arm in his left, and thou shalt lay down Vohuman under the mighty structure of the bright heavens, by the light of the stars made by the gods, until 9 nights have passed away. When 9 nights have passed away, thou shalt bring libations unto the fire, thou shalt bring hardwood unto the fire, thou shalt bring incense of Vohu Daona unto the fire, and thou shalt perfume Vohuman therewith. Thus shall Vohuman become clean, thus shall the man be clean. He shall take up Vohuman with the right arm in the left, with the left arm in the right, and Vohuman shall say aloud, Glory be to Ahura Mazda. Glory be to the Amisha Spentus. Glory be to all the other holy beings. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, O thou all-knowing Ahura Mazda, should I urge upon the godly man, should I urge upon the godly woman, should I urge upon the wicked Da, a worshipper who lives in sin, that they have once to leave behind on the earth made by Ahura? That they have to leave the water that runs, the corn that grows, and all the rest of their wealth? Ahura Mazda answered, Thou shouldst, O holy Zarathustra. O maker of the material world, thou holy one. Where are the rewards given? Where does the rewarding take place? Where is the rewarding fulfilled? Whereto do men come to take the reward that, in their life in the material world, they have won for their souls? Ahura Mazda answered, When the man is dead, when his time is over, then the hellish, evil-doing thou as assail him. And when the third night is gone, when the dawn appears and brightens up, and meets Mithra, the god with beautiful weapons, reach the all-happy mountains, and the sun is rising. Then the fiend, named the Elisha, carries off in bonds the souls of the wicked Da, worshippers who live in sin. The soul enters the way made by time, and open both to the wicked and to the righteous. At the head of the Kindad bridge, the holy bridge made by Mazda, they ask for their spirits and souls the reward for the worldly goods which they gave away here below. Then comes the well-shapen, strong and tall form maid, with the dogs at her sides, one who can distinguish, who is graceful, who does what she wants, and is of high understanding. She makes the soul of the righteous one go up above the Harabir Azadi. Above the Kindad bridge she places it in the presence of the heavenly gods themselves. Uprises Bohuman from his golden seat. Bohuman exclaims, "How hast thou come to us, thou holy one, from the decaying world into this undecaying one? Gladly pass the souls of the righteous to the golden seat of Ahura Mazda, to the golden seat of the Amisha Spentis, to the Gar NMM, the abode of Ahura Mazda, the abode of the Amisha Spentis, the abode of all the other holy beings. As to the godly man that has been cleansed, the wicked evil doing thou as tremble in the perfume of his soul after death, as a sheaf does on which a wolf is falling. The souls of the righteous are gathered together there, Nari Sangha is with them. A friend of Ahura Mazda is Nari Sangha. Do thou thyself invoke, O Zarathustra, this world of Ahura Mazda." Zarathustra took those words from Ahura Mazda. "I invoke the holy world, made by Ahura Mazda. I invoke the earth made by Ahura, the water made by Mazda, the holy trees. I invoke the sea Varukasha. I invoke the shining sky. I invoke the eternal and sovereign luminous space. I invoke the bright, all glorious, blissful abode of the holy ones. I invoke the Gar NMM, the abode of the Ahura Mazda, the abode invoke of the Amisha Spentis, the abode of all the other holy beings. I invoke the sovereign place of eternal wheel, and the Kindad bridge made by Mazda. I invoke the good Salva, whose looks go far and wide. I invoke the mighty Ferdashes of the righteous. I invoke the whole creation of wheel. I invoke the earth Rana, made by Ahura, who wears the glory made by Mazda. I invoke Distrita, the bright and glorious star, in the shape of a golden horned bull. I invoke the holy, beneficent Jihaz, who rule over the Ratus. I invoke the Ahunavadi Jiha. I invoke the Ustavadi Jiha. I invoke the Spentamani Jiha. I invoke the Bohuk Safra Jiha. I invoke the Vahisk Sti Jiha. I invoke the Karshbears of Arza and Salva. I invoke the Karshbears of Radhakshu and Vidhakshu. I invoke the Karshbears of Varuba Resti and Varuza Resti. I invoke the bright Hinartha. I invoke the bright, glorious Halmant. I invoke the good Ashi. I invoke the good Kisti. I invoke the most right Kista. I invoke the glory of the Aryan regions. I invoke the glory of the bright Yima, the great shepherd. Let him be worshipped with sacrifice. Let him be gladdened, edified, and satisfied. The holy Sresha, the tall-formed, fiend-smitting, holy Sresha. Bring libations unto the fire. Bring hardwood unto the fire. Bring incense of Bohu Gaona unto the fire. Offer up a sacrifice to the is the fire, which smites the fiend Svingagra. Bring unto it the cooked meat and the offerings of boiling milk. Offer up a sacrifice to the holy Sresha, that the holy Sresha may smite down the fiend Kunda, who is drunk and without drinking. He will fall upon the men of the drug, the slothful ones, the wicked, Da-A worshippers, who live in sin. I invoke the Kara fish, who lives beneath waters in the bottom of the deep lakes. I invoke the ancient and sovereign Marizu, the greatest seat of battle in the creation of the two spirits. I invoke the seven bright Strava with their sons and their flocks. I. They run about to and fro, their minds waver to and fro, anger mine you the deadly, the paragraph continues Da-A of the Da-As. Indra the Dawa, Esru the Dawa, Mwangakya the Dawa, Torbian Zairi, Amma the wounding snare, Ahatasha the Dawa, Zerba, baneful to the fathers, BT the Dawa, Dreamy the Dawa, Dili the Dawa, Kasbi the Dawa, Pevisha the most Da'a like amongst the Da'as. And he said, the guileful, the evil-doing Dawa, anger mine you the deadly, what? Let the wicked, evil-doing Da'as gather together at the head of Ares A. They rush, they run away, the wicked, evil-doing Da'as. They run away with shouts, the wicked, evil-doing Da'as. They run away casting the evil eye, the wicked, evil-doing Da'as. Let us gather together at the head of Ares A. For he is just born the holy Zarathustra, in the house of Parashasva. How can we procure his death? He is the stroke that fells the fiends, he is a counter-fiend to the fiends. He is a drug to the drug. Down are the Da-A worshippers, the Nasu made by the Da'a, the false-speaking lie. They run away, they rush away, the wicked, evil-doing Da'as, into the depths of the dark, horrid world of hell. Ashen Bohu, holiness is the best of all good. Farmer XX. Drita, the first healer. Drita was the first who drove back death and disease, as Ahura Mazda had brought to him down from heaven 10,000 healing plants that had been growing up around the tree of eternal life, the white H4 Gaogarina. This Drita is mentioned only once again in the Avesta, in Yasna 9, where he appears to have been one of the first priests of Hema. This accounts for his medical skill. As Hema is a source of life and health, his first priests must have been the first healers. Drita was originally the same as Thraeona. On one hand, we see that in the Rig Veda the great feat of Thraeona is ascribed to Trita as well as to Traitla, and Trita Tala, the son of the waters, was as well the celestial priest who forced Hema into reign as the celestial hero who kills a snake in storms. On the other hand, we see that Thraeona fulfilled the same functions as Thrita. According to Hamza, he was the inventor of medicine. The Tavids against sickness are inscribed with his name, and we find in the Avesta itself the Frabashi of Thraeona invoked against itch, hot fever, humors, cold fever, via Rishi, against the plagues created by the serpent. We see from this passage that disease was understood as coming from the serpent. In other words, that it was considered a sort of poisoning, and this is the reason why the killer of the serpent was invoked to act against it. Thus Thrita Thraeona had a double right to the title of the first of the healers, both as a priest of Hema and as the conqueror of the serpent. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, most beneficent spirit, maker of the material world, thou holy one. Who was he who first of the healthful, the wise, the happy, the wealthy, the glorious, the strong men of Yor, drove back sickness to sickness, drove back death to death, and first turned away the point of the poniard and the fire of fever from the bodies of mortals. Ahura Mazda answered, Thrita it was who first of the healthful, the wise, the happy, the wealthy, the glorious, the strong man of Yor, drove back sickness to sickness, drove back death to death, and first turned away the point of the poniard and the fire of fever from the bodies of mortals. He asked for a source of remedies. He obtained it from Xathra Varia, to withstand sickness and to withstand death, to withstand pain and fever, to withstand the disease, rottenness and infection which Angra Mainyu had created witchcraft against the bodies of mortals. And I, Ahura Mazda, brought down the healing plants that, by many hundreds, by many thousands, by many myriads, grow up all around the one Ga Ocarina. All this health do we call by our blessing spells, by our prayers, by our praises, upon the bodies of mortals. To thee, O sickness, I say avaunt. To thee, O death, I say avaunt. To thee, O pain, I say avaunt. To thee, O fever, I say avaunt. To thee, O disease, I say avaunt. By their might may we smite down the drug. By their might may we smite the drug. May they give to us strength and power, O Ahura. I drive away sickness, I drive away death, I drive away pain and fever, I drive away the disease, rottenness, and infection which Angra Mainyu has created by his witchcraft against the bodies of mortals. I drive away all manner of diseases and deaths, all the Wyas and Pericus, and all the wicked gayness. May the much desired Rylan come here, for the men and women of Zarathustra to rejoice, for the faithful to rejoice, with the desirable reward that is won by means of the law, and with the boon for holiness that is vouchsafed by Ahura. May the much desired Rylan smite all manner of diseases and deaths, all the Wyas and Pericus, and all the wicked gayness. Yap Avari, the will of the Lord is the law of holiness. The riches of Bohemian shall be given to him who works in this world for Mazda, and wields according to the will of Ahura the power he gave to him to relieve the poor. Kemen Nezd, whom hast thou placed to protect me, O Mazda? While the hate of the fiend is grasping me? Whom but thy Atar and Bohemian by whose work the holy world goes on? Reveal to me the rules of thy law. Kibir Throne G, who is he who will smite the fiend in order to maintain thy ordinances? Teach me clearly thy rules for this world and for the next, that Sresha may come with Bohemian and help whomsoever thou pleasest. Keep us from our hater, O Mazda and Mady Spenta. Perish, O fiendish drug. Perish, O brood of the fiend. Perish, O world of the fiend. Perish away, O drug. Perish away to the regions of the north, never more to give unto death the living world of the Holy Spirit. Forward XXI. Waters and light. I. Praise of the Holy Bull. I. Invocation addressed to rain as a healing power. I. Joint invocation addressed to the waters and to the light of the sun. I.B. Joint invocation addressed to the waters and to the light of the moon. I.C. Joint invocation addressed to the waters and to the light of the stars. I.B. Spells against disease. I. Hail, Holy Bull. Hail to thee, beneficent bull. Hail to thee, who makest increase. Hail to thee, who makest growth. Hail to thee, who dost bestow thy gifts upon the excellent faithful, and who wilt bestow them on the faithful yet unborn. Hail to thee, whom the Yahi kills, and the ungodly Ashamekha, and the wicked tyrant. I. Come on, O clouds, along the sky, through the air, down on the earth, by thousands of drops, by myriads of drops. Thus say, O holy Zarathustra. To destroy sickness altogether, to destroy death altogether, to destroy altogether the sickness made by the gaming, to destroy altogether the death made by the gaming, to destroy altogether Dagna and Apadiha. If death come at eve, may healing come at daybreak. If death come at daybreak, may healing come at night. If death come at night, may healing come at dawn. Let showers shower down new waters, new earth, new trees, new health, and new healing powers. I. As the sea Burukasha is the gathering place of waters, rise up, go up the aerial way and go down on the earth. Go down on the earth and go up the aerial way. Rise up and roll along. Thou in whose rising and growing Ahura Mazda made the aerial way. Up. Rise up and roll along. Thou swift horse sun, above Harabarazadi, and produce light for the world and mayst thou, O man. Rise up there, if thou art to abide in Varanam along the path made by Mazda, along the way made by the gods, the watery way they opened. And thou shalt keep away the evil by this holy spell, of thee, O child. I will cleanse the birth and growth of thee, O woman. I will make the body and the strength pure. I make thee a woman rich in children and rich in milk. A woman rich in seed, in milk, in fat, in marrow, and in offspring. I shall make for thee 1,000 springs flow and run towards the pastures that will give food to the child. I. As the sea Burukasha is the gathering place of waters, rise up, go up the aerial way, and go down on the earth. Go down on the earth and go up the aerial way, rise up and roll along. Thou in whose rising and growing Ahura Mazda made the earth. Up. Rise up, thou moon, that dost keep in thee the seed of the bull, rise up above Harabarazadi, and produce light for the world and mayst thou, O man. Rise up there, if thou art to abide in Varanam, along the path made by Mazda, along the way made by the gods, the watery way they opened. And thou shalt keep away the evil by this holy spell, of thee, O child. I will cleanse the birth and growth of thee, O woman. I will make the body and the strength pure. I make thee a woman rich in children and rich in milk. A woman rich in seed, in milk, in fat, in marrow, and in offspring. I shall make for thee 1,000 springs flow and run towards the pastures that will give food to the child. I see. As the sea Burukasha is the gathering place of waters, rise up, go up the aerial way, and go down on the earth. Go down on the earth and go up the aerial way. Rise up and roll along. Thou in whose rising and growing Ahura Mazda made everything grow. Up. Rise up, ye stars, that have in you the seed of waters, rise up above Harabarazadi, and produce light for the world and mayst thou, O man. Rise up there, if thou art to abide in Varanam, along the path made by Mazda, along the way made by the gods, the watery way they opened. And thou shalt keep away the evil by this holy spell, of thee, O child. I will cleanse the birth and growth of thee, O woman. I will make the body and the strength pure. I make thee a woman rich in children and rich in milk. A woman rich in seed, in milk, in fat, in marrow, and in offspring. I shall make for thee 1,000 springs flow and run towards the pastures that will give food to the child. As the sea Burukasha is the gathering place of waters, rise up and gather together, go up the aerial way and go down on the earth. Go down on the earth and go up the aerial way. Rise up and roll along. Up. Rise up. Away will the Kabuzi fly and cry. Away will AI fly and cry. Away will the Yahi, who is addicted to the YU, fly and cry. IV. I drive away Ashir, I drive away Agar, I drive away Agra, I drive away Earl. I drive away sickness, I drive away death, I drive away pain and fever. I drive away Asana, I drive away Asasi, I drive away Azana, I drive away Azava, I drive away Kurapa, I drive away Alziba, I drive away Daruka, I drive away Asterga. I drive away the disease, rottenness, and infection which Angramanyu has created by his witchcraft against the bodies of mortals. I drive away all manner of diseases and deaths, all the YS and Pericus, and all the wicked gayness. May the much desired Orion come here, for the men and women of Zarathustra to rejoice, for the faithful to rejoice. With the desirable reward that is won by means of the law, and with the boon for holiness that is vouchsafed by Athura. May the much desired Orion smite all manner of diseases and deaths, all the YS and Pericus, and all the wicked gayness. Yav Avari, the will of the Lord. Kemen Nezd, whom hast thou placed to protect me? Kibir G, who is he who will smite the fiend? Keep us from our hater, O Mazda and Mady Spenta. Perish, O fiendish drug. Perish, O brood of the fiend. Perish, O world of the fiend. Perish away, O drug. Perish, away to the regions of the north, nevermore to give unto death the living world of the Holy Spirit. Forward XXII. Angramanyu creates diseases. Ahura Mazda applies for healing to the holy word and to Orion. Orion is an old Indo-Iranian god. In the Rig Veda he is an Itya Orion, who is seldom invoked alone, but nearly always in company with Mitra and Varuna. His name, like Mitra's, means the friend, and, like Mitra, he is the god of heavenly light, kind, beneficent, and helpful to man. In the Avesta the word Orion has the same meaning as in the Veda. But the character of the god is more fully developed, and whereas he has no distinct personality in the Vedicans, he appears here in the character of a healing god, which is derived in a very natural manner from his primitive and general character. Orion abides in a mansion called the Mansion of Orion Irgan NMM, which is the same as the Bright Mansion in which Mitra, Orion, Varuna abide, according to the Vedas, that is to say, the sky. In later Parsism, Orion appears as the eyes of heaven. This Arcard is unfinished work, more correctly, the end of it is understood. Orion, called out from his mansion, comes and digs 9 furrows. It is no doubt in order to perform liberation or some ceremony of that kind, in order to cleanse the unclean, that is to say, the sick man, and to restore him to health by virtue of the nearing end of the holy word. The Fargard ends therefore with spells against sickness and against death. I. Ahura Mazda spake unto Spatama Zarathustra, saying, I, Ahura Mazda, the maker of all good things, when I made this mansion, the beautiful, the shining, seen afar there may I go up, there may I pass. Then the ruffian looked at me. The ruffian Angramanyu, the deadly, wrought by his witchcraft 9 diseases, and 90, and 900, and 9,000, and 9 times 10,000 diseases. So mayst thou heal me, O Amra Spenta, thou most glorious one. Unto thee will I give in return 1,000 fleet, swift running steeds. Offer them up as a sacrifice unto the good Salga, made by Mazda and holy. Unto thee will I give in return 1,000 fleet, high-humped camels. Offer them up as a sacrifice unto the good Salga, made by Mazda and holy. Unto thee will I give in return 1,000 brown oxen that do not push. Offer them up as a sacrifice unto the good Salga, made by Mazda and holy. Unto thee will I give in return 1,000 young of all species of small cattle. Offer them up as a sacrifice unto Salga, made by Mazda and holy. And I will bless thee with the fair, holy blessing spell, the friendly, holy blessing spell, that makes the empty swell to fullness and the full to overflowing, that comes to help him who was sickening, and makes the sick man sound again. And Rospenta, the all-glorious, replied unto me, how shall I heal thee? How shall I drive away from thee those 9 diseases, and those 90, those 900, those 9,000, and those 9 times 10,000 diseases? I. The maker Ahura Mazda called for Nari Sangha, go thou, Nari Sangha, the herald, and drive towards the mansion of Orion, and speak thus unto him. Thus speaks Ahura Mazda, the Holy One, unto thee, I, Ahura Mazda, the maker of all good things when I made this mansion, the beautiful, the shining, seen afar there may I go up, there may I pass. Then the ruffian looked at me. The ruffian Angramanyu, the deadly, wrought by his witchcraft 9 diseases, and 90, and 900, and 9,000, and 9 times 10,000 diseases. So mayst thou heal me, O Orion, the much desired. Unto thee will I give in return 1,000 fleet, swift running steeds. Offer them up as a sacrifice unto the good Salga, made by Mazda and holy. Unto thee will I give in return 1,000 fleet, high-humped camels. Offer them up as a sacrifice unto the good Salga, made by Mazda and holy. Unto thee will I give in return 1,000 brown oxen that do not push. Offer them up as a sacrifice unto the good Salga, made by Mazda and holy. Unto thee will I give in return 1,000 young of all species of small cattle. Offer them up as a sacrifice unto the good Salga, made by Mazda and holy. And I will bless thee with the fair, holy blessing spell, the friendly, holy blessing spell, that makes the empty swell to fullness and the full to overflowing, that comes to help him who was sickening, and makes the sick man sound again. I. In obedience to Ahura's words he went, Nari Sangha, the herald. He drove towards the mansion of Orion, he spake unto Orion, saying, Thus speaks Ahura Mazda, the Holy One, unto thee, I, Ahura Mazda, the maker of all good things, when I made this mansion, the beautiful, the shining, seen afar there may I go up, there may I pass. Then the ruffian looked at me. The ruffian Angramanyu the deadly, wrought by its witchcraft 9 diseases, and 90, and 900, and 9,000, and 9 times 10,000 diseases. So mayst thou heal me, O Orion, the much desired. Unto thee will I give in return 1,000 fleet, swift running steeds. Offer them up as a sacrifice unto the good Salga, made by Mazda and holy. Unto thee will I give in return 1,000 fleet, high-humped camels. Offer them up as a sacrifice unto the good Salga, made by Mazda and holy. Unto thee will I give in return 1,000 brown oxen that do not push. Offer them up as a sacrifice unto the good Salga, made by Mazda and holy. Unto thee will I give in return 1,000 young of all species of small cattle. Offer them up as a sacrifice unto the good Salga, made by Mazda and holy. And I will bless thee with the fair, holy blessing spell, the friendly, holy blessing spell, that makes the empty swell to fullness and the full to overflowing, that comes to help him who was sickening, and makes the sick man sound again. IV. Quickly was it done, nor was it long, eagerly set off the much desired Orion, towards the mountain of the holy questions, towards the force of the holy questions. 9 stallions brought he with him, the much desired Orion. 9 camels brought he with him, the much desired Orion. 9 bulls brought he with him, the much desired Orion. 9 head of small cattle brought he with him, the much desired Orion. He brought with him the 9 twigs. He drew along 9 furrows. I drive away Ashir, I drive away Agar, I drive away Agra, I drive away I drive away sickness, I drive away death, I drive away pain and fever. I drive away Asana, I drive away Asasya, I drive away Azana, I drive away Azava, I drive away Kurapa, I drive away Alziba, I drive away Duruka, I drive away Askanda. I drive away the disease, rottenness, and infection which Andromanu has created by his witchcraft against the bodies of mortals. I drive away all manner of diseases and deaths, all the Wyas and Pertus, and all the wicked gayness. May the much desired Orion come here for the men and women of Zarathustra to rejoice, for the faithful to rejoice. With the desirable reward that is won by means of the law, and with the boon for holiness that is vouchsafed by Ahura. May the much desired Orion smite all manner of diseases and deaths, all the Wyas and Pertus, and all the wicked gayness. Yath Avari, the will of the Lord is the law of holiness. The riches of Bohuman shall be given to him who works in this world for Mazda, and wields according to the will of Ahura the power he gave him to relieve the poor. Kemen Nazd, whom hast thou placed to protect me, O Mazda? While the hate of the fiend is grasping me? Whom but thy are in Bohuman by whose work the holy world goes on? Reveal to me the rules of thy law. Kibir throne G, who is he who will smite the fiend in order to maintain thy ordinances? Teach me clearly thy rules for this world and for the next, that Sresha may come with Bohuman and help whomsoever thou pleasest. Keep us from our hater, O Mazda and Mady Spenta. Perish, O fiendish drug. Perish, O brood of the fiend. Perish, O world of the fiend. Perish away, O drug. Perish away to the regions of the north, never more to give unto death the living world of the Holy Spirit.